Hello and welcome to the second day of the live stream for the TiddlyWiki European Meetup 2016. I'm here in a basement in Oxford, surrounded by people who I will now invite to introduce themselves, starting with a guest who only joined us on the live stream yesterday but is here in person. Dragon, hi, welcome to the meetup, very glad you could make it.
Oh, great to be here. Thank you. Microphone.
I know he can talk from here. It's fine.
Okay.
Hopefully the microphone's a bit better than it was yesterday.
That's great. Oh, sorry.
So I'm just going to say, I'll just introduce myself. I've been using TiddlyWiki now since about 2007, 2008. A big fan of Classic. I haven't really gone to 5 because it doesn't suit my needs at the moment, so I'm still stuck in the dark ages, so to speak. But hopefully after today and the work that's been done on this, we should be powering ahead with 5 and have something really good in the future.
Great, really pleased that you could join us, Dragon. It's great to have a fresh face, rejuvenate us on our second day as well. Xavier, hi, would you like to introduce yourself? Oh, I'm going to swing the camera around so you can see Xavier. There you go.
Right. Hello, I'm Xavier Cazin. I'm from Paris, France, and I'm probably the less skilled of the assembly in terms of English language and in terms of TiddlyWiki. But I just like this project, and I try to do my best to contribute when I can.
Xavier is very modest because he runs the French translation of TiddlyWiki, and I normally, if I make a new commit that involves changing a language string, I expect Xavier to send a pull request within 12 hours. He's not quite as quick as Bram Chen, who manages it in about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I can write French.
Well, it's great to have you here, Xavier. Thank you for coming over. Matt is going to come and squat on Xavier's screen.
Oh, on Xavier, not this one?
No, that screen's not on at the moment, actually, but perhaps it could be.
Either way, I got it here.
There you go.
So, I'm not muted, am I?
No, this is
okay.
microphone.
So, I'm Matt van Twaddle from Stockholm, Sweden. I am a long-time community member. I run the twaddle.tiddlyspot.com blog, which is somewhat passive at the moment, though. And I'm a big proponent of the Twitteration that is just taking its first baby steps. And I'm so thrilled to be here with some of the heroes of mine that actually have the competence to implement it. So I'm just super happy to be here.
Great that you could make it, Matt.
Yes.
And Jed.
Hope so.
Oh, that's where the camera is.
Hi, I'm Jed, formerly of the US, currently of Paris. I speak French. I cannot speak French as well as he speaks English, we'll put it that way. Be nice. But yes, I have been pushing the Twitteration stuff recently, and I do the wiki reference wiki, and I use TiddlyWiki for lots of things. Yeah.
Great, you could join us.
Also, don't see Matt. He does a lot of work for Twitteration.
They bring a lot of coffee.
And last but not least, Mario, would you like to say hello and introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Mario Pitsch from Austria. I contributed to TiddlyWiki 5 and also classic with plugins. And yeah, I really love the stuff for taking notes and collecting ideas.
And Mario also does the German translation of TiddlyWiki. So today we wanted to, at least for the first few hours, make a bit more effort to present useful things for viewers online. So we're going to start today by asking Mario to show us the customizations that he uses in his TiddlyWiki 5 every day. And he's now packaged them up into a plugin to make it easier to show us and to share them with the community. So Mario, over to you.
Okay. So can you see me? So I think I now need.
I'll see behind you.
Jeremy, I think I need to switch to. What is it?
The screen share is working.
Yeah, but okay. Okay. Yeah. So this is a TiddlyWiki that I created as my template. As you can see already, the title is a little bit smaller because I have titles like this, so something in this way, new title title, and I use in the title text. I always use a heading. Yeah. So yeah, that's my preferences. So I needed to change a little bit of the CSS, and I'm trying to package it to a theme, yeah, so that it can be switched off and on. So there will be a theme in the future where all the changes that I made to the templates can be switched off and on. This doesn't work as I wanted to have it, so there is a little bit of work needed. But the other stuff is already packaged in plugins.
Could I, sorry for
Yeah.
interrupting, like what is the main purpose of this? Is it a theme? And what is the main idea?
It will be a theme, but that's a TiddlyWiki template that I use for my note taking.
Okay. So it's a note-taking theme, with lots of finesses and
Yeah, it's adjusted for my preferences. For example, there is I call it the persistent info area. So if I open a Tiddler, because I like this Tiddler info area very much. And it stays open if I click here, and also it stays open for 2 or 3 of them. So this is one little plugin. It's basically one Tiddler, which only replaces the button, which is called what's it called? Persistent info. Okay, it's hard coded here. So this is one area. The second one is that I don't like drop downs that much. Yeah? So that's why I created multi-column drop downs. So in normal cases they are really big and they're going down. Yeah? And you can, as you can see here in the edit mode, it creates 2 columns. Yeah? And also with tags, or here it's only 1 column in the search bar, but also with tags. Yeah? If I go to tags here, yeah, then you can see it's 3 columns. Yeah? And the stuff is done with called Flexbox. Yeah? So it's pure CSS. Yeah? So it works with the standard UI, and basically it's pure CSS. And it replaces most of the dropdowns with behavior like this. I need to adjust a little bit, probably for mobile screens. I have to test it a little bit more how it works with mobile screens. So this is multi-column dropdown, and then there is clicking the tag opens a tag map. I created a new tab here in the info area, and if I have a Tiddler, standard Tiddler, and if I click the tag, then it opens the info area and selects the tag map. So if I go here and again click the tags, then it auto selects all this stuff. Because I like this very much. This for me it's similar to tagging, so that I can see, okay, this Tiddler is tagged with ABC, and those are the other Tiddlers that are tagged A, that are tagged B, and so on. And I like this behavior very much. Then okay, so this info area. Then for the theme itself, I needed to change a little bit of the view templates. Yeah. There is a new element which is controls, which covers these elements, the title title and the subtitle, because then I have the possibility to style it with CSS, so that different sizes and so on. And this is also important to be a theme, because if it is standard and then the update is done in the core, then we have basically no possibility to get the updates, and that's why I want to have it as a theme, so you can switch it on and off and see the differences, so that we can keep the core up to date.
And is your intention to make this into a theme that others can use?
Yes, yes. This is all plugins already. So the theme will be wiki like this. The multi-column dropdown is a plugin, which is there is not very much in it. So it's the README and the license and styles. So this is pure CSS. Some styles which is changed. It's a styles plugin. Then there is another one, because I create a lot of state titlers, because I record every state of the info button, then after a while I have probably too many state buttons. So here I have remove all states, so you can remove single states here, and you can remove all of them, and now all the states are gone, so all the info areas are closed and all the tabs are reset to 0.
All the states specific for this theme?
No. All the states of the global. Yeah, that's why I made some buttons where you can check them. You have to know them, but in my case it's just shut them down all, and then you have a fresh installation, and then you say save, and everything is okay. It turned out it's handy enough, but I still have the possibility to
I don't remember. Are states saved?
No.
Generally.
The
Standard.
state, not all of them.
I think states are saved, because that's why when you go back into a wiki that you saved, you're on the same sidebar.
I think pop-up, state pop-up is
pop-ups
excluded.
are and tabs
I
think.
but
Perhaps we should mention, maybe it's obvious, but a state is, for instance, the tabs. Which tabs?
Marius, switch tabs on the right.
So if you watch here, if you watch the area, there are 2 states open at the moment. So this is the open close state from this review widget. And if I click the tab here, then I get the new. So this is tab sidebar, which says, okay, this is the recent now is selected, and the tools is selected, the more is selected. And if I delete this one, it goes back to open.
Yes.
The other neat demo to do there is switch tab again, switch to recent again.
Yeah.
Open the new state tiddler.
This one.
Yeah, the one that's just opened, and change its content to open, and watch the sidebar tab as you do so. And so changing the tiddler automatically.
And this is also a very great concept that I love about TiddlyWiki, that the states and almost everything is a tiddler. So you really can create you can export stuff like this, and then create a plugin, and everyone takes the plugin, and they get also part of the state.
To expand on that, this idea of everything is a tiddler, by providing facilities that are primarily originally designed for manipulating content. So for what you just had there, checkboxes of deleting tiddlers, we need to be able to do that in the user interface for users' content by making the state also be tiddlers. We get to reuse the tiddler manipulation infrastructure to get that UI almost for free.
Yeah, so that's basically it. So it's nothing spectacular, but this is the settings that I like. So with the multi-column view, there are some elements. If I still get the drop down here, I will change this back to view tabs, because I like to have different saves, different search. I want to save them. So there will be search 1, search 2, search 3, and so on. because for me it turns out that I'm searching very similar terms very often. So switching the search tabs is easier than typing the stuff again.
So that is something that you will do for this theme?
Yes, I will.
It's not yet implemented.
No, at the moment I still have this pop-up. For the PC, it's not a real problem. But for the mobiles, sometimes on my mobile it's outside the screen. So I want to have something similar, or probably even like with TiddlyWiki Classic. If you say search and then enter something like the advanced search, so that you really open the Tiddler and get the search results here. I also want to have some tabs here. Also, what I want to do here is have more tabs probably for tag map and also maybe tag manipulation, because as I said, I like this info area quite a lot.
Yes.
That's it.
And where can people find this?
At the moment, there is a GitHub. I created a new organization, so we can play with the organization and all the settings for CSS and this stuff. It's called Wiki Labs. So the themes will be available here. There will be editions. At the moment, there is one edition which has all the plugins in it. Yeah, and there is an edit template edition and a plugin template edition. And the plugins will be available on GitHub pages, which is plugins is here. Yeah. So Wiki Labs, the info session, tag map, drop down, and states.
Is Wiki Labs, I guess, is a general purpose.
Yeah, I created it for this meetup because it's a new organization and we can create repositories and delete them because if you play around with TiddlyWiki organization, then it may have unwanted impacts. And this one is really fresh, but I want to keep this
but the things you download now, is that packaged into a theme yet? Or is
no, it's not a theme yet. It's it's plugins. Yeah. So as you can see, there is the Wiki Labs directory, it's the info session. This is only the button which creates the permanent info session. And there is the tag map, which is the tab and the info area. The multi-column dropdown, which is just the CSS. So you can see there is the license and README, and this is the styles tab. And this will be plugins which will be available on the GitHub page. And this is remove states.
For people that are not well versed in GitHub, like me, for instance, could there be a Tiddly spot?
No, this will be a page, the one like TiddlyWiki.com. So there is Wiki Labs GitHub.io. So when you go to Wiki Labs GitHub.io, then you will see one of the editions. So this is
the actual TiddlyWiki.
Then you will see the actual TiddlyWiki where you can drag and drop the plugins. So you can import the plugins from there.
And about when do you think people will be able to go there and actually do this?
Yeah, I think the theme will be finished in a week. Yeah, there may be some problems because themes are like plugins. Yeah, but if you switch a theme, not everything is refreshed on the page. So there is some things that we have to iron out. So because at the moment we have to say switch the theme, save and reload. So we probably have to iron out how we can improve this.
But in about a week, people can try this out.
Yes, at the moment, so the TiddlyWiki that you saw, so this is the thing that you will see then. So it's a TiddlyWiki like this, and then you go to tools. I can try to switch it. I don't know if it really works out. So it's no way. It's hard coded at the moment.
Cool.
Thank you very much, Mary. I was going to suggest that next, Dragon, are you ready to go? But before Dragon shows his stuff, I just wanted to take a moment to show everybody the website that we're working on in the background. So as of today, if one goes to tiddlywiki.com, there's on our very slow Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi seems slower today when the office is empty. On the front of tiddlywiki.com, there's a link saying European Meetup, and that then contains a link to a separate website, tiddlywiki.com/TiddlyWiki EU Meetup 2016. And this is not a TiddlyWiki, it's a static HTML file that's been created from a TiddlyWiki, and it includes a bunch of information about the meetup. And crucially, wanted to draw your attention to this section where there's a discussion fiddler. And this, you can see our first live discussion where there's a message from Matthias and then a reply from Matthias to his own message. So one of the things that we hope to do today is to move things along so that there is a full discussion here that hopefully will make it easier for people outside the room to understand what we've been doing and how we've done it. So with that, let me stop screen sharing and say hi to Dragon, who's now going to show us some of the stuff that he's been doing with TiddlyWiki Classic. Modulate, getting Hangouts to do what we expect.
That's
Yeah, it's good. The screen share's coming through. Brilliant. Wow.
this is one of my more public TiddlyWikis.
Wow.
It's an index of over 3 gig, it's about 3.5 gig of documents that are all related to small holdings, environmental issues, survival and medical. Basically, it's like the prepper community. It's based on Monkey Pirate TiddlyWiki, which uses the Tagly tagging extensively, and that is something that I use a lot. Now, at the top level, I've just got the main library, which is like the core, but underneath we have a lot of documents. You can see this goes on for miles. But everything is a complete subset. So if you want a whole lot of information all about energy, right? So you've got subsets within that. So you can go on digging down into biogas creation and things like that. There's a lot of things hiding away in here.
This is only the index.
This is just the index.
Cool.
So if you click on one of these items, do you get to a...
Yes, if I go to my personal one, the public one does not have the, so if I go to like biogas and husbandry, you've got a PDF in there which actually loads up. So a lot of these are public PDF information that you can get.
Wow.
So the public version does not have the documents because all the documents are protected. Yes. So the public version that you can see, if you were smart, you could actually look at the individual tiddlers, figure out the name of the document concerned, and then go to Mr. Google and say, where does this document hide on the internet? You can go find it.
Yes, okay.
So all this information has been gleaned from the internet. But what really makes it stand out is the extensive use of Tagly tagging.
Yeah.
And this is the main reason I have not gone to version 5, because at the moment it doesn't have this kind of complexity.
Yes.
Now, what you were just showing me there, Mario, that is a gateway into 5.
Yeah, I also liked Monkey Pirate TiddlyWiki quite a lot. Yeah, so I really love it, and also Tagly tagging. And yeah, it's similar a little bit, but okay, this complexity with so many tiddlers, I don't have tiddlers like this.
I've also written a lot of little plugins and things like that. Like my infographic tab, there's a little macro that goes and finds. Oh, let's go to the first one. But actually show you
Can you zoom a little bit that we can probably?
Yes.
Do you use this on any of your mobile devices?
Yes. But don't forget, I'm not using this for editing purpose.
Yes.
Anything viewing purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So, quick little link to all the embedded infographics I've got.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just a macro that lists all the infographics, just build a table straight off.
Okay.
I use things like image magic behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got a graphic, you can just import it straight in. It will actually create the thumbnails in the smaller versions. If I actually go to this, like a small cut down version, if I click it, it goes to the big graphic.
Mm-hmm.
So image magic creates the different graphics, then creates the individual little divs of a tiddler and inserts it into the HTML file. So it builds the TiddlyWiki from the outside.
Ah, okay. So we have some scripts that basically create the TiddlyWiki from the outside.
Yeah.
Ah.
The actual, it comes on here, so I go to my library. I don't know if can you see this?
No, you're not showing that today.
Ah, right, okay. How does one share that window?
You may need to unshare and then reshare that from scratch.
Right, okay. Don't worry about it. But I've got lots of little batch files that process information.
And they pack the TiddlyWikis together from their raw ingredients.
I mean, a lot of things that I have, if I go to the library, this reference entry, this is an external HTML file that's using the shared Tigglers plugin to bring that in. And this shared reference, it's all common information that's shared across all of my tiddlers.
Yeah.
So I only write the reference thing once, and it's included in everything.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And which version of TiddlyWiki Classic?
This is 2.8.1.
So this is the latest version?
This is the latest version, yes. I always try and keep up to date with these things.
One of the things that was really important early on with TiddlyWiki Classic was the recognition that it could have a long life in a way that normal online services could never do so. So as time passes, I'll be really happy in 20 years' time to meet people who are still using TiddlyWiki Classic, a TiddlyWiki Classic that they created in 2008, because I think that's unprecedented, being able to carry on using a piece of software for this sort of amount of time. So it's really awesome to see that. It's a great example, I think, to do an off-grid manual that was entirely self-contained, as you've done, is a beautiful use of TiddlyWiki.
This you can just literally put it on a USB stick, take it away, and if you've got a society collapse or thing, you've got a complete reference that doesn't need any external websites or anything. So it's very much a flexible system which you can just use straight off.
And I think that there's a more sort of another way of doing the same thing would be one of these pirate boxes, which is like a web server and box.
Yeah.
But I think this is different because by being just a static bunch of files in a directory structure, it's the simplest thing that could possibly work. It feels to me a good deal more resilient. But like if I cast onto CD a pirate box at the moment, the image of a pirate box, chances are in 2 years' time there's going to be known security vulnerabilities in that blob of software, whereas there's zero chance of there being security vulnerabilities in a bunch of static HTML and other files. So I really like that. So even though today, in a way, that capability is something that lots of people are working on, making it work well in this incredibly simple context of just static files is really nice. So Mary, do you think that what you see here could be done in TiddlyWiki 5, and how easily could it be done in TiddlyWiki 5?
The tagging concept is, it's quite sophisticated, because if you go down, then you have another tree structure. I think there is some
work to be done.
Because the trees themselves are very similar to table of content, because tagging has the same problem. with recursion, the table of contents plugin. So if we arrange the table of contents plugin in a nice way, I think we can create structures like this already. Yeah? One thing which is really cool, I don't know, how did you create the multicolors? Is this?
That's part of TiddlyWiki.
Oh, okay.
Now, I've actually created.
I made a multi-column listing as part of my resume builder.
Yeah.
I actually have no idea about it.
Yeah, I did it with the Flexbox thing is really simple because it's new CSS. You change the default theme or the default layout of TiddlyWiki just with some CSS, and then you get the multicolor thing, and it also arranges the stuff as you could see. It had 3 elements, and then the 4th element covers the whole width. And then if there are 2, so that the last elements, it still looks kind of good. And it's mainly poor CSS. And I think it is done with float left, which is really hard to control.
Yeah, I mean, I've taken my classic and imported it, done some experiments trying to bring it into 5 to actually build up. And you do actually get the hierarchy of the table of contents, which is what you'd expect.
Oh, great.
But
it's not in the right place.
It's not in the right place.
Yeah,
there's a lot of work that can be done. But this is just a direct import and then converting all of the individual tiddlers to shows. I mean, there's still a few of these, I think, not completely converted, so you have to actually
index is public?
Yeah. Sorry? The public index, yes, is available on a Dropbox. That is the URL for it. I wonder if I can post that into the...
There's a chat window on the side here, yes. That's
the blue,
top button.
So that I can bookmark it. So one of the things that I use almost daily is TiddlySpace bookmarks plugin.
Yes.
So I will miss this really a lot. The TiddlySpace bookmarks is
Excellent. Dragon, thank you very much. That was really cool to see. So now, what we possibly should do next is spend a bit of time just coordinating where we are on the website. So one of the things that I was hoping was that we could get Dragon to participate in the federation with the TiddlyWiki Classic. So when you're ready, Dragon, if you can make a Tiddly spot.
I've already done so.
With tiddlers with the tag TW discussion post. So this is the instructions for a TiddlyWiki Classic user to create a post. And it's basically we need, I'll point to it, it's written up here, TW discussion post and the role field. Oh, can you create custom field?
Yes, if you have a plugin.
I need that plugin.
It's called Feeds plugin.
Oh, okay, so that is a little bit of technical we're going to have to do. Perhaps we've chosen a tag to make it easier to work with. Well, no, so we can still. You've got access to that.
So if it's under more fields, then you should probably see it. So if you close the field, say save. It's done. No, not closing it, but just okay. Open it again.
That's right.
Say okay, done. And then you say more fields. Okay, now the plugin is not there.
Yes.
Where do I have it?
What's the name of it?
I just have to think about it. One moment.
What's the name of the plugin again?
I don't know. I have to search it. Yeah.
Xavier,
Fields editor, is it?
Yeah,
Well,
probably.
visual, TiddlyWiki, visual, of course,
Really important.
Yeah. Probably the right one. So if you go to the chat, there is a link. Where did you post it?
in the chat, not the.
In the Google chat.
Yeah.
Yes, in the Hangout chat.
Google Mail, Google Mails. And there is something which is called Field Editor.
Yeah, on the left side. This
Yeah, double click. Control C.
Did you say a decimeter?
Yeah.
We never use that word, even though it exists.
Really?
No, we would just absolutely, well, say 4 inches probably. But,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
10 centimeters.
yeah.
So no, people don't use decimeters and feet, very reluctant users of the metric.
Yeah. And by the way, to be stated loudly, it's this plugin that we're looking for. It's by Pascal Collin, made in December 2007.
Now you have the possibility to create a new field.
Awesome.
Yeah.
The idea of 9-year-old software.
And it works.
Is Kevlar role as it's.
Oh, no, they should be all lowercase, the field name, sorry. They're the small cats, not lowercase letters.
And the TW discussion post.
Yeah,
Is that
with a capital D and a capital P. While Dragon's doing that, I am going to present him with the commemorative TiddlyWiki badge that everybody else got yesterday. Perhaps more meaningful for Dragon because it features TiddlyWiki Classic. Yeah! A reminder, it's
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, you had one, I think, is
Well, I used it, but very little, so yeah, nothing.
You never hacked on it?
No.
Well, whereas the rest of us were all TiddlyWiki Classic enthusiasts at one stage or another. Still are, I guess. Xavier,
Jeremy, while Dragon is doing the iteration, I was just trying to. I had never played with tagging, but I tried it in TiddlyWiki 5. So what I've understood is that if there is a title, it's a tiddler with a title, and then it has a tag, and you also have another tiddler with the title of the tag. As of now, really, they're just two tiddlers, and nothing happens. So what are we trying to achieve? What does this plugin does in the sense it automatically creates some kind of index, or
It's not automatically creating the index. You still have to tag the different structure on your own. But tagging is a plugin that has some that presents different views. So you get the list view and the tree view, and you can sort. I think sort by date. There are different sort mechanisms and so on. And it's very, very similar to the table of contents macro that we have. But the table of contents macro is only one part of tagging. Yeah.
okay?
So the history of it is that in TiddlyWiki Classic, originally there was no relationship envisaged between tiddler titles and tags. So you had a bag full of tiddler titles and you had a bag full of tags, and they were separate.
Correct.
The primary innovation in tagging was to say, what if we treat tag names as if they were also the names of tiddlers? And so you had this ability that if you saw something tagged Munchkin, then you could click on Munchkin and the tiddler for that tag would give you more information about that tag. And then in tagging, there was a bunch of user interface additions to present related information using those relationships. Now, in TiddlyWiki 5, what we did from the beginning was we made the association that a tag title is a tiddler. So if you click on a tag drop-down in TiddlyWiki 5, one of the options is to navigate to the tiddler corresponding to that tag. So that part of tagging is there by default. The bit that's not is the specific arrangement of navigation menus that tagging have, which we really ought to have as a plugin because they can be duplicated in TiddlyWiki 5.
Yeah, okay.
Xavier, is there anything that you can share with us?
Not really. I wanted to share something about the way I'm using TiddlyWiki on my smartphone, my Android smartphone. I'm making some experiments with Node.js and Firefox thanks to a new application that is called Terminux, like Terminal and Linux. And it is a really fantastic application where you can just run a Linux inside your.
Why can't you show us?
I can probably show you something.
Oh, you mean because of not being able to screen share?
Yeah, that's
oh, okay. Is it worth? I mean, can one screen share from Android? I mean, with my iPhone, if I plug my iPhone into my Mac, then I can make the iPhone's display appear on my Mac screen, if you see what I mean. Android doesn't let you do that?
Probably, yeah.
It does if you've got the right software.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to put that anywhere near my
take
laptop.
too much time, I guess, for me to understand how to do that. But I can show you.
Oh, hang on, let me click on Xavier's screen so you can see it more close up. Hold it still so that it gets a chance to depixelate.
Do you see it there?
That is really what, in the 1970s, we'd have imagined a pocket computer to be like,
Exactly.
with a terminal display for
So here,
people with brilliant eyesight.
inside that, you have a Node.js server running, and even two, actually.
So can you switch away from the command line and just go to any browser on the device and visit localhost? Yeah. And under what circumstances will the Node.js process get shut down?
If you switch the phone off and on.
But if you start watching a video or something, it'll just keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
So can you listen on 00 so some of the rest of us on the Wi-Fi can connect to your...
if he has a hotspot, do you have a hotspot?
Yes, you just share on
Yeah,
Wi-Fi?
I could probably do that. At least you can see that on the Firefox application, you can see that I'm
on localhost, yeah.
on localhost.
That is amazing.
I used a small wiki to keep track of my my travel here, including the timetable of Oxford. So probably in a few minutes I could share the server, and you may try to.
I think that would be quite fun.
And then we all spam his mobile phone.
Keep me, let me 10 minutes and I will tell you if I'm.
That's very cool. Thank you for sharing that. I had no idea that that was possible.
So Xavier, is that Node.js an application, or how did you load Node.js on your Android?
It was as simple as installing Terminux. I don't know how to pronounce that. And once you have a Linux on your phone, you can just
how do you install it? Say you say
apt-get.
Okay.
And it communicates pretty well with the rest of the. As much as possible, there are some security rules, but as much as possible.
Yeah, I was concerned about the battery life of the phone.
I didn't experience a problem with that.
Okay,
So
that's
I
cool.
didn't measure enough.
Yeah, I also have the possibility with my phone to create this, to work with the terminal, but I didn't try it because I was concerned about the battery life. So but now I see I should really try it. Because my browser can't store blobs. So if I say save TiddlyWiki, then it won't save.
Yes, that's the problem, and that's the good thing with. I'm not sure actually that Chrome on Android works as well as Firefox. I'm not sure that Chrome accepts, because they probably didn't envision that you could serve a local host.
Yeah, I think the TiddlyWiki community always does strange things with HTML files.
The thing I find just so amazing about this is when TiddlyWiki started in 2004, it was very much a product of desktop browsers. It was when the only internet was the internet you got in Firefox, and everybody lived in Firefox, and there was no Chrome. And then by about 2007, 2008, I felt that a weakness of TiddlyWiki was that it had such a poor story on mobiles, because from a bandwidth perspective, there was no choice but for the mobile to suck down the entire wiki, and then the user interface wasn't well adapted for mobiles. But where we've got to now, where smartphones have caught up and everybody around this table, apart from Jed, has a smartphone that's about equivalent to a laptop of 2014, that suddenly all these amazing things. I mean, who would have thought that the key to TiddlyWiki 5 having a great mobile story on Android is the Node.js edition, which, you know, at the time I thought of as the mainframe edition of TiddlyWiki 5 for, you know, heavy users. But of course, it makes just as much sense on more sense if you can create a hotspot and invite people to join and participate in, you know, a wiki you're running off of your phone. I think that's a pretty amazing thing. Yeah, well, it's good that Android is insecure enough to allow us to do all of these things. So, Matt, you can't screen share to show us stuff, or do you think you can try?
I have a zillion things, but not really anything. I hope to focus on Federation right now, and the things I have done in Federation yesterday, they were truly minor styling things, so I don't really have anything meaningful there.
And so tell us about what you hope to do on the Federation side.
Oh, like generally what I hope my thoughts about.
So what's your, I mean, I think now if we could switch to doing a bit of collaborative development to make it interesting for the people at home. We should all say what we're planning to do next, and then talk about it a bit, and then show it. Would be the ideal thing. So
yeah,
we can start with you, or we can start with Jed.
I can talk about. I should probably like appear on the screen.
Yeah, I think this. I turned the screen off, but I can turn it on again. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about like general fantasies about Federation. Then it's a really big thing. If people haven't realized that yet, but I compare it. I think of it as the difference between back in the 90s when you had your PC, and I recall in a workplace someone was saying he was going to buy a new PC, and he was considering buying this thing internet also to it. And it was like, no, I decided not to. I'll just surf on the hard drive instead. And well, that causes a smile now because it's obvious now what a huge thing it is to connect PCs to each other's and computers to each other's. And I see the same like basic possibilities with connecting TiddlyWikis. I think it would be a very big thing to collaboratively build TiddlyWikis, and also not only the wikis themselves, the systems, but also the content. And I think we'll be able to we'll see new kinds of TiddlyWiki, a new focus where people share content in a very different way, because that has not been the matter yet. And this should also previously, has talked mostly about creating a discussion, like a text discussion communication type thing. But there should be other things that we can do using this basic idea also. For instance, let's see now, I have been thinking a lot about this, like various things. Okay, one idea that I explained yesterday that I hope we can make is like a knowledge base with help, TiddlyWiki help. As you can see on the forum, the Google forum, people are asking questions all the time, but what's happening is that those answers are they're drowned in the archives typically, and sometimes they pop up again, sometimes people manage to find the things they're looking for, but I am guessing, and based on experience, that oftentimes you don't really know how to find things. If we have something based on Twitteration where we aggregate knowledge, we'll have a much more focused documentation source where to find answers. So that's one idea. Another thing, I'll come back actually.
Tell us what your next step is for building stuff. So yesterday you did some styling.
Yeah, okay, my personal next step, I'm a bit limited because I don't really have the coding skills. So I'm a bit limited by the actual stuff that Jed and well, Jeremy and others help to build, and then I can kind of come with input about what I think works well and what doesn't work well, and I can also style things. But the very next thing I hope to be that when you set up a TiddlyWiki for Twitteration, for communication with others, I hope that you should be able to also register a Tiddly spot in this process or on the side, so that you get your TiddlyWiki online and you can easily try out Twitteration without having to feel that you're downloading a lot of stuff and without the complexity that you currently have to go through to put a TiddlyWiki 5 on TiddlySpot, because it's not currently set up for that. So you have to like do a little circumvention there. So I hope to get this little step much smoother, so you can register a new TiddlySpot and have it up for Twitteration right away. And related to this is we're putting up the twitteration.tiddlyspot.com site, where all the TiddlyWiki cards will be listed, so that anyone who does want to participate in the Twitteration can find everyone else. In other words, they can find the equivalent of business cards there, the wiki cards that is part of the, when you join the Twitteration, what you actually do is you create a wiki that can communicate, but you also send your business card, your wiki card, to this official list, so that you know where to find, others know where to find you, and you also have one place where you can find all other participating TiddlyWikis. This will be refined, and I think we'll see more and more niche areas, which actually reminds me of another big thing that we can do with Twitteration. I think we can build something like the equivalent of an app store, so that we have a place where we go and we see reviews and download links for plugins and themes, etc. I don't have to explain what an app store is. But this really would allow us to solve a long time problem with the dispersed and spread out plugins. They are all over the internet, the TiddlyWiki plugins, and you don't really know where to find them. The best we have so far is, of course, TiddlyWiki.com, where Jeremy manually has to put in every link. And there is also the Erwin's site, the community aggregator.
One way that we could achieve this would be to make it so that a twederated object was a link. So if we had a standard format for links, then we could elsewhere then present a list of the links that are found in most people's TiddlyWikis. So it would be like Delicious used to be when, so it'd be very easy to find out what's hot, for instance, is you'd get a list of all links that had been added, created in the last 3 days or what have you, sorted by the number of, what's the word, number of people who have bookmarked the same link, if you see what I mean. And then by applying tags to the links, things like plugin and tutorial and so on, we would have quite a nice system that would make sure that the things that were popular were easy to find.
So how would this information get transmitted? Would it? Yeah.
So we'd using the server-side stuff that we've created today. So with everybody who's in the twederation, they'd just add their links. Hopefully, they'd add the links that are useful for them themselves. They would tag them appropriately. Then the server-side process that we saw here would pull in all of those remote wikis, and it would do the aggregation that I just discussed of, for instance, giving us a tiddler that contained all of the links added in the last 3 days in popularity order, or all of the links added ever in popularity order.
And wait, they should manually type those links to provide them, or is it something that is kind of fetched from the wiki itself? Could this be automated?
So it's the same thing. So at the moment, people publish posts on their own website, and then we pull them together here on my computer and run a script that aggregates them and produces a static HTML file. And I'm saying we do the same thing with links. So each individual posts their own links as tiddlers in their own twederated wiki. Then when this process on my computer runs, it retrieves all the wikis, retrieves all the links, and then does the aggregation that I've described to make the lists, and then we publish those as a static HTML link. So in other words, we could create, just like the wiki that I showed you a moment ago for this meetup, we can create a static page that would be a list of popular TiddlyWiki links, and it would change every day, so people would want to keep coming back and seeing what's become popular.
And just to make sure, is it when the links are fetched, are they fetched automatically? Are they?
It's the same as twederation. It's the same as post.
Yeah, but in post you actually write your own message there.
Yeah, so this is saying you would sit at your own wiki and create, instead of creating a post, you'd create a link.
Okay.
So there'd be a form that, instead of the post form which says what the subject is and what the body is, it would say what's the link URL, what's the description, what are the tags you wish to apply to it. So it'd be the same, basically, the whole point about twederation, or not the whole point, for me, an important point of twederation is to federate that which people are already doing. So people in the TiddlyWiki community, like everybody else, we already record bookmarks to things that we're going to need to visit again. And what we're trying to do is a bit like open source, that everybody has their own personal wiki that they keep their personal stuff in that they're happy to be public. And federation happens as a sort of byproduct of things being public. And so we're trying to make it so that the collaboration is a side effect of people just doing what they do. Yeah. Instead of the, at the moment, for instance, collaboration in the sense of posting a link to TiddlyWiki.com is, as Matt said, it's labor intensive. It requires Jeremy's intervention.
An idea for that would be that people, instead of manually typing in links, they give admission to somehow have the link, the URLs given in the plugins, because every plugin or most plugins have a like source link, or they have the name of the plugin at least, so that they give permission. So
well, we can do a more direct version of that. Is so you're saying make it so that if I have a plugin installed, then the link associated with that plugin is automatically published
Yes.
from that wiki.
Yes.
But in fact, we could go a bit more direct. We could just, for each of the wikis that we read, we could figure out what plugins there are in that, and again, aggregate that information and create popularity charts.
Yes, this I think would be very powerful, because then we don't rely on people's
But it's the same point as I mentioned before. People already install plugins into their TiddlyWikis in order to do their stuff, and this is just hanging on the back of that by monitoring what plugins we see and figuring out what's popular. So yeah, we could do plugin charts for that. And I think for some people, they might want to have, say, a wiki that you use to publish your own plugins. You might want that to participate in Twederation just so that you're publishing the plugin use information in that wiki. And then that makes your plugins discoverable by other people. So yeah, two great ideas there. We're talking about Twederating links and Twederating plugins. And the usage of plugins, I guess.
And a continuation of that could be that if you state in your wiki card what your wiki is about, for instance, you may say that, okay, it's about authoring books. I use it as an authoring tool. Then the tag authoring perhaps is associated with certain sets of plugins, and we would eventually see like crystallizations of groups of plugins that are particularly appropriate, or at least particularly popular among authors or among chefs or gardeners or whatever. This, I think, is a really
part of that is so then you're speculating then on what it would be like if we got people to disclose voluntarily, more information about what the TiddlyWiki they're federating is for. So that sounds like a discussion about information that goes into the TW card, into the card that describes that wiki.
Yes.
And one of the things there is, again, the current system that we've got has many different fields on that tiddler, and it's sort of by convention what those fields are. We might want to extend it a bit so that we have we can have multiple tiddlers composing the card. So, for instance, a way of doing that would be to move to role equals TW card item for those individual tiddlers that are components of the card, because we want to be able to share these conventions. And one of the ways, so if you add an extra field to your TW card, it's quite hard for me to add that same field to my card. Whereas if you added a tiddler that says, I'm a TW card tiddler that declares that I, Matthias, prefer grizzly bears to polar bears, then I can see that tiddler, copy it to my wiki and modify it, which makes it easier to copy, if you see what I mean. So this thought is we're reliant, we want to evolve dynamic conventions that change over time, where we choose, based on what's been working for us so far, different types of information that we want to encode, and we agree how we encode it so that we can share it. And to say we want the conventions that we evolve to be represented as shareable items themselves, to make it easy to explicitly share the conventions. Sorry, I'm really overemphasizing that point, but
that's really cool. This is.
So, what's your next step then?
My next step, well, it's detail. I intend to show Jed some of the styling things I've done for the wizard setup of the Twitteration in the plugin to get.
So this is the plugin that people who wish to publish in the Twitteration use to convert or to start a wiki that's participating in the Twitteration.
Yeah. It's the Twitteration edition that contains the plugin to participate. To publish, yes,
Yeah.
and I guess also you need the plugin also to fetch.
Well, no, because that's one of the things that we're trying to do here is to make it so that if all you want to do is watch, you just visit the static copy of the site, and you don't need to have your browser fetching everybody's TiddlyWikis in full.
Yes, but I think okay, maybe that's something that we will be able to implement.
So,
because
that's what's here. Sorry. So that's what this is.
Yes, but this is the server.
Static snapshot
this is
of the discussion. So what we're talking about here is how people join into Twitteration. For people who want to participate by publishing stuff, then they need the plugins installed in their TiddlyWiki. For people who just want to read the discussion, they can access this version, the static HTML version, not have to install any plugins. Or by installing the plugins in their own TiddlyWiki, then they can dynamically participate where their own browser is retrieving the latest messages, etc.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
So, and Jed, where are you up to?
I am fighting the Git right now. I don't have my computer here with me. I'm doing all the different projects. I can modify TiddlyWiki just fine, and I can do all that just fine on my tablet. Unfortunately, putting it into a form where the plugin can be updated and distributed nicely requires me to fight with GitHub and using all of that on my tablet. So, but right now we have a basic application for the Twitteration, the blog posts that I'm passing around. I'm working on allowing threaded conversations, and all of that seems to be working just fine. I will hopefully be passing that off to Matthias sometime soon so that he can make it look pretty, because if you have seen my UIs, they quite often end up looking sort of hideous, at least compared to what he makes. So yes, hopefully we will have a plugin available for people who are not me, to have threaded conversations using Twitteration, and that's what I have been focusing on. That's what I have been doing for this right now. So, yeah.
Cool. And Mario, what about you?
Yeah, we have to finish a little bit from yesterday so that gets Travis going. We had a little problem with a big repository that we need to clone for the automatic build process. And here we have the Wi-Fi, which is kind of slow. So we need to iron out how we can do this. And then basically test the build process for the homepage that you created for the meetup. And then it should be done or created in an automatic way. So we have the continuous delivery and continuous integration. That's it. Developed.
Cool. Why don't we take a chance to Atul, ask you if you've got any questions or observations from where we are at the moment.
Let me unmute myself. Sorry. Yeah. First, curiosity: how did we create the static HTML file that we have made for this Hangout? The blue one that you made, because that is something very
It's the way it's created is by running a script. So I just go build. So let me get rid of that. And it actually takes quite a long time. So here you can see it's reading tweddle.tiddlyspot.com. So this is it going out over the network and retrieving at this stage only Matt's wiki. And that will carry on for 4.5 lines or so. And then you'll get, well, in fact, you can see above the previous one, then you get a message, but these are the 2 tiddlers that were extracted from Matt's wiki. And then that last stage is building the static version. And in fact, it's building two versions. There's this one, which is a static HTML file with no JavaScript, but there's also, at a slightly different URL, /wiki.html, an interactive TiddlyWiki version of the same thing. So, gosh, the Wi-Fi really is slow. So this is a familiar interactive TiddlyWiki that has got exactly the same material in it. Now, as it happens, you can also, from in here, you can go export all as a single-page website, and then open that HTML file, and this is a static rendering created within the browser. So this is a single HTML file. That's why the image there isn't working, is because the image isn't in the expected place. So all that's saying, Atul, is that we can create those static HTML pages under Node.js or in the browser. We're focusing on doing it under Node.js because the work that Mario referred to was making it so that build process happens in the cloud automatically. So we want to get to the point where when Matt publishes a new post on his Twitter-rated wiki, the act of making that post somehow triggers a rebuild process so that within a minute or 5, that static HTML file gets updated. So then that goes to the point Matt and I were just talking about, where there'll be, as a reader of Twederation, there's 2 levels of participation. One is where you're running a node in the network and you're retrieving people's messages, and that's using all the client-side plugins, and that can be as up-to-date as we want to make it. We've been talking about using WebRTC and stuff. There's technology we can use to make it fairly close to real time how that works. Whereas the static rendering gets updated from time to time, and that might be as frequently as every minute or 2, but it's probably going to be every 5 or 10 minutes. But that's kind of okay for those of us who, plenty of people, they read the TiddlyWiki discussion group by going there from time to time. People like me who have it as emails arriving, at high speed through the day are in the minority, it turns out.
I'd like to share what I'm doing here. Well, it's not really something that I've created as such, but a lot of it is still thought. I'll try and screen share for the first time. Entire screen share. Can you see my screen now? Okay.
And it's like a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, that's what it is. Let me see, where do I need to be? Okay. So this is, so we have open education resources that we want to distribute to everybody so that they could read it, learn it on their own. And we are using the offline delivery mechanism, which is the library box or the pirate box.
Okay.
And yeah, and right now this is random, lot of stuff that we have, and we have QR codes, or people could browse through the browser to figure out what they want to watch or what they want to download on their phones. So that's one part where somehow we want to deliver the educational skill content and make sure everybody has something on their phone for them to go through it at any time, anywhere. Well, the next step is really important, where TiddlyWiki comes in. I'm trying to create a system where the curriculum gets loaded. I mean, everybody downloads a TiddlyWiki. Then they download the curriculum that they're working on, either through a plugin mechanism or through the federation mechanism. And once they have the curriculum on their phones, now they also do have the media that they have downloaded either from the Pirate Box or they would have received it through WhatsApp, because WhatsApp creates their own folders and there's a whole lot of stuff that gets loaded on your phone. And if we could make groups of students who are trying to learn something, and if they're exchanging things on WhatsApp, so we do have media, audio, visual from WhatsApp in WhatsApp folder, or maybe through the Pirate Box on their download folder. Now,
just a quick question about
yes.
WhatsApp. So if you use WhatsApp to send a TiddlyWiki HTML file to another person, can the other person open it and see it with the JavaScript enabled?
I haven't tried that. I mean, right now, WhatsApp is generally we send audio, videos, and images. Haven't really tried to send an HTML file, and well, if it's quite possible that if an HTML file is sent, then they could download. Then it would be there on the download folder as an .html file. I haven't tried it.
Okay.
But yeah. Okay. So if on one side we have tiddlers with just tiddler titles, and that each tiddler representing a curriculum to do something, and they already have media on their phone, and then we enable them to sort of attach that media to each tiddler. So then each tiddler will get the media which they have downloaded, either through the cloud or through the Pirate Box. Now that will make their learning very individualistic. It is going to be exactly what they want to learn, and media they already have, and then this TiddlyWiki sort of becomes their evidence of whatever they have learned or whatever they are learning. And from there on, if we can send their learning activities through XAPI and to an LRS, and then sort of show it through the CV edition of TiddlyWiki. I mean, that's the portfolio part. But right now, I'm just trying to create where it becomes easy for everybody to attach a media, audiovisual, whatever they have, and if they could load it onto each tiddler at the at a click of a button.
And you're solving the problem within the context of a Pirate Box, a library box at the moment. So
yes, because delivering of content. I mean, of course, India is getting a lot of Wi-Fi, but it's still a long way before it reaches the target audience, and we have to have an offline delivery mechanism, and so.
It makes it a lot easier to be on a box like that where you've got everything in one place already, solves the cause problems and things. And are you anticipating using the Node.js configuration of TiddlyWiki on the library box?
Yes, that is one possibility as well. Yes, but I haven't gone that far, and my programming skills are still limited. I haven't really explored TiddlyWiki on Node.js, and I haven't even loaded Node.js on library box, because OpenWrite, which is the Linux edition that library box uses, still does not have the package for Node.js. So I believe that is still under process. I mean, I'm keeping an eye on it. But once the library box has Node.js, then yes. But as of now, the library box is really nothing but just a lot of audio, video, which is already available as an open source, and so we're just trying to sort of distribute all those. So this is one part, and if I were to go this, so the random content is delivered through WhatsApp or through BiblioBox. And the curriculum is downloaded, because see, this is an unregimented sort of a learning. It's not that you have we know exactly. So people are learning on the fly whatever they want to learn, and so they don't download a huge curriculum. It's like a small set of skills that they are acquiring on the way. And so they just download only 5 or 6 tiddlers in each plugin, which would be the curriculum, and they could attach the content. So in the second part, where we say there's a loan and, I mean, I'm just calling it a load and learn edition, but I still haven't figured out a mechanism how when I say, see, it could be in the toolbar, or it could be on the sidebar, some button which says click, and it opens the file manager, and I go to my download file and I select, and it sort of adds the wiki text around it or something, and just loads it. And the moment you save the tiddler, we have the video audio sort of embedded.
Yeah. So you're talking here about being able to, within a TiddlyWiki, to browse the file system to find audiovisual content, and then to create a tiddler representation of an item of content.
Is it possible?
Yes, you would need the Node.js edition, or
Okay.
you would need something like Tiddly Desktop, because normally if you use the browse button from a web page, as when you're uploading a file, the web page doesn't get to see the location of the file, it just gets its contents. So you can't create a link to an existing file, basically, in the browser. All you can do is ingest the contents of a file that the user chose. And here, you don't want to be, I assume these audiovisual elements are big enough that we don't want to be copying them around the place via the browser. We want to work with them in situ. So yeah, that's the Node.js thing that doesn't exist yet. There are things that, Plex, for instance, and I think Mario was talking about OSMC, the Open Source Media Center.
Yeah.
These are open source web-based projects that do the media selection part very, very well. So Plex is the one I'm familiar with. It will find DVDs that you've ripped and then go and look up the artwork and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it makes a nice browsable interface for audiovisual content. So I do wonder whether the opportunity might not be to integrate those things a little. Stuff like creating a easy to scroll interface that shows a whole load of video thumbnails, allowing you to click on one of those thumbnails to play the video. That stuff has already been done, and it's feasible to do it inside TiddlyWiki, but it kind of would be nice to take advantage of somebody who's already done it, because things like media, you're browsing through thousands of photos in a web page. People don't do that the naive way. You have to kind of take care in the browser over memory consumption and so on to get decent performance. And I think those tools, Open Source Media Center and Plex, have kind of done that, and it would be quite arduous to replicate their work. I'm a huge fan of integrations. So, I think for people like you class yourself, Atul, as somebody who's not a developer, and we're used in this room to the people who consider themselves to not be developers to see that as being, that they see that as being a disadvantage. But the particular, I think there are some things that non-developers are free of. Developers, we're deeply in one thing. I can only know TiddlyWiki to the level of detail that I know TiddlyWiki, because my brain isn't big enough to know too many things to that level of complex things, that level of intimacy. If you're not a developer, you have a freedom to integrate across multiple domains that's really hard for developers, because it's hard to be a developer is to be an expert, and it's hard to be an expert in several things. But you guys who are saying, hang on, I'm not an expert in TiddlyWiki because I can't code, you can be not an expert in several things, several different types of software, and then fold them together, which is like a multiplier. And so taking the best bits of something like Plex, that's best in a breed at what it does, combining it with TiddlyWiki, that gives you real power as a non-developer. And I think that's the direction I'd be. It's easy for, in your situation where you're trying to get stuff built, basically. And it's hard to persuade people to build, to make the commitment to build something that you want. So you're already doing what you kind of have to do in this situation, which is to figure out what people are already building, like federation, that can be used, sort of assimilated into your goals. But integration, that's the killer thing to ask for, because these things, they're all web-based. Things like Plex, Open Source Media Center, it lives in a land of files and HTML and browsers, just like TiddlyWiki does. It's quite easy for people like Jed or Mario or I to explore the integration possibilities with specific bits of software. For web-based stuff like Plex, there's real opportunities to use to integrate in a rather lightweight way, where you just drop in the TiddlyWiki HTML file and do a few little bells and whistles around it. So that's what I would encourage, is for you to find another product that has exactly what you want in terms of media handling, and then to be able to frame what you're after in terms of an integration between those two things. And if we're lucky, that could be much less work than building from scratch.
Right now, I am able to do something in the sense, if I download a video file on my download folder on my mobile Android, and then I open the Tiddler and I do the square brackets, etc. Then I go to a separate application, file manager, and I go to that place where I copy the full path of the media, and then I copy it in, and then when I close it, it all works fine. But then absolutely, for someone to do that, I can do it, but the target group I'm looking at, if it could just be a simple button, and if
what you're doing by doing that manually, you're jumping between two different security contexts. So you're being the bridge between these worlds that the phone tries intentionally to keep very separate, that of the file system and the web pages that you're viewing. So there's very strict security walls that are designed to specifically prevent what you're asking for, and you're jumping over the wall with a cheery shake of the clipboard, because the clipboard is the user, and the user has sovereignty and can copy things between security contexts. So weirdly, even though the manual way that you're doing it is very simple and it didn't require any work to get it done, to automate that opens up a whole new world of complexity, because basically, as I say, you can't do it in the browser, so it means moving to Node.js, which is a monstrous explosion in complexity from your point of view. But then, you're in proof of concept land, and so I think a lot of us here, we talk about trying to make TiddlyWiki more popular. One of the ways to do that is to make the things that people make with TiddlyWiki more popular. So you need to get traction for your ideas. You need to get funding. You need to produce prototypes so that people will say, yep, that's going to be a great answer in this situation for this problem. And yeah, even if those prototypes have clunky corners, like having to copy and paste a link, it kind of doesn't matter when you're at the prototype stage, because it still makes the bigger statement about what new human capability you're enabling by delivering this knowledge, this learning capability to people in a situation where they're not usually served. Does that make sense? I'm sort of
absolutely.
What you want is complicated, but hopefully that doesn't matter too much.
I think one last screen, and then this could be it could be a lot of help here, which is in terms of increasing the usability of TiddlyWiki. Is, say, for the visually impaired, we have a lot of audio, and the present way they're doing is they're using a DAISY format, which is an MP3, but they have an XML notation, and they have a .xml file. So the DAISY reader goes through the XML notation, reads it out, and whatever you want to press, it starts the MP3 from that particular location. Audio annotation in a TiddlyWiki 5, if we could find a way to import from the .smil file since the audio is already there, the XML, I mean, all those XML annotations are already there, then all of a sudden we could have a whole lot of DAISY formats also available in TiddlyWiki format. And DAISY format is a little tricky. You need DAISY players, you need DAISY readers. Here, you just don't need anything. So this is one application where TiddlyWiki 5 could really, be used for.
So DAISY is an XML file format that allows annotations on media content, and you're saying that there already are lots of DAISY readers, DAISY tools out there, and DAISY files. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of audiobooks.
Do Khan videos, for instance, have DAISY files associated with them?
See, in that case, that's what the question is, because there's no DAISY format for a video that the world has sort of felt the need for, because essentially for the visual impaired, they want audio. For hearing impaired, you see, the video is all they can see. Yes, of course they can jump, but then I haven't seen a lot of specific formats for video which have XML annotations. But then, since video annotation is already possible in TiddlyWiki 5, that is something we haven't really explored that area. I have written it as a bullet point, but I haven't really explored it much. But I'm not aware of any DAISY-ish sort of format for video. But I guess I'll look at it now that you've.
Okay, so DAISY is an audio thing.
Yeah. It's just an audio.
Sample DAISY file now. Basically, importing XML content will always require code to be written to map what's in the XML file to Tiddlers, but it's basically pretty easy. I've done a lot of work in that area over the last year, and come to see it as being fairly easy. Looking at the XML file, it's easy. It's HTML embedded in an XML file, so we can absolutely pull out clean content from this.
And finally, there are tons of EPUBs, and there are EPUB generators, so all PDFs are essentially EPUBs, all HTMLs are EPUBs, which can be created. But EPUB is specifically required in the context of screen readers, because, again, coming back to visually impaired, EPUB is, of course, easy because it manages itself according to the screen. It allows screen readers to go through it. Now, I tried to run a screen reader on TiddlyWiki 5, and naturally it was messy because it would read just. EPUB is a very simple sort of a straight thing that a screen reader reads. So some time back, I was following a discussion where it was that EPUB, TiddlyWiki could effectively be more effective than EPUB and could replace it eventually. But we have to really solve the problem of screen readers. So if we can solve the screen reader issue with TiddlyWiki.
The quick sidebar on screen readers with TiddlyWiki 5. I was very lucky a few years ago that a user of assistive devices, a guy who used a screen reader, sent me some audio recordings of him using a screen reader with TiddlyWiki 5. And that was really interesting because what I'd visualized in my head about using a screen reader was a sort of gentle, oh yes, page down, left a bit, right a bit. But in fact, people who use screen readers, they interrupt the prompts after only 50 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds is enough for them to recognize keywords they're listening for. So it's a very staccato matter of, as they jump around the page. And it made me realize that there was no way that I would ever be able to figure out on behalf of an user of assistive devices whether I had done an effective job. Because when you talk to them, they've got all kinds of techniques they use to navigate websites that haven't been marked up well. So anyway, so I came to rely on him, and we made a number of the easy changes that we could do to make things more navigable, and I'm really interested in doing more.
Yeah, also there is one TiddlyWiki 5 user. It's in Linz, so it's not very far away.
Oh, yeah.
I was already thinking about to visit this guy, and he should show me how to use TiddlyWiki, because I did install a screen reader, and I couldn't do anything useful.
No, same here. Same here. I mean, there's a screen reader built into the Mac, but it doesn't help. You've got to have a person.
And so it would be really interesting what he thinks should be improved in terms of usability. And this guy already, I think we made some changes already, some other layers and this stuff. And it seems like this guy is also a geek, so he knows how to use it and works with the existing.
And so basically, Ethel was saying is that there's none of the problems so although undoubtedly problems exist with TiddlyWiki 5 that it's not optimally set up for screen readers, there is no systematic reason why we can't fix all of that. It's just literally that we haven't done it all. So, and as Mario mentioned, it's a matter of adding certain specific properties.
Yeah, so the problem is that we don't have the experience, because we don't know how it feels to use a screen reader.
So what we need is feedback from screen reader readers. So just to make TiddlyWiki effective, we've had to take into account feedback from people who have a whole load of different use cases, think different things are important. I think we need a multiplicity of screen reader users providing the same kind of feedback to help us judge what can be done to improve things. But to yours, the main point you were making was about EPUB. Yes, I mean, to me, TiddlyWiki has the promise over EPUB of being able to build much more fundamentally customizable and interactive experiences, and particularly in the field of learning, that does seem very attractive. Plus, I notice that people come along to the community all the time interested in this. There's a guy called John Newell who's recently been talking about a book that he's publishing as a TiddlyWiki. He's found an online service which enables digital files to be sold. So, there's a shopping cart, you can add things, and then you check out and pay, and then you're given access to download the files. So it's basically, John's found a way to monetize TiddlyWiki ebooks, and I think for a lot of people that's quite an important consideration. But he still suffers from a relatively poor user experience, that once you've downloaded that HTML file, what do you do with it? And he's actually got a really neat answer, even on the iPhone, which is that you view the HTML file in Safari and then you add it to your reading list. And that in Safari basically caches the file locally so that you can view it offline. But it's quite a clunky sort of process. So yeah, EPUB's something lots of people are interested in, and really ripe for more experimentation, I think.
So one last question: Is it possible that we have an application like an TiddlyWiki? It's an Android app to store, and we built into that some kind of a file manager which can pull the full path, and maybe a few things. And if we could, is it possible to make an application like that which does it?
So basically, that would be half of what Xavier is doing. So Xavier has shown how we can get Node.js running on an Android phone. The functionality that you described that would be needed in addition is the stuff I mentioned, of being able to Node.js extensions to be able to browse the file system and then create tiddlers that contain links to files found in the file system. So the good thing is none of that's specific to Android. That's something that would be generally useful for all Node.js users. And I think what Xavier is showing us is that running on Android is not a special case, that basically anything we could do on the desktop, we can do under Node.js. And that's a lot more useful because running Node.js on your mobile device means it's there with you all the time.
Not only that, but then you would have.
One.
Yeah, then I just wanted to mention that EPUB is quite poor in terms of features compared to any web page. The only real reason to have EPUB is that you can read it offline and also on e-ink devices, which is a really important thing, but not for people who are blind, of course. People who are blind want something that can read them to that. The thing is that what Jeremy mentioned, if we can have directly TiddlyWiki displayed through an application, it would be probably more powerful and with more features than an EPUB reader. I've seen people reading the web directly on their browser, and well-structured web pages are very much more appreciated than EPUB. Do you agree or
Yeah. But Xavier, a question. Did you have to root your Android phone in order to install Node.js?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just a matter of adding this very application, and in this application you can have Node.js. And I should add, because you have all the rest that Linux can bring, you can of course save, do all the Git things, and so it means that when you write something on your TiddlyWiki, it's very easy to save it and also to synchronize it as well. So that's for the writing part.
It's only that for the target audience that I am, looking at, they'd not be able to do anything of these. I mean, for them, even writing text is really a challenge. Could be even for a normal person, because you have to he or she has to understand the whole system. So either it has to be an app, an Android app, which could do it, or it has to be a much simpler system. Otherwise, we'll have to curate the whole file, create the whole TiddlyWiki along with all the media, and just create the whole book for them to just download and just start consuming without having to do anything themselves. So that's the other side.
Yeah, I agree. EPUB, the good thing with EPUB is that all these mechanisms already exist.
Is the audio working?
Try again.
Yeah, now it is. Okay.
So thank you, sorry. Multitasking and not very effectively at that. I wonder now if we might pay attention to getting everybody into the Twederation. So from my side, that means making sure that I've got TW server cards for everybody. And can I just peel off the ones that are on twederation.tiddlyspot.com?
Let me make sure that that's actually saved correctly yesterday. Also, if at some point you could get all the plugins in off of GitHub and rebuild the plugin itself.
Yes.
There should be, Matt is working on styling things, so that's it.
But no, so then at some point you're going to have everything in the repo. I'll just check the repo out and build it. And
everything is there now, it's just not.
Okay.
So if you could do that, then we could actually put the new plugin on the twitteration.tiddlyspot.com site, and new users could pull that out and then make updates for three things. I saw that Mark was having trouble because he can't get anything from Twitteration right now, or from the Twitteration.tiddlyspot.com because of the changes.
So is on Twitteration at the moment, is the list of cards, is that all the ones that I should, the checked ones, are those all the ones that I should include? So you, Jed, yourself, where are you Twittering?
I am just the Twitteration.tiddlyspot. Oh, no.
So I should include that one as well.
That one, and then all the checked ones from that.
Okay. So I'll do, my next stage is to do that, to bring in the other cards, and then I think I'm going to have to do some work to make the retrieval of the wikis be overlapped in parallel, because I think performance is going to be a bit of a problem otherwise. And then when I come up for air from that, then we'll see how we're getting on in terms of building the plugin. And do you want to check? Is your wiki, what's your wiki URL? Very good. And I can see discussion post.
I'm not sure what else I need to.
I think that's bang on. Well, you need text content saying, "Hello, everybody. This is Dragon here," or words to whatever effect you want. But that's perfect.
Yeah, that's probably so.
Was it easy to add the other field?
Yeah, also the plugin, and then shred it.
Because then, I mean, the other thing you could do is to create what we're calling a TW card, a tiddler that describes your server. But I think the first step is just to get some text into the discussion page. So I think while I'm coding, instead of leaving everybody looking at my ugly mug, I'm going to screen share, so at least there's something to look at, which is Jeremy coding. And so what I'm doing now is running up a local copy of the wiki and then importing from Jed's wiki all of the cards that describe the servers that are in the Federation. Which I'm having to do by dragging them one by one. But still, that's easier than it would be to retype them. There's 2 twaddles on here. I'm only going to take one. I didn't just take any, so I've already got one.
Yeah, there's some other things need to be cleaned up. There's a lot of rules that we don't. If you put that in it, get rid of all of the hooks, and then you can use the notations to make new ones. You have this. Oh, I see this. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, bugger.
And then you go to the creation.
don't know if I can just go off a bit of a tangent. What Atul was saying earlier, I've done a bit of work a couple of years back with using the VLC plugin to embed video content inside Tiddlers.
Very interesting, and yeah, exactly the point. How cool it is to integrate two things. That yes, is that something you can say?
Not at the moment. It's in a kind of broken state, but I've got an offline video server at home, but it's I was creating an index to all my videos because I've got literally terabytes of video content. Mostly stuff I have to capture off TV.
Yeah.
Digital video podcasts. And things like the recipes, the cooking shows that I've got. If you've got a recipe that includes cooking lamb, you just go to the Tiddler, find all the lamb entries, and it brings up the recipe in the cooking show with a start and end position of where the video content is. So if you wanted to look at the video like lamb and mint sauce to be cooking it, you just click play on it and it just plays it, and it's just brought up as a Tiddler.
I made something kind of like that for YouTube videos. It was a very simple proof of concept thing. I think Tobias might have extended it more than I did. But yes, with YouTube anyway, embedding YouTube videos is a very straightforward thing. And you can do it with just HTML, so you can do any of the plugins. So I don't know if that can be extended to anything that's not YouTube. I'm not sure how anyone wants to go.
Surely you could, because it would be the content of what's in the Tiddler.
Yes.
So whether you're using from YouTube or whether you're putting Vimeo or any of the other video services that smash the web.
Because YouTube is very easy to embed videos from there and pass the correct parameters to start and end times.
Also to index.
Yes.
If you want to refer to some place in the video, it's easy to embed the time in the URL.
I guess what the VLC plugin is buying is basically the same capabilities we get with the YouTube player for local videos.
The ability to have start and end positions of the content you want to play.
Yeah. I think I always say that TiddlyWiki's purpose is to help with the common human feeling of being disorganized. That I've come quite early on, just talking to people who are using TiddlyWiki, I came to the tentative conclusion that we all feel secretly a bit disorganized, whether it's our book collection or our record collection. We kind of feel like we'd get more out of our collection of videos if they were more organized. We'd get more out of life if we were more organized in the way that we approach life. So I kind of feel that's a quest for all of us. And as techies, we're the ones who are actually doing something about it, and that we're building stuff to organize our world. But of course, we end up spending all our time building the damn things that organize our world and never actually get around to doing the organization.
I tried using things like Evernote
Yes.
to keep track of things, and I thought, no, this just doesn't work for me because everything that Evernote's got, I've got in TiddlyWiki, so I just continue using TiddlyWiki.
Yeah. I tested several different things before I found TiddlyWiki. There you needed to install some browser plugins, and then it only works with these browser plugins. And there you have the storage is server side, but it's their server. Also, how is that thing called? Where you can download PDF files and store PDF files and HTML, copy paste HTML and everything. It's a Firefox browser plugin. Only works with Firefox. It's not Evernote, it's something different. I don't know. But it's also the problem. So everything that you copy in there is stored on their servers, and then to getting the content out is really complicated. So you basically need to download file per file, and that's a problem because they don't want that you leave the service. So That's really big problem.
And there's for the resume edition that I was working on, that I still work on, I guess. I was trying to get all this information off of LinkedIn because, for various reasons, I actually have a LinkedIn profile, which I despise LinkedIn.
Seconded.
Reasons. But and they have like this big thing in their policies about how you're always able to get all the information that they have. They will provide it to you in a nice, easy-to-use format. But their nice, easy-to-use format is a PDF file without a text there. So you can get everything that you put onto LinkedIn off of LinkedIn in a format that is the least usable way that they can give it to you, and still technically have given you something. So like, yeah, there's no way you have to manually copy everything off of it anyway. So no benefit to pulling everything down. I was hoping to be able to just pull everything off of LinkedIn, toss it into some converter, and have it spit out the correct things for the resume edition. But
I was thinking again about the things that we can do with a browser extension, because again, all these services that they're saying this is your data, and then they wheedle out of actually giving you access to your data. But we know we can always scrape everything that we can see with our eyes on the screen in the browser, and we can automate sites. So we absolutely could write a TiddlyWiki browser extension, or you had TiddlyWiki in a browser extension that just navigated its way through all of your LinkedIn contacts, importing stuff in a structured form as you like. Yeah, there's a kind of tension, I think, the way that TiddlyWiki can run in so many places. So as a browser extension, as a Node.js application, as a standalone file, as Tiddly Desktop with TiddlyFox, all these different things. It's very hard to know what to pay attention to. But over here, meanwhile, I've now run the process of importing from everybody's wikis. So this was the command line. It turns out that I had written the code correctly, and it was already parallelizing reading the servers, so it didn't take that long. It extracts a whole load of tiddlers, and the end result can now be seen at.
There's a lot of tests.
So, well, this is the interesting discussion. So I'd urge that you go here to tiddlywiki.com/TiddlyWiki Meetup 2016. So this is now sort of a page and a half of stuff. So it's a really interesting question now that some of what we need to do is to style it better. And hopefully we'll be able to reuse Matt's styling to get this looking more better. But we also, if we want this to act like a nice time machine, time capsule that makes sense to people in the future, some of the things that Matt's talked about rear their head, that we'd really like to be able to kind of curate this. And the fact that at the moment, to clean up any of this requires us to go back to the contributors and ask them to make an update. I mean, there's a lot here.
yeah,
I don't think I'm sorting by created date at the moment, which might be an issue.
But is this formatted? The text, is it?
Well, this is what I don't quite
there are
understand.
some pieces.
So that's clearly
Okay.
is, but this person from in my, that's for you, sorry. I think I'm transcoding it in line. So let's do some little fixes here.
First one short thing. Can you show me your directory structure of the GitHub from the page?
Sorry, directory structure. They're parallel to each other.
Yeah, it varies.
So under Germaline, there's germaline.github.io, and then there's that TiddlyWiki Meetup.
It says Germaline. Okay, Germaline, and then there's GitHub. Yeah, because I was thinking about today in the morning. You said, okay, there should be a parent of that, so I can create make directory Germaline, cd Germaline, and then it actually fits to your structure.
Yeah.
And then we can say create the directory and then pull GitHub.io, and then we have Germolin, and then all the structure. Then all the batch files and everything
will just work.
Yeah.
Well,
should work.
And what about the problem that we identified where the
yeah, I hope that Travis has a good internet connection.
well, because the thing I was
think
thinking is
400 megabytes.
but the code that's making the commit of the new content to germany.github.io, in order to make that commit to GitHub's server, all it needs is the diffs from the last snapshot.
Yeah, but the problem is that if you download ahead, if you download ahead or if you download the tag and only the tag without the history, you can merge it back again.
But why can't you though? Because
I think it's a good problem. As far as I know.
I'm wondering though. Think from first principles about what Git's doing. That basically a commit is a set of diffs. So we can. There's no question that from the snapshot of head and from the latest updates, we can create that diff.
Yeah, I have to look at it, but as I did understand it, if you just pull the latest version,
yeah,
then you can't merge it anymore.
No, okay, but you see where I mean, I understand what you're saying in terms of what worked with, but I'm saying that from first principles, it must be possible.
Yeah, I think so. You're right. Yeah. Does anyone have a headache? Does anyone have some?
No, oh, yes, I do.
Aspirin, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
We might be able to give you a choice of pills. Then what have I got here? I've got Solpadeine.
Oh, that's true.
Solpadeine is paracetamol, codeine, and caffeine.
Okay, this is paracetamol. Okay. This is the stronger one.
Fair enough.
Yep. In normal cases, I need 2 aspirin because of me.
But you said that you usually drink many coffees. You can get a headache from black or caffeine.
Yeah, probably. Maybe, But I think the cause actually is yesterday this bloody cold supermarket. Really, I really was very cold.
So is that quite an old one?
Yes, it is an old one.
Yeah. But it's amazing.
Yeah,
It's very nice.
It
was very nice.
I think that's the last one up there, like Maitland's they did today.
Yeah, it was a good touch.
I
picked it up for 20 quid, so that's just
wow.
Just does the job.
I have a theory that we're going to look back in a few years and really laugh at this era because and by this era, sorry, what I'm waving around is my iPhone. But it's really clear that Apple are iterating towards a platonic ideal of a phone, and that platonic ideal of a phone is a slab of glass that's incredibly breakable and fragile and is sort of antithetical to humans. You know, if you found this, you wouldn't even know that it was designed for humans apart from the size, because it's literally, you can't get it wet. If you look at it funny, the screen breaks. And yet, things like Blackberries, so Dragon over here is displaying his device lab. There you go. One soft spot I've always had for BlackBerry devices particularly is that they're indestructible. You can literally throw them to the other side of the room and it's like a child's toy.
Also the old Nokia phones, I love them. I never had a problem with them. I never broke one. Yeah? Even if they drop down, I don't know, 10 times. No, not really a big problem. So if they are scratched and they are used, yeah, they look used, yeah, but they still work very, very well. I also have how's it called? 6310 or something like this. The old one is the antenna.
And my phone, there is really old Google Nexus things from like 7, 8 years ago. I drop it all the time and it doesn't break.
Yeah.
So I use Nexus as a test device.
Yeah. The reason that I still have it is that I can drop it and not break it. That's also why my tablet has the kids gigantic.
In case you hadn't figured it out, I actually work for BlackBerry, so hence the array.
Okay, so I'm still screen sharing. I've now compiled a revised version that, there we go, that does the discussion stuff properly. But I'm still getting some formatting weirdnesses. So there's a long post from Jed here that has bullet points in it. Here we go. So if I open that post on its own, the bullet points are intact. So I'm clearly, oh, because I failed to say that. That was the crucial thing. Okay, so now I'll rebuild. And in fact, it turns out that retrieving 8 wikis isn't much different in time from retrieving 1 wiki, because it's entirely network bound, and it overlaps the reading very effectively.
Yeah, I actually had noticed that with the iterations and fetching things, it slows everything down regardless of how many you're fetching. I mean, if you're doing 5, it is longer than if you're doing 1, but it's not 5 times as long. It's
because you parallelize as well.
Yes, I actually tried to set it up so it was not doing that, so do it 1 at a time, and it actually ruined performance. Does there need to be an extra line break somewhere that you don't have?
I don't know what I've done.
I have noticed that if try putting a manual line break in front and after the transclude block.
No, but hang on, that doesn't. Oh, it's because of that transclude.
Yeah, there's a title.
Oh, okay, so that transclude needs to be mode equals block as well. That's all it is, I believe. That one. Let's try again. I suppose actually I could try fixing it here.
Isn't that what's open right in the back there?
No, it's the other. I need to get the other template, which is this guy. Let's put the same thing in here, and then I think, yeah, and now that's fixed finally. So we do still have a big formatting problem. Okay, and so now I'm back. We can reload these guys. Yay! Okay, so we need to sort by time.
Yes. Yes. And okay, that's something that I'm not sure about. The post should be newest first. Then comments on the posts, if they're responses to other comments, should be oldest first. That's something that has always bothered me.
I think that we need 2 different views. We need the view for when you're trying to read read a thread, and we need the view for when you're catching up on a thread that you've already read, and you'd want things arranged differently. Because I'd just like a straightforward reverse chronological list of recently added posts, and then let myself explore from those posts to the parent and so on. And only see it in the threaded view if I'm doing a full catch-up, I think. So I need reverse sort modified would be the
yes.
best bet to be going on with. Awesome.
It should be possible. I did misunderstand something, obviously.
Don't have anything to convert classic to 5, do we?
Well, there's a library, I mean a plugin that BJ wrote that wraps up the TiddlyWiki Classic parser and lets a lot of TiddlyWiki Classic wiki text work. But we always count it as being experimental because it doesn't quite give you the kind of drop-in upgrade path that a TiddlyWiki Classic user should expect. But it's pretty complete. I mean, it's got macros working, all kinds of stuff. So I mean, what he's worked on has been what he's needed, if you see what I mean. But it's all we could extend it all. Okay, so I'm not sure if yes, this seems to be.
Jeremy, the homepage, do you tag them? So,
I'm sorry?
do you tag the homepage?
Which page?
The GitHub, Jeremy GitHub. Do you tag it? So
No,
really, okay. No. So master is the well, it looks much better now. So 50, 60 megabyte.
And what did you have to do for that?
It's just a git clone depth 1 branch master.
I'm still surprised it's that much actually.
Yeah, probably you can skip the branch master, but yeah. The network seems to be much better today.
Maybe we do benefit from people having.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's finished. So it's about a minute, something like this. Looks good. Yes. Yeah. Looks much better now.
Okay, so if you visit, oh no, I need to just push the latest.
I'm a bit slow with this side of things here. It's difficult to get into the how things are structured.
Yeah,
But that's because of me probably. I cannot really figure out where.
Okay. Looks good. Looks good. So I can change this stuff back. Basically, undo. Lots of changes. How can I'll check out the last commit. We'll undo the last commit.
I had to Google that kind of stuff every time I want to.
big problem. Git.
Yeah, I only use a handful of commands that really work. So there's a git pull from Jeremy master, git push, then git push upstream, git push origin, and git commit and git branch. So yeah, that's also they are simple. And the rest you have to Google.
But Googling it, I mean, but all the technologies we work with, JavaScript, CSS, HTML, Git, are just phenomenally Googleable. If we worked with read sheet farming or something, it'd be so different to not live in this world of.
Yeah, this is really cool. If you think about, there is no search engine. You won't find anything. But you have to, if you found something, then you have to download it and then you have to store it on your own. Yeah? But now you don't store it because you know the next time you need it, you just or you store your bookmarks then search the bookmarks and then say click click. Yeah, but this is really funny.
And you have to update any of the actual application side of Federation stuff. So remember that not everybody's seeing this the way that I am. Some people want to use the interface.
Okay.
We should probably also break, or not break, but get some lunch and or coffees.
I did push it already.
Let's see, top there has its.
Jim, how do you write your Chamberlain? Uppercase J?
Uppercase J, yeah.
Just first, check out the overall. Yeah, so okay. Here is the title, here message, yes, here's open comments, and these comments, they're all.
Indentation is supposed to be the level where the comment is. That is one of the things.
Yeah, I messed with it.
Right, I'm saying it's supposed to be in the sense that is, and not that's what's actually happening. That's something that. I think that with each successive one, if you have the, if you push, yeah, having put back one, yeah, one into the what you had there. Yeah, so then, and it goes in each time. So that's what we want to have.
Yes.
Yeah. That's probably a reasonable one to do. And that does mean that we have really long threads and one character wide.
Yeah, yeah.
So I guess
Now it's mostly just to get it basic. Yeah, so people see it. So it's decent.
one thing I do use
Yes.
If you could have children, just find names now. Just
I'm willing to go have the sandwiches, but do you know where they are?
There's where Matt and I went yesterday was a shop called Marks and Spencer's, which is to turn right out of here and then carry on literally on the same road. It slightly bends to the left and goes around some roadworks, and you'll see there's a big load of roadworks blocking the road, but just after that on the right there's a shop called Marks and Spencer. Looks like a clothes shop, but in the back of it, behind all the clothes, is the food part. That's extremely kind of you, Tony.
Lunch for all of us, or for?
Yeah, of course.
Perhaps,
just for me.
yeah.
No, I have no idea. Maybe you have some.
So that's perfect. I can give you a carrier bag because they will charge you for carrier bags otherwise.
Maybe we should.
How much was it yesterday?
Yesterday it ended up being 40 quid, what, 38 quid or something.
So
we can eat
have a variety of sandwiches.
Right. Okay, just that I'm a veggie, vegetarian.
Okay.
So two veggies.
The one with the avocado and vegetable one from yesterday was really good.
Okay.
What was it?
It's like avocado and vegetable.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That one.
So if I find that for Jed, you.
So, yeah. Okay.
Perhaps I'll come with you because it feels a bit no fun going on your own.
Yesterday turned out to be a bit much with not everyone really eats as much as I do. Like two of those.
Just let me check whether this thing I just did work.
Yeah, the point was that afterwards I had to eat all the rest stuff. Tell me, there's still a problem because
if there is something sound,
if you do it locally, it says make directory .jamuli. It then changes it to directory. Then it says a clone devs one. But more, you already have the full list.
Yeah, but look, I think that one of the things we're trying to do here is to make it so that I run the same scripts as Travis. Yeah, and I don't think that's possible because my setup in the way you just mentioned is different, and we can't make it look the same. So we will.
yeah.
There'll have to be either we'll have to parameterize.
Okay,
things.
now then we go with the subdirectory in your in the meetup, in the meetup, and then we clone the
do your
dev one,
yeah.
and then we don't touch your local stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then, I mean, if that's quick enough, I'll work that.
Yeah,
way.
it's about 1 minute to download if you have good connection.
Do you guys need one or two of those packages?
I think they want it.
Yeah, one. But you speak something.
Are you hungry or?
Wait, it's hungry. You can tell I like my food.
Yes, agree.
Yeah.
Raspberries, yeah. Okay. If I take this, nobody else goes to leave without holding the door open. But that's right, you hold the door open. At least that way you won't have to come out.
So I think I just want to get the styling figured out before I do anything else with this. So, what else was
Yeah, you want to collaborate?
Yes.
Yes, I'd love to.
All works in at least the minimal way. So,
Okay, so the idea, I assume, is to have it. Was there no indentation before this?
there, it was using lists, so it doesn't.
But was this box or whatever it is, right?
Was
Yes, exactly. Is there that? Okay. So
it's running here. Yeah, and then it's
excellent. Okay, so I'm thinking that instead of just putting the list elements, we could put a div and style that div.
yes, and probably the way to go is it's the same. It's a recursively translated.
Yeah.
Same for everything.
Actually, so we should do it straight down. If you know the, I mean, I'm messing with a copy of it now, so but if you maybe we should do it.
You have a better keyboard this.
Yes.
Than doing that side.
Maybe. Sorry.
Blog post comments. It's one of these ones. So there are
Post comment template.
yes. That one I think is the one we want to have.
Can I temporarily install this site editor? I think it's a lot easier to.
If you want, we
We'll just
do this mode. That's if it's a plugin, then you won't be able to save it.
Where should I do it?
Yeah, do it on the copy setting.
Okay. Yeah, there I already have it. Yes.
You have all your things.
Okay, so
the blog post comment template has this, and so if we're going to do anything with that, let's think that this blog post. So there's the template to write comments, and there's a template to view comments. So the blog post write comment in a template, which is also down there. This one.
we're looking for that other.
Yes, you want that. So yeah, just scroll down to the same place. Inner is blog post comment inner template. That is the one that displays the comment itself. So let's start with that. And the other one is inside this also.
Which one? The one.
The blog post write comment. My naming scheme seems to fail. So yes, this is the one that has the part menu. We put a new one, and then so we need to do TC post comment card class from somewhere. I don't know whether that's defined or if there's anything
We can do it like this. I copy all the classes and.
Okay, there's TC post comment.
Post comment input.
Yes, that's huge. Once we get this working out, we go back and when I have computer, I'll go through.
Okay, we can actually search. Let's search for see post comment. That seems to be the.
That should be the prefix for all of them. Those ones might be made up. TC post comment.
It's only one tiddler.
Yes, that's. I did not do a very good job.
But you sure? Oh no, it's the sign. Oh, sorry. Oh, so only one tiddler. No.
No, it's only one shadow to it, but
Yes.
both those. It should be the only thing.
Okay, so actually it was only those two.
And if you look at the style to it, you can see what's already there. So go to shadows. And then this one defines style. So we can just edit these and
Okay.
now that's just those two places, so we might need to add more. But
Excellent. So what do we want?
once
The indentation is that messed up because I put my numbers there?
it might
Yeah, where did I put those?
would have to be in one of the templates. So this is here, put it some share up here.
Yes. Oh, this is simply something. Okay, I'll just remove. Actually, I can just import the original templates. I'll take this clean. Okay, so they do not, if I get this right, they are not actually injected. They come.
Well, this is the, I don't know what triangle I'm at here.
This is actually, okay, I just saw it. Okay, new comment. Text.
And scroll down. That's it. So this is, there's the post. This is the place to put comments directly on the post. This is a comment.
This is the post.
Yes, this is the post. This is the place to put comments directly on that post. This is a comment directly on the post. This is where you put your comment.
Okay, this one is same level as this one.
Yes,
Okay.
this would put it at the same level.
Yeah, okay, so those are two comments on that original post.
This is true. Added comment.
Oh, yeah. That's, okay.
That's part
yes.
of what we need to make this landing.
Yes,
more,
exactly. Okay. Okay, fair enough. So, okay, so all this is common for each one. This one. And where's this TC post comment input? Where actually
This should be all of these input boxes. They are contained inside the other one. So
it's only this field? Or?
but it's not doing. Oh, I guess Yes, it is. So that's just me doing a bad job. Okay, so if we do try just putting in on the TC Codes comment card, try just doing the margin left here one again. See how that so it doesn't look pretty, but well, this is because it's the yes. So if you do make a new thing, and it's the .tc codes dash, and then do ally.
Is it margin? Or what is it?
I think you need to give it a thing. So try 0.px is 0.
No, it's 0 if you don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
It's a style. It's, style lists.
Let's see, there's a margin left still there. I don't see it. Did give you any change to quick.
List style. Okay. Oh wait, the UL. Jeremy. Yes, Jeremy. Sure, sure. Just a minute then, okay? Yes. Yeah, sure. Okay, so they're picking up coffee as well, so we should just report what we want to have. Black, lots of sugar.
Latte,
Latte.
no sugar.
Latte, no sugar.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stage. Oops.
Yes, UL. That's the bullets. So it's
Sorry, the train schedule just frightened me because when I looked at the schedule for the last train, I had meeting was at 2:45, but apparently just shows the next hours with the trains.
Which one do you have?
That's what I'm trying to go.
Where are you heading to?
I need to go to London.
That's so for me, I'm in Paddington.
Yeah, well, yes, I have a ticket to go back to Paddington. I just need to whatever train I come around. Oh,
Pick this up at the station on the way in.
I need to get to the Eurostar. Unfortunately, my interview has to be early today.
That's the wrong way around.
Yes, I need to be back at St. Pancras at 8, or to leave at 8. So I probably leave here. Kind of early.
You probably need a 17:23. So it seems to be 1 hour. 17:23 gets you in at 6:30 at Paddington. Otherwise, the other one is 7:30. 7:30 might not give you enough time to get
Yeah,
across
and
there.
trust that.
So you'll need the 17:23.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That makes that so much easier than bus.
So I'm heading back London-wise as well, so that's why I just grabbed this on the way.
Choose this. Choose this. Yeah. Deploy.
I sent this. Now he replies to this. So we want something more. Do you know? So, yeah. Okay, so anyway, what turns out is that it's not here. This is indented, but when we put it inside this, so it's not. This class does not contain any list diagrams.
Right, it doesn't. Yes.
So, yeah, so we just find it.
Yes, we need to.
Surround it with some divs, yeah.
That should be.
Which one was it again?
Bug content should have. Or yes, if you put. Well, the image of it here has the TC post comment card, which is the thing you're using. And then inside that should have
Stage.
okay, now I'm confusing myself. How do you do this first? Okay, yes, so in that, put a div around it and give it the TC comment card.
Around
Almost.
So remember TC.
TC post comment card.
Okay, and back to the
gives us the indentation.
Yes.
Okay. Then probably want to remove that.
This was the
Well, we don't want to remove this, we want to remove the dot. There's like display, this display none or something.
yes. Yeah, that's one.
Okay. Yes. And then I guess 40, bigger.
Yes.
Yes. It's jumping in microphone.
Okay, so
Oh,
this
yes,
is
yes.
the top. Yes. So maybe we should just remove it and like we could add an empty div or span inside that to pick up secondary if we want to separately.
Well, can we do the list indent or whatever that can just the list indent itself instead of the margin left? I think do it. Because you can change.
Listen, then is that the
no, on the here, like this side of the button.
if we do
somewhere.
list style
Like padding or it has to be either margin or padding that changes how much the indentation is. So let's turn that. Okay. So according to this, it is UL. Or it is margin. Yeah. So try setting the margin left on the. That's where we are. Oh, that's with the UL. Okay, so do the same thing, but do UL instead of LI.
I copy or
Yes, copy that. We'll wipe out the- And then margin left, which it at 0. So padding left. Padding left according to this. Let's see notation. So change that to margin to padding.
no.
Okay.
And what do we want?
Try 1 AM. See what happens. That's like be small.
Yeah. And is it so? This is the comment on the comment, but that's the only one. Yeah, one to them.
Yeah, and then well, good. Yeah, comment on that. So then the comment on that should be a bit more, but that should have it on.
Yeah.
Oh, so this should pass.
And I guess you want that bottom too.
Oh, those. Yeah.
It's good. try adding another comment on this one just to see how the thumbnail looks. So. And we'll go here for that. Good. Good. I should say something like that.
Wait, is that correct?
That hide comments? Yes, it shouldn't say hide comments. That should be hide new comment or something like that. So if it's doing what it should do.
Okay, you shouldn't hide this.
Yes, we might want to add something else that does that, but what that button should do is open up a box to let you collapsing branches of the threaded comments.
Could we perhaps, let's rephrase that? No, it's okay.
That goes into, actually, that would be in search for comments. But we do need to keep track of what comes here as a computer state.
But it's easy with this side editor.
No.
Yes, that's not.
Yes,
Seems to work.
Awesome.
So you had no time yesterday? You just had a look at the Hangouts?
I had the Hangouts on one of my screens, and I was just listening to it whilst I was working. So,
yeah, but isn't it boring to just for the long time just to hear what's going on, or is there some information which is
background information. I can
so you get
the idea of what's going on and what people are doing, and the fact that certain people don't like smartphones. That actually really made me laugh.
Yeah, I avoided to get the mobile phone. All my friends already had mobile phones, the Nokia stuff. Yeah? And I said, okay, I don't need it. Yeah? And then, I don't know, 2 years afterwards, so everyone already had a phone. And then 2 years, then I said, okay, I will buy one. Then using it, I don't know, 2-3 months, I said, okay, I wouldn't give it back. No way.
So I've followed the mobile phone industry for quite a while. I mean, because I work at BlackBerry, I mean, it's a mainstay of what I deal with.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can see the ins and outs of those. It's a lot of changes going on with mobile phones, and a lot of people are really missing some of the points. I think in the future there's going to be a major problem
with what?
Security.
Yeah.
Because Android phones are ridiculously easy to hack.
Yeah.
And now iPhones have said they're going to, the new version is going to have an unlocked core, an unencrypted core, and that I think is going to open up a world of hurt. It's not going to be good. So
yeah,
I just waited for the.
Yeah, but I think the unlocking the core code, well, let's say, yeah, I think will probably increase security. Because there are many people which are, let's say, also yeah, I like this is the Ubuntu phone.
This is a latte.
Latte?
Thank you very much.
And
I like that a lot because I really want to have the conversion thing. Yeah? So you put phone in, monitor, keyboard, and then you go working. Yeah?
the text didn't come through at first. So when I sent you the text saying phone's question mark, it was just because I hadn't received it. But that's probably just international phone.
Samsung, the Samsung mobile, this is called SSD. No, SSD store.
Yeah.
They have the small 265 gigabyte SSD like speed. Yeah? Perfect. One memory card, enough power, put it there, work, go away.
things will contain.
it's there.
That's security is a problem because it's not just what your phone, what you're carrying there, it's the connections.
I know, yeah. This is also here. I have pulled down the accepted hosts, authorized keys. So I can log in from here as it relates to the phone. Then I terminate the phone. So if someone has my private key, they can access it and they basically root access. Because, okay, this is my risk. If you rename the file, so it's secure again. You can also, so I have the SSH servers running.
Yes.
So switch off the SSH server, no connection anymore. But for me, this is convenient. So you can hack the device. This is only for testing.
Yes.
So there is nothing.
But a lot of people just use it for their everyday use or their banking things like that. It's just wide open, ridiculous.
So where is my coffee?
We've got 6 coffees. So where is it?
Oh, okay.
Oh, there. Yes, sorry.
Where is it?
Me and Dragon were okay.
Pre-coffee.
Amazing.
There you go.
Very good.
Or you find all of my screensavers are coffee related.
Do you have an ebook?
Just have to check it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Do you have an ebook reader that you use in the bath?
Don't have a bath. Showers.
I have a reading one in the shower.
Okay. Well, the discussion stuff is definitely working.
Great. We're working on the silent for it, so it should be easier to.
Yeah, and we've got the formatting part right. So now messages with block formatting in are working. We might be nice to have some Heidi showy stuff as well.
Yes, we're looking at that. I think that we're going to have eventually, anyway, have something to glass individual pieces of.
Yeah. It's really interesting that even just this short period has given rise to so much content. But that's because you guys have been using it for a few weeks now, I guess.
What's going to happen when it gets really used? It's just going to have huge.
I think those are the fun and interesting problems in a way. I mean, one of the frustrations about the Twederation work that Generation can confirm is just there's so much hassle to get it to work. All this arsing around with iframes, and it's a tremendous tour de force technically to get this stuff working in the browser. As we said yesterday, it's not what browser people want you to do.
Yeah, and that's the point, because basically they want to avoid stuff like this.
But now that we've got the basic infrastructure up and running, the questions of how you run a community over the top of this technology would start to come.
This is the experiment.
Yeah, and then this is the part that I think is really interesting, that we've got a core group of people who, well, we're trusting each other because we're exchanging raw wiki text, so it's a good place to start. And we've got the ability, each of us, to make our own custom presentations of the discussions. You know, there's nothing any of us on our own Twederation wikis can create our own front end and explore different visualizations. All the mechanisms that we think we might need, of exchanging block lists.
To be fair, to have a closer look.
We do need to. We need everybody. So I noticed one very small thing is that not all of the tiddlers that I'm importing comply with the naming convention. So if the naming convention is title dash author brackets date close brackets, I'm seeing quite a lot that don't fit that.
They miss
the author.
Okay.
The older ones also did.
I'm seeing ones that miss date as well.
That's probably the older
Just
ones.
so it may be that one action that everybody needs to take is to clean out their test data, so that we revert to clean data that we're actually going to try and that we want to publish. Because there's plenty of material here that absolutely is that.
but you know that if it's missing author, for instance, author is not a mandatory
No, but
piece of information.
it would put, you're supposed to put in the URL for basically the author. There's not supposed to be any bad things. The older ones are not following the same naming conventions.
Dragon, it would be useful if you could update your publishing to fit the naming convention. If you go to the site, you'll see.
Is it possible that TiddlyWiki Classic
Yes, so that's what we're doing. So I may yet, my next step might be to install the TiddlyWiki Classic
Is
parser
there
and just
Gmail?
see whether it'll work.
So just looking at that.
Layout this.
Plugins.
So
Well, again, it's BJ who did it is very active, but like all of us, he responds. It's in response to people's requests that he makes progress. So he really appreciate feedback.
is that can anyone come up with a site that has that displays a threaded discussion in the format that we want to use?
Well,
Okay,
I
just
wondered
for us
about
to-
Y Combinator. Sorry, Hacker News it's called. To certain people,
But yeah, I agree. Yeah.
it's
Well,
not
also
useful.
Reddit.
Or Reddit, very similar actually. But the advantage of those is that for lots of people, the second they see something like that with the staggered left margins and the indentation, that says, threaded discussions. So I think here, when you look right now at the wiki, a problem is that they don't look like a familiar threaded. We want people to look at that and say,
Yes.
So I think some of that may be things like adding the author and modified date. At the moment we're showing those as part of the title, but I assume they're there as Tiddler fields.
But so hack the news. I tried both. Hacker. Hacker news. I was redirected.
Jenny, can you have a look if it looks okay for you?
Yeah, give me. Hello. 1 second.
Actually, what is the URL for Hacker News?
Just Google it.
It's news.ycombinator.
Yes, that was the problem. Okay.
In normal cases, if we get attention at Hacker News, then we have a lot of access on the main page. So if you get a top rank at Hacker News, then we have, I don't know, 10,000 of leads.
What I'm seeing so far is not exactly overwhelming.
No, it looks great.
Is this what you mean?
Yeah, so if you go into each of those is just a link. So this is the front page that lists all of the topics.
Yes.
So this isn't bad in that we might want something similar that's just the top level items that have had activity on them recently.
Yeah.
And then if you click under comments, then you get a traditional, I don't know, let's scroll in as well.
It can do scroll.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. So it's that.
Okay. Terrific.
And they fade things out when they've been downvoted and so on.
Okay.
But it's so, and you can see this stuff. So author name,
Yes.
date.
Yes.
That's an expanding collapse.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. The thing is, it doesn't look very good from a hacker views. Yeah. I see that hackers like the format like this.
Yes, right.
Yeah, I mean,
For other users, it's for me. I think it's big.
yeah, it's not pretty, but it's functional and it's
So the other one to look at is Discord.
It should not. I mean, it should be something that's simple for us to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this also now okay. This process not but they are looking for it. So I like the Discord discussions. For example, the Docker for Windows.
It's also like
You have to get used to the UI when you use it the first time because it's a total new.
Yeah, they don't really emphasize the threading this though, do they?
No, yeah, it's also I don't know if it's really. Yeah, we will see this. Only the future can show.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to debug the fact that my internal link aren't working.
So this is we're trying to style that so it looks better. But that it'll be the top of the comments and then coming through that.
Well, I mean, of course, here you're styling the editor interface, which is the more complicated one.
Well, but why do you have the frames all around?
Because I needed to be able to see them well.
Yeah.
We're trying to make this. This is what I have, and now this.
This is where we're starting. Yeah.
That is helping me make it look not terrible.
Yeah. You can have a look here. So this is the old one, just as a reference. This is the old. What was done with TiddlyWiki. So the overview was not like this. So this was the latest comment, and this was the root. So this was the parent. So if I go to the root, I get the whole discussion. There is not much here. Let's say formatting. So it's formatting. This is the root, and then we have the discussions like this. So it starts here. Then we only color this part, and that's a comment already. Yeah. This is root level. And so, but this can be easily done with CSS. Yeah. So if you start it a little bit that direction, and you could also use a little bit different color. So if you use a lighter color here, then you know, okay, it's a comment. Those are a comment of a comment in this case because they are all part of root. The thing is here.
We aim for this design, or
No, just as an example. So what I like is that you have the frames because for me they are really tricky. But okay, so you can see where the borders are. But this can be removed very easily. So that's the top level command, which you color, and then probably at the lower level command should be like the color, something like this.
The one thing that we definitely are going to add to it, if we don't get it in today, is it's going to be very configurable. And what you have, a back-end, advanced configuration where you can say, I want the author's name in the comments to be this color, this size. And,
Reddit or
this is something that people will have to go through and find, but it will all be there if you want to edit it. And
for today, it's just to get the decent, so people see it and think, okay, cool.
So let's have a look at the directory structure.
think somebody could do that separately.
Okay, and how should the workflow go?
No, but if you just here, I can pull it over. The one that you add to, and the one that you like.
I'm not thinking of your way.
Okay.
So, no, I'm not thinking of your
Just got a new post from you, Jed.
Oh, yes. Yes.
That's very good.
Yes, unfortunately, nobody else is going to get that until our plugin stuff gets updated. So,
Jeremy, how do I get the new page in? So just edit the default titles.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a special tag so that it's converted to the static, or is everything converted?
Everything's converted to static.
Okay.
Every non-system tiddler.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. So.
I must say, it looks pretty good. It's quite cool being able to jump around.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Is TiddlyWiki.com, is that now changed? The river is now wider?
I changed the default fluid stroke fixed setting. So it used to be fixed river and the fluid sidebar, and now it's the other way around. Mainly because I found I've had it like that on the pre-release for a while, and
Yes,
I found
yes.
I much prefer it. So.
Cool. close the doors. So.
Mario, if you're preparing a pull request to TiddlyWiki EU Meetup, I have just pushed some changes.
Okay. Yeah.
Which I have a horrible feeling might be to the same to those that you're finding exchange. So here's a question for everybody in the background. If TiddlyWiki is your favourite piece of software, waste of time, thing to rely on, whatever the expression is, what's your number 2 favourite? What else do you rely on in anything like the same way as TiddlyWiki?
Lotus Notes.
Lotus Notes. Yep. You know, Eric Schulman worked on Lotus Notes in the early 90s. Interestingly, so there's a lineage of Tiddly folk.
I've been using it for 20 years. So,
So you mean as like if there was no TiddlyWiki, then this is you don't.
No, I meant actually that what do you use at the moment as well as TiddlyWiki? So I was expecting.
But that serves totally other purposes.
Yeah, it could be,
Yeah.
but just interested in the relationships that we have with these bits of technology. So Mario, for instance, uses the open source media center software, which has been running on Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, this is my home video center.
And it's a sort of a complementary interest to TiddlyWiki that it's.
Yeah, because I thought it would be interesting. OSMC, they're trying to get to be an official Debian branch. Yeah? So they are getting mentioned, so they have a 0-day release.
Right.
The same day when Debian comes out. So they want to be an official Debian distribution.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? And in normal cases, all the other media players, they are just specific applications and they can only do the media playing stuff.
Yeah.
And there you can go to the terminal and say update installed, blah blah blah. So you can add additional software if you want. And this looks interesting because it would be possible to run TiddlyWiki Node.js server or whatever. Because if you have already the images there, if you have a lot of videos there, it would be nice to link to those resources. And if you click them, then it opens the player and yeah. But they have, let's say, a little bit. They don't have a very friendly API, to put it that way. Yeah? And then in the background, they are using a MySQL database to get information from IMDb, from the authors and videos and this stuff, and also from the musicians. And it's possible to access that stuff, but the API is kind of strange, in my opinion. But anyway, there is an API, and you could ask for information if it is there from the TiddlyWiki. This is nice, yeah. And the other software I use is Inkscape for SVG.
Yeah. Have you done any hacking on Inkscape?
No. No, it's Java, and so.
Every so often I try and use it.
No, I like Inkscape. Yeah, I like it very much. So it does what I want, and it's yeah. There is CorelDRAW, but it's not working on Unix. But CorelDRAW does know so much more than I really need. So Inkscape is way enough.
And Inkscape does do SVG very well.
Yes, and also you can say save as light SVG, so then there is a less metadata, so they remove all the additional metadata, and that's nice. And then I have BIM. Yeah, then I use PDF for sure. Yeah, a lot. Just printing. Normal cases, instead of printing, I just create PDFs. That's Then there is this for letters, official things. Then there is LibreOffice.
What about you, Ted?
Actually, thanks a lot. I've been using OSMT a lot. I have been using Inkscape and GIMP a lot more recently than I did before. And then
does that mean we're going to get some icon designs from
probably yes. Actually, I've been looking into it, and for the other resume edition thing that I'm making for myself, I made icons for them. I'm not certain if they are available anywhere publicly online. I can look at that in a minute. So I've been doing that. I've been started using Atom a lot, and I've been the text editor. So I've been trying to hack on that a little bit, but I haven't had any success.
Yeah, as a text editor, I'm using brackets because they are using the code highlighting engine. So theoretically, there will be possibility that we get code highlighting for TiddlyWiki text, but it's time consuming, and yeah, I didn't start yet. Yeah.
So because brackets and Atom, both being HTML things, would be very easy to package TiddlyWiki as an extension, a programmer's notebook built into your text editor.
Yeah, maybe possible. Yeah, but yeah, I was looking at the brackets highlighting engine. Yeah, I did the TiddlyWiki Classic highlighter.
Yes,
which worked very well because when I was starting programming for TiddlyWiki Classic, I used TiddlyWiki Classic at the programming editor. That's the idea. It really worked perfect with the syntax highlighting.
Yeah.
But now also is Microsoft Studio, what's it called? The source version, looks very promising because they have the possibility for remote debugging, which is built into the editor, and this looks quite interesting. Yeah, but I didn't try it yet.
And again, it's an HTML application, so we want to be able to do interesting TiddlyWiki extensions for it. Because again, Matt, this comes back to how do we make TiddlyWiki more popular. One of the, I think I showed you the blog post from 2009 or something, Eric Wendellin's blog post that says why every programmer needs a TiddlyWiki. And that post generated an enormous amount of traffic and attention for TiddlyWiki back when that happened. I saw an equivalent article recently which is titled "Why Every Programmer Needs a Personal Wiki," and then it mentions TiddlyWiki, but mentions other ways of doing it. But it's an edition of TiddlyWiki for programmers is an edition that many of us are well qualified to create. And that integration, as to say, I mean, being able to, for instance, doing copying and pasting, programmatic copying within those non-browser environments like Atom is much easier. Being able to do little pop-ups that allow you to retrieve snippets from tiddlers. And I think all those engines have text substitution, all those editors, but text substitution that's dynamically wikified, so to take into account today's date or other information you've got in the TiddlyWiki, wikify all of that and then squirt it I'd like to pull everybody's attention back to the Meetup website and to emphasize how we need to clear out some of our old comments. Matt, as a non-developer then, what's your answer to this? What other bits of software are important to you?
Yeah, as an occasional alternative to TiddlyWiki, I use Sentinels. Now, I made this little quick tip, or whatever I call it, to add tillers more quickly, which kind of
What's the thing you mentioned? Sentinels?
Sentinels, yes.
How do you spell it?
C-I.
It's like the cherry notes.
Got it. Windows Notes app for organizing thoughts and ideas.
Yeah, it's really smooth, but very, very slick.
And so, what? It's a native application.
Mm-hmm.
Do you pay? Do you use the free version or do you pay?
Yeah. But it's for, instead of having to jot down something quickly on a paper, because TiddlyWiki it's a bit too slow for some things to.
So you like the fact that you can press a key, get a blank format, type some stuff.
Yeah, and you have, it's a cool thing that you write the equivalent of the tiller title, and then you just go to the next row, and that's where the content is. So there's no. Yeah, you did this right. So that's one thing.
And could you imagine it interoperating with TiddlyWiki? It looks like it's got little note items that are a bit like Tiddlers. Looks like they've got titles.
Yeah, it has a lot of similarity with some kind of simple setup for TiddlyWiki. It's just that it's very quick. And it's also, one thing with TiddlyWiki is that since the browser is used for many things, of course, so to use TiddlyWiki, you have to switch over to the TiddlyWiki tab, which means go away from the other stuff. Whereas with Sentinels or paper and pen on the side, you can have your other stuff up in the browser, and you take them out to the side.
Yeah, the thing I came in saying this morning about making a good TiddlyWiki browser extension, I still think that for exactly that reason. So I use Firefox just for my TiddlyWiki, so then I know when I alt tab to Firefox, I know it's got like 6 different wikis open in it, but it'll always be the one that I was last using. So I get quite rapid switching between what I'm doing and switching back to TiddlyWiki. But especially when we're on these kinds of screens, having your wiki in a sidebar so that it's always visible seems very useful. And to your point about simpler entry, I still don't know why we haven't done this, but we talked before about the value of a big text box at the top of the page that just says type your stuff here, and it can again use that same convention of the first line being a title that can prompt you. Are you sure this is the title that you meant?
I did make this plugin. You saw it, right?
Rim, why don't you? Oh, you can't show us. Ping me the URL and I'll show it.
I'm sending it in the Google chat thing.
I've got so many Google channels there. No, it's fine. I've got it. So this, let me just double check that I'm screen sharing. This is Matt's. Yes, I am. Matt's experiment from how long ago? Quite a while ago, I think.
Not this one, no. This is based on, or I mean conceptually based on, but it's a total rewrite from that. But conceptually based on something that Jen and I worked on. Which again was the main brain. Called at that time Passing Tiddler, I think. But this one. So what you do is, if you just want to get a quick rest of it, you hover up in the left corner of the pack.
Yeah.
And if you
come around here and you can make sure that I'm doing it right.
Yeah, exactly. Is it? Yeah, that's. Yeah. And you know, it's.
Okay, and so it disappears, so I can go and work on other things and come back.
And here, if you that's this, yeah, that's loud creation, so to say. So it shows up here.
Right.
And if you click the silent creation, it's created in the background. And if you want to repeat, if you want to use anything again, yeah, you just do this, and that will stay in the temporary tiddler, so you will not get the fresh.
Ah, okay. So now I can add several tags. Silently create. Oh, no, silently create.
Oh yeah, that was the stamp tool, by the way.
Okay, got you. So now those are nice. So creating lots of tiddlers that are slightly different from one another.
Yes, yes. Those are either use the text there. There's
Nice.
Experimenting.
And if I clear that, then whenever I send that, okay, very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Let's see. Yes, I mean, it's still, I noticed that I can't tab from the title to the text.
You're right, you're right.
That's some stuff that we could optimize.
That would be something to be able to steer the jumping sequence for tabs.
You can do that. No, that's not we have that
Yeah, you can use the tab index property. But you can also make things so that they're not tabbable. So by default, buttons are always tabbable, but often you don't, people wouldn't necessarily want to be able to press the button with the keyboard. You can make it untabbable, and then it just gets skipped over.
What I would really like is for when creating fields, like to jump. If I press tab now, I want it to go to there,
Yes.
not to
Yes,
there.
exactly that. Same problem. Yeah. And so one of the things.
Also, I think, yeah, also here, like I want to jump to.
Yeah. To the add button.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The not enough attention has been paid to keyboard optimization. Partly it's when I started TiddlyWiki 5, I was very conscious about mobiles, smartphones, and tablets. So I avoided hover effects in the core, which is kind of annoying because on desktop hover just works so well. But I knew that if I solved any problems with hover, then I'd have to solve them again some other way on mobile. And keyboard shortcuts, obviously on mobile, until this kind of thing came along, keyboard shortcuts weren't available. So I was thinking more about other kind of ways of speeding up access to things. But now it is a bit embarrassing that there's not enough keyboard, it's not sufficiently keyboard drivable. And annoyingly, the stuff we were talking about in the screen readers, that screen readers, because they can interact, because they need to be able to interact with websites that haven't been thought through at all, they can basically interact quite well with websites that have no keyboard support in a way better than we can, not having the assistive devices, because they don't help push us in that direction. But cool. Well, it's very nice that.
The tab jumping would, at some later date, I'd really.
We should experiment with that. It's the kind of thing that you can totally hack around and experiment with.
Where? Like which tiddler?
Well, you find out what the CSS is, which Jed can tell you.
Oh, that's It's a CSS thing?
Yeah, it's basically CSS, the tab index property.
You just give it a number and
and- So you can write CSS rules that disable the tabbing for existing controls by targeting. So you could write a rule button TCE button invisible, make that have tab index 0. I think is the thing that makes it not.
Oh, so
I think also that if you've got an item which is not displayed, it will skip over the tab index.
Yeah.
So on those little drop downs of your fields that you've got down there, you'd have your field name entry will be tab index 1, the drop down will be 2, and the next one along will be 3. And because that tab drop down is not there, you can just go straight from one across to the other.
you can currently, or you can.
That's
No,
how
that's
tab
what
index
you've got
works. So tab index is a bit like Z index. It's an arbitrary integer, and it's the order that matters. And things can drop in and out of the tab index ordering, and then they'll drop in and out of.
But are they? Do they? You need an ID to jump to, right?
No.
It's a tab index equals and then the value, the number.
Okay.
And when you count it just counts the next number up. So if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or you can go 1, 2,
Where
8,
do you
9,
put
10.
the tab index? Where?
It's actually a component in the HTML.
The HTML or the CSS?
I think you actually get both.
I think you can get both.
Like inline CSS, but my point is this: what I'm getting at is, could we have it in the core so that we could later steer it without having to overwrite like the.
Well,
basic.
that's the investigation that I'm suggesting you do, is figure out what would need to be done in the core to be useful with tab index. So basically, look, what you do is, I'm trying to find some examples and failing.
But actually, I think Twitteration stuff is much more important, so I don't want to take time from that. I really appreciate it, but let's.
Okay.
We'll take this later.
Okay.
It's a minor.
Well, to finish it off though, this started in discussion about getting the keyboard working well in the very specific case of your quick TID editor. And that's a much easier problem. So making it so that there are sensible tab indexes throughout the TiddlyWiki core sounds like a monstrous job. The first thing to do is to do that very narrow context of getting good tab behavior within your form. And then if you did that, you would have enough understanding to then be a lot better prepared for thinking about what needs to be done in the core. But I don't think much really needs to be done in the core. Mostly, if I click in the search box in the sidebar and then use tab, it tabs to the tabs in the sidebar. I can then select those tabs with the keyboard. It's not bad. I can tab to the toolbar buttons.
sorry, I was not meant to.
No, that's all right.
You had mentioned it.
I'm not sure where, I thought I was, I am screen sharing. I can just stop screen sharing because I'm eating my sandwich mostly now. So,
I'd actually demoed this on any of the Hangouts or not. This was right around when I disappeared a bit after moving.
So
Yes. So we'll go back to the topic again. Yes. Copies for.
let's see.
Oh, also, in order for me to catch my train later, I don't remember when it was, but I am only going to be here for another 2.5 hours or so.
so what time's your train?
I need to be in St. Pancras at 8, or my train leaves at 8, I think.
Okay.
And then
So
it has a time thing, and I think that in order to be there with time to get across from Paddington to St. Pancras.
Well, the train to Paddington's an hour, and Paddington to St. Pancras is half an hour. And you obviously will want half an hour comfort. So I think that might mean getting a train at 6 be reasonably comfortable. 5:30.
The only one we've got that is a 1723.
So, yes, just as a warning for that time, that's predicting for everybody.
Okay.
That was the one we edited before, right?
That's the one I just made right now that changes the changes the order things.
Yeah, but that must have also been the one with the show on it. Or maybe it wasn't.
I'm going to try and add an animated GIF into the conversation.
So is this the new?
Yeah, so
yes.
we'll start it like this. I can add something to hide and show this part specifically, but right now we'll start it like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll add that when I add the bits about hiding specific branches of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But right now,
Okay, so let's say, sorry. And it wasn't possible to have this, in my opinion, this can be permanently visible, which it compact, but it can be as a CSS. Oh, really? But it's inside the, isn't it inside the review widget here or something?
yes, but that's, so we should throw all the comments down here.
Yeah, but I mean, this one should be outside of the review widget.
Oh, you want it to be visible all?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Well, no, if you're showing, for this, if you're showing the wall, and you just want to see the posts, then having that extra space, when you add it so that you click
and if
into
it GIF works, that should be
okay,
fun.
yeah, then.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the wall display, yes.
So this is
But
also-
so if I click this this post, okay, so because if I click this post,
I was creating them in this, and then deleting them, and putting stuff in there, then deleting the directories, and then saying git add these to me. We say delete the directory. Oops.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get really organized before I test your stuff. Just so that
No, I make sure that it works. Yeah? Because there is we still have one stage file which is needed for Travis,
right.
which is a little bit more complicated because you can't stuff all of it into the package.json.
this one.
Yes, that is.
But in normal cases, you just use now npm run or npm start, then you get the server. And npm run and gives you a list of the possible commands. It should be okay.
Yeah, this is open then.
And now we have a temporary directory which is part of the repository, so nothing will be deleted outside the active repository. So nothing should happen with your stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think the wall
I shall trust you once I've seen it working.
is also.
Yeah, I'm testing it on my computer. So also, if you delete stuff outside, then I have a problem too.
Because the wall. Okay, okay.
Hurrah!
Jeremy, because Jet only has another 2.5 hours, is there something that would, you know, when he's away, like, we should have.
Well, Jed's mainly working on the experience for people in the interactive TiddlyWiki using the client-side federation plugins, which is an ongoing thing, and they work anyway. So, in some ways, it's not on the critical path for the session. I think the critical path for the meetup is still, or the critical thing, is trying to make the website that we have created look comprehensible and useful, which is a lot of that is about content and cleaning up.
Yes.
I have successfully added an animated GIF. Yours, Dragon, doesn't work because it doesn't understand the classic formatting. But annoyingly, the the wiki text that you're using is valid in both TiddlyWiki Classic and TiddlyWiki 5. So if I change the type of your tiddler, it would render correctly, but that isn't good. So I think maybe what I'll try doing is I might try installing the TiddlyWiki 2 parser and just seeing how that works out of the box. Which is so let's try that.
This one we put in somewhere over this this thing. That has to do with this. Oh, I changed something.
The last one had list elements like this, so it should be the last one.
Oh, this is the one. There must be somewhere in here.
I have realized that the posts that I'm importing, I'm actually getting from you, from the Twederation side, because on the Twederation side, the posts have the role TW discussion post, whereas on the original wikis, they tend not to have that role thing.
Yes. And that's something that,
Yay! So now we've got a TiddlyWiki Classic one working. TiddlyWiki Classic, it's just worked fine.
It's not a
what's the URL for the site?
It's I haven't pushed the change to the Sky, but it's tiddlywiki.com/tiddlywiki-EU-meetup-2016. Where can I put the link where you'll be able to get to it?
Oh, I just typed in, but so that works.
I'll put it in the Hangout discussion because I can see that you can post to that. Oh, and these are your icons that you made in Inkscape. Wow, the crazy arrows and slanted bits of paper.
Yeah,
They're really cool. They have a distinct house style that is different than the TiddlyWiki core icons, which I really like. We need, the TiddlyWiki core icons are actually kind of stylized, and I'd really like to have some alternative styles going on.
Yeah, I wanted, there was one I couldn't find an icon that would work well for, so I made that one. I wanted it all to be consistent. So, I think somewhere hiding on that, in that wiki, there are other icons, but I don't know where it was.
Okay, so
If you reload that, sorry, reload that, you should get the converted to the classic converted.
Yeah, okay.
No, reload, because that has now been run through conversion.
Oh, okay.
So just reload that page.
before they were not.
Oh.
So it's now converted classic into the EU.
I now put this all on.
Yes, of course.
One of the procedures means that instead of discussing things by individual classes, you have like other,
Obviously, okay, so let's manage my stuff.
so that's when we're finished with that, and I need to do that. side. Technically, I will be the Jeremy.
Okay, so what would be the name so far? We should also are these things you propose?
If you put all things that are in there,
Yeah, I mean they are, but we should. I'm not sure what the name of this one. Okay, so yeah, we give it a naming convention. So discussion group,
PC discussion.
Would it be some time for a diversion for 1 minute?
Yeah.
Okay. I remember that I tried to do something and I was stopped by Mario.
Yeah.
And I would like to resubmit this little thing that I wanted to do. Should I broadcast that?
Sure. It's really this inside it. This is in the list. This is in the list. But why? That is the thing. So you might have cleaned up a little bit. On the interest time.
I just wanted to show you an implementing of the search area. Because I think that when we create a Tinder, it's always a bit of a burden to click on the plus and then doing that, especially after you didn't find a Tinder you wanted to find. So I just did that. For example, if I'm looking for database screen sharing, a Tinder that I can't find. So why not create it? So the only difference with the normal thing is that instead of putting new Tinder, it just use the text that you were typing. And I found myself quite often looking for something, starting to do something, and if it doesn't exist, oh, okay, so I should create it. So that's just something that I submitted, and Mario told me, oh, no, because people don't expect two things at the same time. And so Mario did that. And of course, it's far more spectacular. So if I'm looking for a Tinder that you can just edit that. The title is already there.
Oh, very nice.
So I create it.
I did create this.
You did that, really?
That's really
Yeah,
nice.
I remember that we made the pop-up, but the editor view is from you. What is it?
First, I came up with a very tiny idea of instrumenting the search area.
I think I only made the
said,
button.
okay, let's go.
Yeah, I can remember that I made the button, but the edit view is from you.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but this is okay.
Can you bring up the form again?
Here?
Yeah, just so we can see.
A second.
So
when there is a match, it does nothing. And as soon as there is no match, okay, we should have deleted the content, of course.
So I think that's pretty good.
A state Tinder that is not.
What's that little blue edit button do?
Yeah, because I can't remember this edit button, so that's why.
Which?
There was when we were just below and to the right of the main text box.
Ah.
And then I think it was once you tapped in and put some content into the text field.
Go to the text field.
Go to the text field where it says create.
Yeah.
And that just moves it to edit.
To answer one of your questions, the small piece of software that we are using is just an extension of for Firefox. Firefox Emacs.
I see. So look, I think this is really nice. Did you deliberately use a single field for the tags instead of the tag drop-down editor?
Yes.
Yes.
I wanted. Yeah.
What's it to be nice and quick? Yeah.
Just because in the sense the gesture, okay, I realize that there is no one on this topic, or I didn't create it. So I want to just click say plus, or maybe there is a key.
I think that's really cool. You should totally package that as a plugin. I think we.
I think there was a GitHub thread that I just spoke about.
We closed the pull request because it was just an attempt, but I like the idea of doing plugins for oneself.
Yes.
Especially when you end up having several wikis, and you have your own collection of little tricks that you want to bring with you everywhere, and encouraging people to do plugins for themselves, even not for publishing.
I also think the code was not that complicated. I think it was relatively simple code.
That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, I can remember, but I also thought it would be a nice idea because of the fast edit. So from the fast edit from it, but this is much more complicated. The fast edit. This is just type in and create some text, a little bit of text, and there is an enter, and it's good. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I know. I did then some experiments and made it more and more complicated, and then it didn't work again. So probably that's why I didn't do it. Do you know?
Jeremy, I proposed that the tag field, etc. Again in the chat, if you see it, we added the TiddlyWiki.
Yes. This is the snow goon thing. I couldn't make it work.
What would be fantastic is to be able to both. It would be like a mashup between the old tags field where you manually type every letter and the selection, the new drop-down selection for tags.
Sorry, say that again.
Before there was the tags field where you manually had to type and you got the typing and etc. And now we have the drop-down. This context thing would get the best of both worlds. You type in the beginning of the tag and you can select from it, or you can continue to it.
I can see it being useful in lots of situations. I don't think it does quite combine the best of both worlds, because the trouble with this approach is that it exposes the use of double square brackets around tags that have spaces in. And I quite like that that's hidden when you're just using tags in the normal way, but modulo that point, yeah. I mean, it's a very nice and flexible technique. It's funny that you expect people that are sitting out there, they think they're the only people in the street, they think they're having a private conversation. Alarm them. Well, I must say, looking.
However, more importantly about that, it has such a silly name that it's impossible to remember. The edit context name.
Yeah.
To be able to use tools in edit mode like that really opens up for a lot of things.
Well, yes. I mean, the thing, basic. Yes. I mean, the editor toolbar in 5.1.12 is also a step in that direction.
Yes. Yes.
And we talked about this before, I think, on Hangouts, that I completely agree that there's a bunch of things that could be useful in TiddlyWiki entirely within edit mode. So drawing a distinction between, well, the kinds of things one does in the text editor, where you're manipulating the text, rearranging it, moving it around, which we have very poor support for at the moment, versus all of the things that you can do with your text once you've got it in there, which we've got pretty good support for. And yeah, no, it's very nice. And I did look at the code, I think, when this first came out, and yeah, I think it's the sort of thing we should try and incorporate. That's all right, it's quite funny. I don't think it won't go on very long. Whoever those people are. Yeah.
We need air. Should I open?
I think the noise is fine. We shall survive.
The style, of course, does it have to be? And also the inner That's the same one. Is this the hash one? No, this is the same one. That's something.
Okay, thank you. So,
Okay.
There, if possible, could you get the,
Did Bill?
yes.
Yes.
Well, to test this, all we need to do is if you can build, or kind of GitHub, build a wiki with that, then we should be able to go through enough of the setup process to make sure it works without putting anything online that catches you.
Okay, so it's GitHub in my socks. And I'm going to Clone Eureka.
We still have this border. Oh. And there's more than that yet, obviously. Well, if this works, is what I'm mostly worried about now. And then the styling will be done in the style sheet instead of having to modify everything, updating the style sheet and stuff.
Okay, so I'm in your folder.
Well, these are just the plugins. I should have done this before, but I didn't make an addition for it. I was just using the
What's the best way of doing that?
I have no idea.
Is it in it?
I just made a folder. Additions.
Yeah. Okay, so now we go into that edition folder.
That's one of the reasons I have my computer there, because I have everything set up.
Yeah.
I just have to go back files for everything and then immediately forget how to do it.
Let's open this whole thing in another editor instance. So our edition needs to say plugins. Oh, no, we're going to need to copy those plugin folders into the edition.
You can just, if they are in the...
Yeah, well, the simple way of doing this would be to say plugins and then move those into there. And now I think if we build that, yeah, output folder. There.
Oh, and also that there was
Does it have any of the right plugins in? Yeah. Okay, so we need to get the Wizard plugin. Where's that?
that one, probably the easiest way to get that is, it's, I've been terrible about it.
Should I just get it from Federation?
Yeah, just get it from the, it would be
But it won't be in the Node.js format. It'll be a single Tiddler, won't it? So there's no Node.js version of it.
That's what I know.
Oh, sorry. So we can go to your Federation. Okay.
Just it might not be able to say it might have to be. Yeah, I never actually put it on this one. It's here.
Oh, that one. Here we go. Awesome. So I can just save your plugin as a TID file, I think.
That works.
So let me say export Tiddler TID file thing. Yeah, so that works.
Okay. Oh, we have not pushed some of the other changes that Matt made, but it's not. That's where I was expecting things to break. So that worked.
So now what do we need to do with this wiki? Should we upload it to TiddlySpot? Or?
Yes. So I can. Yes, if I need to put this updated plugin on the Twitteration. And,
so the purpose of this is you want to be able to access this file so that you can update the Twitteration.TiddlySpot with the latest versions of these plugins.
so that other people can go.
Yeah. So that I'll save it to. I've got a.
So yeah, it works.
If I refresh, then I've got a gash TiddlySpot called TW5 test, and I'll just save it to there.
Okay.
So I think that will be the easiest way for you to just pick it up. And ba-bum. Oh, no, I think, yeah, done. So TW5 test will have what you need. Let's have more raspberries. And blueberries. Oh, that really more raspberries. I need to put more raspberries on. Well, I think we've done amazingly well, largely thanks to Matt and Jed's preparation in advance, I think. The fact you'd done all the difficult bits.
Yeah, really the work.
He provoked him into doing it. That's a
It's always good.
noble role. We've got animated cat video.
Was that an animated cat video?
You obviously haven't checked the latest version of the Federation.
Well, we haven't.
Your cat monitoring functions. People to where they keep horses and carts.
I think I know what that is. They're playing Pokemon Go.
That's what I was wandering around and get to get in here. Somebody pulled over and asked for a big Pokemon. They're wandering back and forth trying to find the door.
Do I miss something?
I haven't been watching the news for the last 2 days.
Is it database?
That's mitigated. It is a game on those. It is very, very popular among
Everybody.
Yeah, because my little nephew he liked Pokemon quite a lot. And he had the game, he was 3 or 4 years old, so he couldn't read the text. And sometimes when you go with the Pokemon, you don't have to read, you have to read the text to go on. Right? So I had to play Pokemon like crazy because he couldn't read the stuff.
This newest version that was just released a few days ago actually involves using your phone's GPS and camera to superimpose the Pokemon monsters over the real world. So there are certain locations that you can find where you can go there and actually catch the Pokemon, but you're up against everybody else. So they've all got phones, they're all trying to converge on areas, and it gets crazy. There's a church just down the way there. Yeah. And when I was walking around earlier this morning, there was a group of around about 20 of them all standing around all with their phones.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we think that is. Because they got the phone. Yeah.
I think this is, honestly, I think this will lead to something used in terrorism.
Well, they've already had people that have been mugged. People, when you get to a certain level, you can put what they call a lure down, which spawns a new Pokemon and drags people into that area.
Yeah.
So we've had people place these things down, and when people come into that area, they've mugged them and stolen the phones. And it's going to be a real nightmare.
Do you play it?
He should laugh at it because he's still
What?
I don't have any voice.
Oh, cool.
Yes, small.
Okay, now we've got the top of Joe's head.
Hopefully in a moment we'll have no, we don't. It works anyway. Okay.
So in edit excluded, is there no problem to the class parameter? Can I add 2 classes there? Is that just the same as any other? Just that I'm asking there.
Oh, sorry, is that again?
In a edit text widget, can I just add any number of classes
Mm-hmm.
in class one?
Class attribute, yeah.
Yeah.
So, also, no,
Okay. But it doesn't have all of the side things that should be. I added. Oh, you did some stuff too now? No, not everything. Is this in here? Oh, this button is there instead of up here. Right, the indentation part is there. But more than anything, it's not the cherry on. Right, so,
Merci.
Yeah, yes. But I think it's clear. It's no, it's
You did create changes.
That have messed up your pull request.
Probably. So the how's it called? What's the repository? TiddlyWiki Meetup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think possibly I saw you putting something in the main menu that might have clashed with me.
And the readme.
Yeah.
Yeah. The readme we have to do.
Oh, no, the README I haven't changed. That should be okay.
The main menu is.
Default to
No, I just did this for testing.
Okay. Well,
I just removed it.
let's see what you got then.
Yeah. Okay, now I just need to remove upstream. You put it to master.
Yeah. Oh no, I think it might be that there's a wedding.
Is it?
Just that is the local registry office. Only saying that I can see somebody who's quite smart with flowers. So I think people will be hanging around here having cigarettes while they're waiting to get married.
blowing the smokes into here.
They're rather cool. There's a Pokemon Go session. Can look like a wedding.
Maybe someone directed them into the church.
But you did a lot of discussion things, and there live stream and this stuff. And there's a lot of TiddlyWiki cards, right? You know what I mean?
Say again, sir?
There is this
Yeah.
discussion and all this stuff.
Yeah, those are all the cards.
Yeah, okay. And
There's fruit juice people. Anybody who works some takes some rubbish away.
cables.
Yes, so sort of, I make a nest with cables just around me. There are people in my family who criticise the fact that I appear to be happy to live surrounded by a nest of cables. And I'm like, well, of course, how else? There's all these electronics to be satisfied.
Just realized the fascination of cables.
It's certainly, it's the sort of embarrassing dirty secret of all this technology, the amount of cabling that's necessary to keep everything, and how heavy it is. When I just casually put all the chargers in my bag, so much difference. And this is great. My laptop, I can go to London for the day and know that I don't need to take my charger, and that's like, I don't know how much weight I'm saving. I also noticed today bringing the iPad and the laptop changes my rucksack from being a minor burden to really feeling like I've got a sort of toxic, I don't know, thing on my shoulders. And that's really light.
These are some really nice fruits and juices.
Yeah, sure, they've all got loads of sugar in this one. I'm having is delicious, but it's probably quite. Well, no, maybe I'm just being.
This juice contains naturally occurring sugars.
27 grams of sugar.
Yeah,
Sugar and caffeine.
Yeah, no, fructose. I think for diabetics, fructose is a bit different than sucrose, but I'm not sure that it's hugely better. I think they think that fructose is worse because it's unexpected. You can overdose on fructose without realizing it.
I think macro is also, if it's the word refined.
Refined, yeah, the more refined anything is, the worse.
Yeah.
Including software. Not including software. We're conscious of wanting to, I feel a bit bad now because I tried to focus, well, we always knew we wanted to focus on federation and hacking together with that, and then focusing on making the website. But I'm also conscious that we should use the time to talk to each other as well, and particularly conversations that we can share with other people on the stream, because that's the thing that's hardest to replicate. You know, we can actually collaborate and throw pull requests around very easily from our home countries. So I wonder if it might just be worth I mean, obviously everybody carry on doing what you're doing, but to also just chat through some of the things that we recorded for discussion. So under things to discuss, we've got a number of issues that people wrote in that were essentially features that they would like to see, which is pretty reasonable. So should we just wander through some of these, talk about them a little? So perhaps I should screen share so that the viewers at home can see the text I'm talking about. So this is our Trello. This was started by, I added this in response to a question from Josiah, who finally does also get involved as well. So Josiah, for some time, as I understand it, has been wanting to draft posts to social networks within his TiddlyWiki, and then to be able to click a button and for that tweet to become, for that Tiddler to become a tweet or an email or a LinkedIn post. And some of that is quite easy already, like to create a mail to link, a hyperlink to an email address can include a subject line and so on. So it's quite easy, and I think a body as well. It's quite easy to write code to create a link that will email the current Tiddler, for instance. The harder, stroke more interesting one is things like Twitter and LinkedIn, which these days I think would require OAuth integration in order for you to be. So in 2007, when we started working with TiddlyWiki at Osmosoft, we discovered this marvelous thing about how when you were running a file URI, when you interacted with a website with XML HTTP request, you inherited all of the cookies from the user when they were logged into that site. So that meant in many cases you could literally just post to a service like Twitter and it would just work. Now they've jammed down on the security, so that's much harder. So I think it is a kind of an area for investigation. It's not something that lots of people have asked for, actually. I mean, I draft things in TiddlyWiki all the time. Particularly, I draft GitHub tickets as markdown tiddlers in TiddlyWiki, and then when I'm ready, copy and paste the source into GitHub. But I always just do it by copying and pasting. I've never felt the urge for any tighter integration than that. What about you?
Aside from the Twitter thing that I made, I haven't ever.
Ah, remind us of the Twitter thing that you made.
It's Twitter has a very simple API for pushing tweets. You need to be, you can't do it from the file URI, like you said,
yeah.
But if you are online, then it does have your login credentials. You are logged in, and if you're not, then it'll prompt you to log in using Twitter's built-in stuff. But you just have, it's just a, you can post a tweet by a UI. Right, you have Twitter something
right.
.com / and question marks and all those things. So all I did was I made a little widget that sends that URI to the Twitter server, and you can give it you give it your text, which is limited to quality or hello Twitter.
Yeah.
And it encodes it properly and makes URI. It does everything that Josiah has asked about. It does not have any good interface for doing these things. It is a widget that you need to make a step forward, or that you need to put into your wiki text. It's not a nice little typing thing and post anywhere aside from on my one external brain site that I have. And truthfully, I am still not at all certain what he's asking for when he says he wants to be able to post a Tiddler directly to Twitter. It's different than what it does on my site.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find your prototype actually.
If you go to oopcheck.com /get/external.
Yeah, I'm there.
And then go there. I guess part of the new blog post on this, it sends a link, or it posts a link to Twitter with the blog post and the title.
Yeah, I get to see those. Of course.
And then there's when it loads, I can tell you where to look. But yes, and the reason that Twitter is so easy though is that they do have a
intent.
Yeah, they have a little library that reloads everything asynchronously, so you can have the active content, and it will reload all the Twitter widgets and everything. That was a big problem with a lot of the commenting systems.
Yes.
It loads it once on page load, and then if you try to
dynamically update the page,
it doesn't do anything. So that's why Twitter works, and things like Discuss and what was the other one? There are a few commenting systems that I've tried, and all of them were met with mediocre success.
There's a shame about Discuss. Somebody else was working on Discuss integration because, I mean, I don't think it's suitable for everything because the comments end up owned by Discuss, or Discuss, or however you're supposed to pronounce it. But on the other hand, if you want to allow comments and you don't want your site to be cluttered up with other people's comments, it's the perfect solution.
Yes, and Okay, this, there we go. Yeah, make sure, well, if you go to on the menu on the left that pops out and go to the Twitter integration or Twitter, whatever it's called there, then when you can put tweet text, you can put a URL.
Hang on, am I on the wrong page? I'm there.
It's just not loading. I had to reload it twice to get it to load. I don't know what's wrong. Yes, that is. Oh, yes, and as a note that I found out to give you by accident, you can kind of add a splash screen.
Yeah, you can.
To a wiki by having the raw.
You overwrite static content.
So.
Okay, so I hadn't appreciated that this is actually a TiddlyWiki that's just loading very, very slowly.
Yes, I don't know. I had to reload it before it actually came through. But yeah, so I mean, you can put in tweet text and you can tweet, and if you look at the if you look at the code for that tiddler, the wiki text for that tiddler, it has everything you need to.
Okay.
Which is.
Okay, so come and show us. Now we finally got it loaded. So I'm on the dashboard.
Yes, if you hover over the right or the left side of the screen, then go to Twitter, and then you can put in text. And it has a space for URL. I'm not actually sure what that does. And then if you just click on tweet there, it will bring up the little Twitter thing. And
excellent. Okay.
And then if you edit the tiddler, then that's just really simple. You have the URL defined, and so you can change the text equals tweet text to whatever you want, and that's how you can use it.
So now I'm going to tweet something with an ampersand in it.
Oh, I'm not sure what happens to that.
Yeah. So we, ideally, you need to URL or URI encode those values.
I think that it does that for my for the new blog post part of it. Click on that one. And then go down and click tweet next to make post.
And that's tweeting the link to.
Okay, no, it doesn't.
But again, it's got the ampersand problem.
Huh.
It's ooh.
Yeah, that also triggers it to save the wiki post because I kept forgetting to.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, this is an early version of the Twitteration logging thing that I have not updated in forever.
Do you use this dashboard and this external brain?
Much more rarely now than I did before I came over to Europe. I'll probably start using it again, but I'll rebuild it using the Twitteration things, and then that's supposed to change the background to a random picture. It doesn't always work.
Oh yeah.
You have to enable custom styles. And then
I can make everything be Comic Sans. Excellent. Yeah, that makes it seem much more authentic. Perfect.
So I'm planning on rebuilding that site using the Twitteration as a basis for it instead of just the TiddlyWiki stuff that we made up as I was going along.
Have you had many Bitcoin donations?
None at all. There have been a few people that have donated from PayPal, but somebody asked about it once, sent me an email, and I responded, and then I never heard anything and never got anything. So it was.
I used to have a PayPal donate page, and I sort of de-emphasized it after a while, but I did really like the way I'd get really nice messages from people when they did make a donation.
Yeah.
It's clear that some people have quite a strong drive to say thank you in that way, which is.
Yes, 2 people requested specifically to be able to donate to me, and then donated to me. I don't think that anybody else has ever looked at it. So.
Well, it's I think there's a culture in the internet's lots of different cultures. Because we're dealing with a bit of software, I think we've rather inherited, for a lot of us, using software that is free is quite important. And we've kind of inherited this everything is for free kind of feel. And I certainly think it's really important, but we certainly shouldn't stand in the way of people who want to throw money at us.
Yeah. So we always do that. Yeah, I remember we had a conversation a while ago about licensing in TiddlyWiki. How the BSD license interacts with single-page applications and creative work.
Yeah, that was all a bit hair-raising. But then I do think that the very few dealings I've had with the law, if you state clearly what your intention is and make that unambiguous, I think that does go quite a long way. So if we say if these bits are copyright, this copyright, these bits are that copyright, I don't think we'll go too far wrong. I mean, because it was it you or somebody else pointed out the very specific wording about files?
Yes, there was, and it came up because actually I do have a commenting system set up using cache or something, hashover, that was it, hashover. On the site that you were just looking at, there is an external, it's a PHP-driven file, PHP-driven commenting system on my TiddlyWiki. And it has an AGPL license. And I had taken it and made it a plugin, and well, he was very nice about it, but he was also very angry when he saw that it was in TiddlyWiki, it was in the same file, and that it was an AGPL license, and the rest of the TiddlyWiki was not an AGPL license. So I had to move it out. I was able to fix it. But yes, there are apparently different opinions on a single file.
So it was the AGPL license that was the problem?
Yes, he was very insistent about it, and since other than that, he was very nice and he made stuff. I didn't want to go against his wishes on it.
No, of course.
There are some people that don't get the idea that one HTML file can have different licenses. And we do this all the time, because every tiddler for us can have its own license.
What do you think he would feel about a zip file that contained an AGPL file and a BSD file?
I don't know. One of the things that bothered me about what he had said was that there was as part of his code, there was a secrets file that had all of the passwords in it. And as part of the AGPL license, all parts of all of the code that is used in a server, like by the server, have to be available unmodified. So I was a bit confused about how you're supposed to have something, or supposed to be able to have something secure, when as part of his code there was a place where you had to put in the hard-coded password for the server to use.
No.
So, but I think that was.
Interesting. I mean, it mirrors the reason why TiddlyWiki has a BSD license. Is that when I first published it, I published it under a Creative Commons license because I thought it was a web page, and my friends who are publishing web pages published them under a Creative Commons license. And then I got, again, a very polite but angry email, which I really appreciated because those kinds of emails say clearly what they're saying, which is often useful. Where he was basically saying Creative Commons isn't strong enough as a software license because it doesn't tell you enough about your rights to use the software.
Yeah.
Please, can you publish it under a proper open source license? And then, of course, I chose BSD because I felt that the best thing I could do was to lower the barriers to adoption as much as possible, and BSD gives people as few reasons as possible to not use your stuff, whereas GPL quite intentionally gives you reasons that you can't use stuff, as well as it takes freedoms away, as well as granting you freedoms.
I think the GPL license doesn't work for HTML files because all the source is already available. So if you download the HTML file and you have all the source, yeah. So BSD works quite nice. So all the new, or let's say most of the new projects which are open source are MIT or BSD.
Yeah.
And also, if you have seen, jQuery changed it from GPL to dual license, so I think they're GPL and MIT now, so you can decide what you want to have. And that I think there was also a discussion if this is even possible that you have, if you have MIT, you can do whatever you want, and then you have GPL, which probably limits your use case. And then they said, okay, you can use this or that. That's the problem.
I'd certainly be open to dual licensing TiddlyWiki if it solved anybody's problems.
No, I don't think it's needed because BSD already allows you to do everything. So you can even include it into your project and charge for the software. The only thing is that you need to have the BSD copyright in it. Yeah, that's it. So you have to mention the original software, and that's it. So this is not very many limits. Only a few.
We changing the topic slightly. One of the things that we talked about on Trello was formal roles within the TiddlyWiki community. And so I think this topic is about the fact that TiddlyWiki is hardly an exemplary open source project. There's lots of things that are quite common in other open source projects that we do not do. And this is one of them, that TiddlyWiki pretty much has me in my position, and I guess lots of people, Eric, we don't record that anywhere. There's no place on TiddlyWiki.com where it says Mario is the person in charge of translations. So in a way, that means that we're not doing it because it's not.
Yeah, I think it could be just the file contributors who are responsible or whatever, that you have one or two people so that new contributors know, okay, who should I talk to? They know that that they always can talk to you, because you're the inventor or the owner of the repositories. And but the problem I think is that there is too much work on your side, and that's why we have several pull requests that are not merged or even not discussed or closed or whatever. And I think it would be possible, or it should be possible to take some work from you.
Yeah, I would
especially the part which is not important for the core. So everything which is part of the core plugins and so on has to be discussed. But for example, plugins or then the editions, the language editions. So the France edition, there is a lot of content. Which you created. I think did you translate everything already? No. But I don't know. Even you can't control it. You can test it,
but then on the other hand, that stuff's not hard from my point of view, because any pull request I get that's entirely within one of the language edition folders, I can just look at it and go, right, fine, because I'm not going to verify that. I'm not in a position to verify that the French translation is still intact.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That actually the ones that are difficult, the reason why they're difficult. I mean, well,
the problem is that he has to wait until you create a new version. So
okay, that's a slightly different.
Independent.
Okay, so now you're getting into the topic that is whenever there is a change to the content in the TiddlyWiki repo, we should rebuild the site automatically. Yeah. So we're working on that. That's why we're doing the Travis stuff. At the moment, Mario has got some experience of making the Travis integration stuff work. We'll apply it onto the Meetup website, and then make plans for applying it to tiddlywiki.com. We touched on the pull request situation, and that's something. So one of the things that we put into the agenda was actually closing down some of the tickets. I think that we got the wrong group for that because it's just too boring an activity for this number of talented people to be doing. But it might be good to just talk about the kind of what's going on, why these things hang around for so long. And in fact, there's two here that are just too recent for me to have seen. But if I take the following, I'm going to open the following 10 open pull requests. So this is one from June the 1st, May the 28th, April, March, February. So these 10 pull requests are taking us back to early February. So one issue is that a bunch of pull requests are a Polish translation, which has just been done wrongly. So, I'm not screen sharing, which I should be. That would be. So what the person has done, wrong browser page, here we go. So it's a pull request to translate the Getting Started Internet Explorer tiddler into Polish, and he's translated the English version of that tiddler into Polish. So obviously I can't merge the request. And this person made 10 pull requests for different tiddlers. So on the first one, I left a note explaining the situation, pointing to Mario, who could advise on setting up a Polish edition. And then since then, I haven't heard from the contributor. So I think there's no question that those pull requests should be closed because they're not mergeable as they are. And if we can't discuss it with the individual concerned, that's the right thing to do. So that was a fairly simple case. This next one is open all options for the tag pills. And what happened here is Matabel sent a very quick hack in for adding an open all item to the tag dropdown. That led to a discussion about better ways of doing it. And that's, of course, one of the kind of problems with making changes to TiddlyWiki, which is that TiddlyWiki embodies a certain level of consistency and flexibility in terms of how customizable it is. So when we add new things, I want that same level of consistency and flexibility to be in the new things. So that a situation like this is kind of really annoying because it is low-hanging fruit. I could merge that, we'd have this open all option. But what we would lose is the opportunity to make the tag drop-down more flexible. So the proposal is to make the tag drop-down dynamically decomposed, so plugins can add arbitrary things to the tag drop-down. So that's, again, I think that's a very typical pull request story where a particular pull request, by expressing clearly a proposal, triggers a conversation about the best thing to do. And it's kind of, it always feels really bad because the contributor feels like they've been rejected because their pull request didn't get merged. But of course, making a contribution to the discussion that leads to coordinated action across the community is actually just as good a contribution, and better, arguably, than poking one's own stamp on things. In this particular case, it was done by Matabelli, who's a regular member of the community, and so I'm not overly, they've been around for long enough to see how we do things, so I'm not hugely worried about it.
Yeah, I think I started the discussion.
Yeah.
Then after after I started the discussion, I thought, okay, I shouldn't have started it in that way, because the open all is okay. So we had this for TiddlyWiki Classic, and then I wanted to have open all and then a horizontal line, because I like it visually a little bit different. So I proposed that there should be some dynamic stuff. A little bit of dynamic stuff, and then there was the discussion that it's full dynamically, and then I said, okay, this is not what I want or wanted. Yeah? So, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, the discussion is spread over 2 pull requests. There's another one somewhere, or another issue somewhere. The next one I've got is a subtle one. It's from JC-L, and they're not a regular contributor, but at the time that this came in, they were commenting a fair amount. And they had a very specific problem, which was reported in, let's just go to, so the problem here is that when there's, it's to do with the formatting of the search dropdown. When using a template for result entries that returns more than one link per entry, the resulting line is split in multiple lines. And so then the same guy, JCL, posts a fix. And the fix is this kind of quite weird bit of CSS, which basically special cases the search dropdown containing a single anchor link and adds a bit more padding in that situation. And that's really problematical for me to take, because it clearly fixes his specific problem. It doesn't even pretend to be a generic solution to the problem everywhere. And the problem for me is that if I merge it, I've got something very sort of specific in the code that's then quite hard for other people to understand. Why has this got this only child thing on it? So it's sort of
it's very important, because this is based, so everything on every other theme or every theme is based on base. Yeah. So taking pull requests there very lightly, it's definitely the wrong thing. Yeah.
But it's possible that a mistake I'm making is to leave. Well, I know a mistake I'm making is to leave these things open. And again, it's the worse of 2 evils thing. That what I tend to do at the moment is, for the questionable pull request, the discussion starts, often doesn't finish. In the meantime, the pull request is still open. But it feels, if I close the pull request at the time of triggering the discussion, then that also feels quite discouraging for the contributor, that they file a pull request and immediately, bang, it's closed. Even though there's a discussion carrying on, it feels to them like they've been dismissed.
So the problem really is rather GitHub. I mean, the way it's designed, the layout.
Yeah.
That you either have the.
I mean, GitHub proposes a solution. If you want to leave issues open, pull requests open, then you can tag them. So I do occasionally use this needs work tag, and I can assign a needs work tag to a, but I found that it was quite labor intensive. It's also, it can feel a bit passive aggressive, because you've walked up to me and said something nice, can I help? And I've responded by stamping on your forehead that what you did wasn't good enough. And that feels a really poor experience to give people.
So apropos to iteration, couldn't we do something where the discussion kind of takes place there instead, and then it's really at the final stages with like pull requests that go into GitHub?
Well, there's certainly nothing to stop those kinds of discussions happening there. I think the problem is that when you're talking about the code, GitHub itself does offer a sort of magnetic attraction because it's such a brilliant environment for writing about code because of the way you can so easily link to all the different entities within GitHub.
But that's for pull requests, right? Not for
yeah, but if people, what we're talking about here, people who post a pull request, and how do we respond to the pull request? So if the answer is we close the pull request and we move the putative pull request to be an item in the federated network so that people can comment on it, we've still closed their pull request.
But so what if we like decide that okay, pull requests start off as they start off inside federation as a discussion. Yeah, the policy decision, exactly. And that, you know, when there is always at the end of this federation pull request, it says any objections, questions. And if there are no objections, then after a month it's transferred into something like that. You know, a policy.
So I think one of the issues there is that it is a virtue that we're on GitHub because it means that at least for those people who are familiar with other open source projects on GitHub, we work the same way.
We would still
well, except that it would mean that I needed to know, as a contributor, I need to know, actually no, Jeremy, you can't create a pull request. You've got to go over and create this other thing in federation. But the thing about a pull request is that it very clearly says, I want to change these files with these lines. It gives you a diff of them. So moving the pull request out so that it's no longer a pull request kind of loses that.
So what is it that we're doing wrong that other open source projects aren't?
The problem is that we have 74 open pull requests.
So we're leaving issues open.
And open pull requests is always the measure. Either the main author wants to do it all alone, or it takes too long time, so there is not enough resources. So which is an indicator that okay, this is a weak project, and this should not happen. So there should be there shouldn't be many pull requests. With issues, it's a different thing because issues there are many labels. So issues can be open because if some are just discussion. But okay, we have, I don't know, 500 open issues. This is already a very big number.
But the issues, I think, are actually the same in both cases. That we leave the issues open, like we leave the pull requests open, kind of so as not to reject the person who raised the ticket.
Yeah, but I think this is there is one thing. So if you say no, then they can live with it in normal cases. If a pull request stays open for 1 month or for 2 months, it's just okay. They forgot about me. They are not interested. So then there is no clear decision. So if there is a no, then you can say okay, I'm not okay with this decision.
But the same thing applies. I think the same thing does apply to the issues list. That there's still a tremendous cost to the project of having so many open issues, and it would be, and you know, let's look at some of the sample issues, and I'm just going to open a few randomly, I suppose. These are entered by TW Matt, who might be familiar to some of us. Maybe a bug in function Tiddler has tag. This is bug 2338. So this is somebody's raised what they think is a bug, and then the discussion says actually it wasn't a bug, it's fine. And then the discussion continues.
Then it should, after a while, it should be closed.
Yeah. So those.
But I'm not so concerned about pull requests that are, I don't know, 1 or 2 months old. But there are pull requests from 20th March 2014, which probably won't work anymore. For example, this was one from Buggy J. This is I think the last one which is open, and I'm pretty sure that this one doesn't merge at all. Yeah. So this branch has conflicts that must be resolved, and those things have to be checked, and then say, okay, close this one and create a new one if it's still your intention. The problem is that there is some work in it. Yeah. So as a contributor, you put a lot of work in it, a lot of heart, and yeah, you thought about something, and then it doesn't get merged. Yeah. But you have
projects. Are there more people that decide on merging things?
No. There is always clear rules what the merge has, how a merge should look like. In other projects, you always have to have tests, for example. So this is very relaxed with TiddlyWiki.
So what is the actual bottleneck here? Is it that Jeremy doesn't have time?
Well, no,
I think the bottleneck is that he doesn't want to.
The bottleneck is that that I was pointing to there for pull requests. So in each of the examples we gave, they made a pull request that prompted a discussion. The discussion has meandered and then kind of stopped, but not stopped with anybody saying yes or no. It's just kind of petered out. So there are two ways that we can fix that. It's really easy. The first is I close issues the moment I decide that I cannot merge them. So with each of these, there was a point at which I reacted, hang on, this isn't quite right at the moment, can we look at this? So I could have at that point closed it, and that would 100% reliably solve this problem. I think the downside is, again, I feel that can seem quite aggressive to a user, because your pull request being closed looks and feels exactly like a rejection, I think. The other way we could do it is retrospectively, occasionally sweeping through them to close them, and that's roughly what we try and do at the moment. But even that turns out to be difficult, because we're doing that in an environment where we've got open pull requests, if you see what I mean, where we allow pull requests to be open. So therefore it becomes a matter of judgment. Is this the moment that we close this one? Is this one that we should leave open? So I think...
What would be the ideal then? What would be your dream solution to this?
Well, I think it's, if only I had an ideal dream of it, but I think the only solution, I rationalize it like that, only that first option really makes sense. So saying we'll let pull requests stay open even when they're not going to be merged, we'll allow the discussion to happen. Trouble is that then that process of sweeping through and closing them just never happens. And even if it does happen, if it doesn't happen regularly and reliably enough, then your pull request being open gets interpreted as it's going to get merged. So I think that's one answer, is a change in policy from Jeremy. Another thing we could be doing is more, well, I suppose in order to do that, we need a much clearer statement of what the policies are, so that what we say to somebody is, thanks for this pull request, I'm closing it at the moment because it's not immediately actionable, because, and then we point to one of the 8 reasons that we've identified why things aren't in a position to be merged. And now there's canned replies in GitHub, so I can automate that to make it easy to give those sorts of replies.
Yeah, there is also, I think there is also now, there is information if you create new pull requests, if you create new issues, which is already a pre-filled form. Yeah, and I think we should take this so that the pull request says, okay, we have to have this criteria and this criteria and this criteria. Please check your pull request against those criteria, because otherwise you are risking that your pull request will be delayed, or even can't be accepted. And then it would be a little bit, I think, a little bit easier. Yeah. But one thing which we should really do is stuff that is, I don't know, 2 years old. And yeah, in this case, I think it's Buggy J. Yeah, he may understand it. And this is also, I think, a difficult thing for a first-time contributor. Yeah, you have to be a little bit more careful, because if you reject the first and the second and the third pull request, with relatively harsh information, then you say, okay, why should I do it? Yeah, it never happens. Yeah. I'm following the TiddlyWiki 5 project for I think for the beginning, and I know that I got a lot of things got merged and changed because I thought it should be different or in our way. But there are still some things where I know it's very hard to convince Jeremy to change something, and that's a good thing. Yeah? Because if you want to change the core, if you change base tiddler or something like this, then it has a huge amount of impact. Yeah? And one has to understand this. As I said, yeah, I made a contribution to another project, open source project, and I started the contribution on March, 14th of March, with pull request, and there is a lot of discussion going on, and there's also development with the second developer, and then I closed the pull request because it was replaced by a feature that was not available at the beginning, in 19th of May, yeah? And the discussion still went on until the 14th of June. Yeah? And there was, let's say, at least 1 week of work in the pull request, and it doesn't get merged, there's no chance to get merged. Yeah? But they keep the branch in the main project because maybe in the future that there may be used for some of the ideas that we had there. Yeah? This is disappointing, but I learned a lot, and yeah, that's okay. Yeah, and if you contribute to different open source projects, you know that not everything will be or can be merged.
So looking at it like from what's the best for the project? Is it to be harsh but rational, and do we risk missing out on too many valuable contributions, or would it be more valuable with an efficient process and we simply do cut off?
I kind of feel like the answer here is probably to copy what other open source projects do. Whatever that is.
Yeah, okay, whatever that is.
Yeah. Let's say the big ones, they have a lot more resources. I don't know, there are 10 people working with the main project and 2 are responsible for the community. There are, with Pragmatic, there are error messages because the software allows to say reported error, and then the only thing which is there is error, and the text is error. Yeah? So they go there and say, okay, delete, because there is no information. No, this is GitHub. Yeah. So the software directly replies to GitHub and opens an issue there, but many users say, okay, error, but then they think, okay, every information is already there, but the GitHub issue just says error. Yeah? So they close the stuff, and this is a lot more work, but you have to have, I don't know, 1 or 2 persons which are only responsible closing stuff like this.
I was just saying that as a ideal that we could work forward would just be saying, we have a policy that is, you have a pull request, you have some issue you want to bring up, and then it's not immediately actionable, which a lot of them will hopefully you'll be able to say this is not immediately actionable, and then you can move it off into using some sort of declaration stuff for discussion, and then since we have, especially if we get the nice simple ways to put things on TiddlySpot, where if somebody has a change to TiddlyWiki they want to make, they can say, talk on Federation about it, put things there, have an example up on TiddlySpot that demonstrates what it is they're talking about. And then that way it moves a lot of the development discussion, or a lot of the discussion about like code-based discussion.
So when we turn to issues, we absolutely get that, where an awful lot of the issues are basically suggestions for something that somebody else might do. So I'm looking at issue 2101 from Toby, and it talks about grouped filter runs, and it's a suggestion, a radical suggestion for completely changing the way that we handle logical expressions within filters. So that's, you know, traditionally I haven't even commented on that one, I've just left it open. And again, the reason is only because my kind of weak policy at the moment is to leave things open unless it's definitely closed, if you see what I mean. And this feels like an open discussion. In other projects, I don't know what happens there. I mean, I suspect that suggestions just get closed as not being actionable. And so it might be...
This is an issue or pull request?
There's an issue. And there's a ridiculous number like this, and we've all done them. I do them as well, where it just says, wouldn't it be good?
If we could bundle stuff like this, so then we say, okay, we have one issue with links to, I don't know, 20 or 30 different issues. We close the issues, but have an overview which is open.
But then you end up with a very weird discussion sort of system where there's a list of them here, but the discussion's happening.
No, the discussion is not, there is no discussion in the overview. The discussion is at the till about
but then to find the active stuff on GitHub, I need to go somewhere else to look at this index. It sort of again takes us further away from how other projects.
Yeah, then we need a procedure that we say, okay, the issue is not actionable.
Yeah.
We have to move it to discussion, and the discussion is somewhere else. Yeah. So, yeah. So yeah. This is so there is a different place, and then in the discussion area we say, okay, this goes back to issue sowieso. Yeah. Then you have an issue with some discussion, and at the end of the issue there says, okay, no consensus reached. That's why it's now out of GitHub, because we want to close the stuff, because we don't want to have 1,000 issues. And go to the discussion, discuss it there, and if the consensus is reached, then you can reopen the same issue, or you can reopen a new one, which will be better.
So I think that where we've got to here is a kind of by saying it, it's become clearer to me that the first thing I said is the only option, that we have to have a policy that basically we want issue and pull request 0. We want the normal state to be where there are none that are open, and those that are open are things that are receiving immediate attention. So as I say, I think to do that, we need a clear statement of what our policies are. So that's probably on the tiddlywiki.com/dev or somewhere, where we write, this is what makes a good pull request, this is what makes a good issue, this is how we'll handle pull requests, this is how we'll handle issues.
Yeah. I think if there is a clear statement, then there is also less a problem. If they violate
because you can point to
the requirements, then they can say, okay, you didn't tell me, or you didn't tell me. So they say, okay, these are some of the requirements, and if you violate those requirements, then you have to there is a good chance that the issue will be closed because it is not actionable. And then nobody can say, I have a problem with this.
Which I think that also we could avoid, like, as part of the policy, I think that it would be reasonable to say that, like, feature requests and things like that can't be raised as issues. And then with federation stuff, we already have things as part of it where we could have a little form that you fill out on a wiki, and it uses Google as an intermediary, so you don't have to have your own wiki or anything like that. And to make a feature request, you won't be able to participate in the discussion, but it's not going to.
To be honest,
I think feature requests, issues that are labeled as feature requests, I think are not really a problem.
Well, the thing is, though, they are in that the problem here is having so many open issues. So if we say, so if we allow feature requests to stay open if they're tagged feature requests, we still have the forest from the trees problem, that when we come to the issues page, there's too much stuff.
Then we need someone that takes the issues which are clearly take the feature requests and copy them out to a discussion which is feature requests.
That's a typical integration thing.
Yeah. and then you can close it, and then we have a back reference from the discussion to the issue, and yeah, and there are, I don't know, there are at least half of it duplicates. But
I think that sorting and searching is something that
yeah,
will help with everything, and TiddlyWiki does much better than the way that GitHub has its things labeled. So that if we have somebody who is in charge of doing the federation part for these discussions to properly tag and label everything.
yeah. Is it possible to assign users that they are allowed to label issues? Now the group access controls in
Google groups.
no, in GitHub.
And this is actually like the thread, so then everyone can tag, collectively tag a thread, and we could really make it almost system where it turns out that 20 people consider this tag appropriate, so that's the best tagging.
I think the answer is no.
Search.
Have a look at issues. Milestones, labels. Yes, you can create new labels. New label. So there's no setting. If you say new label, it just works. Yeah. Okay. And assigning labels to issues. Because the older issues, they have many of them. They really have labels. Also, there are some which there is one. There's one which is a won't fix that this should be definitely closed because it's a won't fix.
We can say improvement and new feature are the most popular.
Yes, right. Yeah, and if we can close some of them, then it's a big. Yeah, it's a lot of issues. Yeah. And then maybe we create introduction how an issue should look like, that it really what you think is an actionable issue. Then it's easier also. Then it's easier for you to close them because if you get something completely different, then you can say, okay, I told you how it is actionable. I cannot do anything. I have to close it. Yeah? Because otherwise it's just an open issue and nothing happens.
So then here on the dev site is something that desperately needs some love. But it would be, we've got two tiddlers, hello there in the introduction. It would be very reasonable to have a tiddler here, probably number 2, which is contributing to the project, that just acts as so we've got certain things like that, but we need a kind of a jumping off point for all of them. So that, I mean, this is just basically about pull requests. So I wonder then if one of the roles that we should assign is, how would you define, what's the word that I'm looking for, governance? Oh no, if I looked up project governance, it tells me things about bridges. But what I read, project operations, these are all but I wonder, Mario, whether you're in actually a fairly small group because you're a contributor to TiddlyWiki, who also contributes to other open source projects. And I know from GitHub that most TiddlyWiki contributors, when I click through, all of their GitHub repos are TiddlyWiki related ones.
This is I think this is also something that I learned at TiddlyWiki. With TiddlyWiki, I saw that it's really easy to contribute to open source projects. And since I know it with TiddlyWiki, and if I find something in another project that I think I could change, or at least I give them an issue or a workaround or whatever, then I just start GitHub and create an issue. And sometimes they respond and they react, and also they change something because the ideas are not that bad. And so, yeah, and what you really have to learn is that not everything gets accepted.
So why don't we work together in the following way? That you create a pull request for the dev side that adds a new tiddler called contributing that we add into default tiddlers, and we put a first draft of the policies around issues and pull requests, because that's the first step. And then once that stuff is written down and agreed, then we can go through in bulk. I'm confident that I can, a lot of the suggestion issues, I don't even need to open in order to know that I can close them. It's just the title makes it clear. And with 500, I'm not even going to be able to look at them all in order to review them.
And it's also complicated. In normal cases, I start sometimes from the last page, so that we have to really the old ones.
Yeah.
And then you click through, I don't know, 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, and then you get bored. Yeah. So
I think doing bulk closure is a key thing that we need to get ourselves to the place where we can
and then
close them all.
in a polite way that we say, okay, we have to close this because we have too many issues. A lot are feature requests, but we only need to offer a different way how to contribute. So that is not offensive that we just close it, because feature requests are cool and they are open. They are just not implemented. Yeah? There are many of them are really cool feature requests.
Could they be tagged before they're closed so that one can?
They are tagged feature requests.
There is no.
They are tagged already feature requests or new functionality.
And again, you see, unfortunately, tagging 560 images is beyond my capabilities.
Yeah, but there are about 150 existing.
Yeah, the ones that are the open images that don't. Sorry, open issues that don't have tags is an interesting question. How can I do that? Labels. Yeah, you see that? Okay. GitHub issues without labels.
I have a different. How about this idea? We see what federation can solve on the matter. That might diminish the problem, so it's no longer a real issue.
I don't think that federation can be an answer to the problems we're talking about here. And I'll tell you why I think that should be, is because we don't want to couple everything together. We can't make everything dependent upon everything else. We've got to make progress in lots of different directions, including federation, including managing the discussions. Well, we've already got a discussion base, which is the mailing list. So if the first version says we discuss new features on the mailing list, that's fine. And then when we get to the point where federation, it becomes a better place for discussing new features, then we'd switch the advice. So I mean, you're right, absolutely, that federation taking control of our own discussion forums and making discussion forums that we can craft ourselves, add our own filtering and so on along the lines we've been talking about, is a great way to resolve these things. But let's not make them dependencies in terms of figuring out the work that we're going to split up between us to do things. So I think that's a fairly clear starting point, that Mario is going to take responsibility for writing stuff on the dev wiki that we can point to, that just is a clear statement of what makes a good issue, what makes a good pull request, and how we deal with issues and pull requests. So one is the carrot of, your pull request is more likely to be noticed if you do this. These are all the positive features of pull requests. The how they're handled is kind of the stick side, where we're saying if there's no, if you haven't updated the documentation, it will be closed. For instance, there's another really common one. People make modifications to the functionality, they don't send an update to the docs, those drift out of synchronization. And then, so once Mario's done that, then I think to close all the issues we've got, basically, I'm going to look through the last 2 pages, so the most recent issues, the most recent pull request, save any that look like they need further discussion, but close all the others, and then create a new issue called the Great Issue and Pull Request Close Down, where we explain to people this is where all these issues and pull requests have gone. And then we can deal with, I mean, everybody who's raised an issue will get an email from GitHub, and they'll have a chance to then respond. But I think we've got 2 issues here. We've got an emergency issue, which is the 526 is so monstrous that we can't do lots of the things that would be normal to do to an open issues list. So that's the crisis. And then we've got the kind of ongoing thing of, in a methodical way, just adopting clear policies so that people know what to expect, then applying those policies consistently.
So the last 3, 4 pages I have looked at, most of them are new features, a little bit of discussion, then improvements. Yeah. So I think if you go up to, I'm at 17 improvements, there are half of it. 16 is improvements. Yeah, then it starts again with these open issues that are not labeled. Yeah. But I think so. The last 6 pages could be closed. Most of them could be closed. Yeah. Then there are things that are labeled bug should be really taken a little bit of care, because we have open bugs. We have 25 of them.
Aren't enough or properly tagged, are they?
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, but the problem that I told you is you start at the end, then you go 5 pages, 6 pages, and then you are bored. Yeah, because in one session you only can do 5 pages.
The problem is, if I post that, you know what, I have this great idea that the background color should be red instead, and Tobias posts the matter that, oh, there is a serious matter logical filter issue on the fundamental level. It looks the same when you just quickly scan the titles, but there is an obvious difference. And I don't know, this.
I think what Jeremy said, the 2 problems, we say, okay, we cannot filter the good, the good issue from the
issue. Everything. I think everything is
issue. Yeah. But we will be able to apply a policy when there are very few issues and apply the policy immediately. Say, okay, this new issue is more to be closed and maybe in parallel to be brought to discussion. Yeah. Just closed seems a bit bold to me. But I think a double action to say, okay, we don't close and bring to discussion somewhere. I think that will solve the idea of being not too harsh, but still saying, okay. And for the 500, we say we close everything, and if you don't understand, here is the.
So
could we scrape it? Could we scrape the issues?
we can export the issues list in some format.
Yeah.
What for?
So to put up, on a Tilly spot, and then when we eventually have some federation, we'll just import that into the whatever. People
No, we need to, because they're there on the web and they've got URLs so that people can read them.
I think
they're
issues. So even when we close the issues, they're still there. You can still visit.
Yeah, but you don't find them anymore.
No, but I think what Matt's asking is, can we copy the closed issues somewhere else so that we can do stuff with them? I'm saying actually probably just referring to them via a link is adequate, because if somebody's written a ticket that does an issue that does use any GitHub features, like links to code and so on, that stuff will not work if we transport it.
But I think what is important, there is some issues which have the label bug.
Yeah, those ones I'm looking at now.
25 at the moment.
Okay, so
this should not be.
OpenIssue 293. So this is a really interesting case in point. It's near the bottom. So I raised this ticket on December the 18th, 2013, and it's pointing out that dollar brackets in a Tiddler title doesn't work. And the reasons are subtle, but you can guess it's because it gets interpreted as a variable substitution somewhere. So that's indisputably a bug, an acknowledged bug, but it ain't going to be fixed, because fixing it would basically mean doing something that maybe I mentioned this before, macros, as in the text substitution part of macros, I think was a huge mistake in TiddlyWiki 5. I did it because I needed it to get some features of the core user interface working. But it basically has given us a whole load of problems like this that are basically cross-site scripting errors, where by writing Tiddler titles and tags and so on with magic characters in, you can break out of the quoting of little bits of text that are being concatenated together. So it's a really fundamental existential issue. The way that TiddlyWiki works at the moment can't fix that. So in this case, it may be that the way to solve this is it needs to go into the TiddlyWiki documentation as a known issue. So that's, yeah, and I saw a few other bugs in the same list that were kind of like that, things that are acknowledged problems, but they can't be fixed. The problem there is, again, in relation to the 560. So of these 560, the 25 things that are tagged bug are the things that I've tagged bug. So they all are bugs of some sort. Some of them are in this category where they're acknowledged but unfixable or can't be fixed at the moment. But I'm not confident that I can go through all those 526 open issues and discover all of them.
No, but the 25.
The 25 I can, but then that seems unfair because the 25 are the things that I tag bugs.
Yeah, but that's the point. So the people, let's say external people, they are looking at the GitHub repository and they are checking also what I do. I go to a repository, it's interesting. Then I'll have a look at the commits. When was the last commit? So you check the last 7,600 commits. Okay, so this some time in last commit July 15th. Okay, some days ago. Okay, so I know this project is going on. So there is some commitments and that. So this is still alive. Then you have a look at the pull requests, and if there are 72, then you have a problem because you never get something through. So if I would create a pull request with 72 open, I know I'm the 73rd that will be looked into. Well, I think about this. And then I see, okay, 500 issues. Big projects have 500, 700 issues. This is not really a problem. So I go there and say labels and have a look at the bugs. And then you see, okay, 25 for a big one should be less. Even if something is acknowledged, a bug and not fixed, is a little bit of a problem. So these are the first things. So in normal cases, the most important thing is the project still alive? Are there commits? Then we have to look a little bit at the conversation. Is it friendly? And also you can go for the closed issues and see, okay, why is the stuff closed and how is it closed? So then you can see, okay, this is a friendly community. I can talk to them. Then you start contributing.
Okay, so we've got a long-term solution, which is write up our policies, make sure that those policies are reasonable enough that we can stick by them and apply them consistently. So the problem to focus on is these 526 open issues, what we can do about them now. So one concern I've raised is that there are these things that are acknowledged bugs that really need to be somewhere else because they're not going to be fixed. I was just wondering idly if I could tag all 526 open issues with a new label, the Great Issue Closed Down, which would make it clear that the issues that had been caught up in this. But it turns out I can't even, if I try and select these 526 issues by clicking that checkbox, it actually only selects the ones on the current page. So it doesn't appear to be possible to do any processing to more than 25 issues at a time.
Yeah, you can have a look at the GitHub API. Probably you can create a program that actually.
Yes. So we have done the ultimate software developer thing, where we've taken a social problem of how we deal with our contributors and make them feel welcomed, and we've turned it into let's write some code, which is absolutely the way that we.
Yeah, but I think we can limit a little. Go down with the list about 300, because everything we change labels and new feature and all this stuff, and then it looks much friendlier already. Yeah. Then there is the bugs, and especially I think, which is most important thing, is the 72 open pull requests. So we have to take care of those.
So what I'm wondering now is the point that Mario has already raised, actually, which is, can we make it so that more people than me can add labels to the issues? Because then, if we could do that, then we could each take 70 issues of those 526. Not quite sure how we would describe each set. And then we could work through them and apply labels that we've discussed to cover the various cases. So I wonder if that's the solution to the so sorry to be really slow about it. So one solution to the 596 is just to close them all and leave enough of a trail for people to pick up the mess. I'm now wondering whether there's actually a way to divide and conquer, which has turned out to be basically a question about GitHub permissions.
And there's also one thing, so we have 72 open pull requests, but we have 1,000 closed ones, which is also not that bad.
Yeah, when you look at the
and then we have to look a little bit about the stuff that is really merged, but I don't know how we can see this.
One thing that is only tangentially related to all of this is I have walked past what you guys, and one of the reasons that I think the correlation idea would help is to have like a wish list of features that are
that people can vote on.
Possible and desirable.
Yeah. I think
and that's what I think. That's one of the things that we spotted, that GitHub. So we're saying yes, we really want people to do that. GitHub's a terrible place because we never close those issues. So I think it's back to Matt that why don't you, as part of, you're making the prototype of Twederation, you're choosing various things that can be done with Twederation to actually implement as UIs, the idea of replies and blog posts and so on. So maybe right now we ought to work in wish list or suggestion as being one of the items where, again, we can prompt people for the right bits of information to provide about this idea. And yeah, so
what's your username? What's your username at GitHub?
TWMatt.
Capital M.
Yeah, small TW, capital M, make it small.
Why does it do why doesn't it work?
So I have thought of one thing we could do.
No. I'm not allowed to filter. I'm allowed to filter for Jeremy as author and for me as author, but not for you. okay, very good. Yeah, I think this would be also a possibility. Matt has 71 open issues. They are not labeled. Most of them, some are labeled as bug. Also, you could have looked through yours.
I have actually.
Yeah, okay, you have already. Yeah, then there is the point. Okay, you don't want to close them because they are still important. Yeah. And that's why. Yeah, this is a good thing. Yeah, so you said, okay, I have looked through them, but I don't want to close them because they are still important. Then we need a clear possibility. We have to move this stuff. That is 2nd of November 2014. Yeah. And so yeah, this is clearly something. Okay, we can't make it. It's a wish or no, it's an improvement. Yeah. So it's still important, but not done at the moment. So okay, we need another forum where we say, okay, this is the wish list, and if someone finds it interesting, then maybe they will implement it. And there is also one thing which I think not everything which is a good idea needs to be in the core. Because no. I think we don't have enough plugins. There is no TiddlyWiki tools for TiddlyWiki 5 at the moment because everyone wants to get the stuff into the core. Yeah? And I think this is also the wrong thing because first of all the core has relatively strict licensing because it's BSD, yeah? So everything is open, so you give it away. Yes, and then a lot of bigger things. Yeah, they could be plugins or probably themes, because I was thinking about the changing the templates, and everyone which wants something that changes the template, users want to have it in the core because if the core updates, then they may miss some new features. So nobody wants to edit the templates, the view templates and edit templates. I don't have a problem. I edit them as I wish. Yeah? But maybe if you can show a way that changing templates is not really a problem, because you could create a theme and switch it on and off. So you switch your theme off, then you get the core, and then you see, there is a new button or something. If I switch on the theme, oh, my button is gone. Okay. Information for the author, your theme should support this and that from the core.
Considering that the core is the default basis,
yeah,
you can add whatever you want. You can change whatever you want.
Well,
your duty to do that instead of the core team.
Yeah, and also themes and plugins, they are independent. So whenever I feel I want to change it, I don't have to ask someone. If something is in the core, and it's accepted, and then you want to change it, it's probably me, and I'm the first one that I say, okay, I don't want to change this, or I don't like the change. If this is a plugin, it's the decision of the author.
I mean, I think the clue is in the name. Core should just be
minimum functionality, right? Yeah. Yeah, there is already very much in the core. So this is the core plugins with code mirror and this stuff. Which can be both. There can be a core code mirror plugin, and there can be a third-party plugin. There is no difference. So if the one is faster, it fits into the core. It will be merged at some time. But if it won't happen, then there is 2 code mirror plugins or whatever. The code highlighter can be 2 or 3 of them. It's no problem.
The policies about what goes in the core are absolutely a key part of what you have to write up. There is some of the material that is already there in that contributing stuff we just looked at. It does talk a little about this stuff. One subtlety that I found was that there are actually multiple conflicting criteria for inclusion in the core. So one is absolutely minimalness. There's a sense in which one of the enemies is the core getting too big. And so in general, we reject things for the core unless there's a good reason for it. So it's a kind of, I think the minimalism gives me the default response of no. Is basically, it lurks there in the background because that's how you keep something minimal. But there are many cases where we've opted opted to add things, even though they're clearly not part of the minimal expression of TiddlyWiki, but because we felt they were universally useful. So an example would be the new rich text editor. That was the rationale that I used. We had the debate online, but it was really clear that adding the editor toolbar was going to make the core much, much bigger in terms of translatable strings, images, literally everything. And there's no question that it was not part of a minimal TiddlyWiki, but that it was that universal thing of, because over the years we've had such clear feedback that people want an editor like that it makes me feel that the people who most want that editor are the people who are least well equipped to go and find it and install it if it's not there by default. So I think that's all quite tricky to capture. And ultimately, the inclusion in the core, we need to get it across to people that that's something that we need to debate as a community. I mean, all of those complicated cases we've explicitly talked about because the consequences of that decision are, such a big deal. Whereas the criteria for what we do with pull requests, how we process pull requests, that can be actually much clearer and more rigid, I think. There's much less discretion involved.
I also think so. The editor, I thought immediately when I saw it, I hope this will be a plugin. Then you said, okay, you want to include it into the core. I had some concerns, but then I saw the stamp feature. And then I thought, okay, I like the stamp feature more than my concerns.
I love that we can buy people off.
Yeah.
Offering them their favorite features.
Yes, right. And you are right. Because people which are new, they open something for edit mode and then they see their buttons. They know the buttons. They look very similar to what they expect. And so this is not an alien editor anymore because there are the buttons, even if they click them and then it says exclamation mark. What's this? Click a heading again. Okay, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Okay, this is the format thing. Yeah? So I think this is also good for the least surprise.
I'm sure you answered this, but would it not be possible with an absolutely minimal version and then like have a thing on top of that with all those expected things? So it's basically two parts, so that people like Mario, at least 2 months ago, that wanted the minimal version can have that, and then you have this.
I think
no, I can. For me, that's not really a problem because I can switch it off if I don't like it.
But it's still there in the course. So a persistent thing we've had. Somebody was asking me this just the other day. I want to create a TiddlyWiki which people aren't allowed to edit. People aren't going to edit. Therefore, can I make it smaller by removing the components that aren't needed? And the editing components, great example of something that is included in the core. So I have two responses to that. The first is that I feel people's desire to reduce the size of TiddlyWiki is a reflexive instinct that is often not right. So for instance, a lot of people worry about the size of the file without looking at the gzip compressed size. And they also don't look at the fact that there are one of the consequences of the way that we publish, all the code is plugins, means that all those plugins in the HTML file are in divs, which means they've been HTML encoded, which means every ampersand has become 5 characters. So there's aspects of the architecture of TiddlyWiki which lead to all images being base 64 encoded, which leads to it being bigger than it needs to be. So it sort of feels to me that if size is really a concern, there's lots of much more fundamental, easier things that we could do to address the size than that. But the really critical thing is that anybody who wants to can string the core plugin is just a bunch of tiddlers. They can string a different selection of those tiddlers together to make their own custom core plugin.
They can if they're experts in using TiddlyWiki, or well, actually, I would probably consider myself an expert in TiddlyWiki.
But then if you're not an expert, What's he doing? Taking bits of the car out, saying, you really to take bits of the engine out, say, oh, I don't need the carburetor. You really need to be an expert. I mean, there's no.
And I think there is also one thing. If you strip the edit elements out and give it to the users, and after half a year, there is a user which says, oh, but this is cool, I want to change a little bit. Yeah, and then we have to put all the edit stuff in again. Yeah, so in normal cases, if you have one.
But it's a bit like the human brain. There isn't a part of the human brain that deals with dogs. So if you say I hate dogs, I don't need that part of my brain, cut out that part of the brain. But the bit about dogs is actually all over your brain, and the bit about editing is all over the TiddlyWiki core. There's a few. The edit text component isn't even just about editing because it's used within read mode tiddlers, so to speak, when we make forms. That you would need, presumably, even in a situation where people weren't editing tiddlers. So I'm kind of not sympathetic, therefore. I think that if there are people, to the degree that there really are people who want to experiment with a minimal TiddlyWiki core, they absolutely can. Take the point, they need a bit of expertise to do that, but it's a risky process that requires understanding of the internals of TiddlyWiki to do it. In the meantime, I think we just need to continue to navigate a careful path to not make the core get too big. But we live in a world now where images are 5 megabytes.
Yes, and that's the point. If someone imports, even if you cut it down with image magic or something like this, a standard image which looks good on the page has about, I don't know, 200 kilobytes. And if you have 2 of them, then you are almost at the size of the core. Or let's say 4 of them. So everyone which adds 3 or 4 image lost the right to discuss about the size of the core.
I think it's kind of nonsensical to talk about size anyway. I mean, that library of mine, it's got just a shade under 1,200 tiddlers in there, and it's only just over a meg.
Yeah, the TiddlyWiki Classic is really small.
But even if he exported those as JSON, the thing of text is small.
The text is not big, that's right. And your thumbnails. Did you include the thumbnails?
Those are not inside.
Okay.
They're actual proper images stored out outside. Well, that's kind of a limitation of TiddlySpot because you can't do that.
And it's also playing to browser strengths because they do a better job.
Yes.
And that's right. So if you include images, then the core discussion. There is also a possibility we could minimize the source code. So there are some, because we have all the spaces and all the comments are in the core, but there is also one problem. If there is a problem and then you want to debug it, then you have to work with source map, which makes all the things really complicated. So at the moment you just say F12 and then you can debug TiddlyWiki and it clearly helps. If you minimize the source, the user has a problem with it, then you can't help them. And you cannot tell them, okay, you have to do this and this and that, and so just to get the source back. They say, you're crazy. And so Tobias created some plugins that they are minimized. And if you have a problem with them, then you first need to search the source code, and then include the source code plugins, and then you can debug them. So in my opinion, that's not really a good idea. And also what I found out with the mini plugins, so there's some CSS, there is a README of a license, so I need 2 tiddlers for 1 tiddler plugin. But anyway.
So just pull back a bit to still this dreaded issues problem. So this is all under the heading of trying to govern the project better, make it better for contributors, make it less work for me. And I was raising the problem that we can't close all these issues in bulk, or that the risk of doing so is particularly the example issue I showed you, which was an acknowledged bug that we're not going to fix. So maybe a thing to think about is how could we make it so that lots of people could be involved in tagging the issues on GitHub. It turns out that the only way to give people the rights to tag issues on GitHub is to make them a full-scale write access member of the repo. And I'm not completely obsessed against that. I mean, I do keep things at the moment so that I'm the only person in a number of these, with a number of these rights. But partly that's because I think a lot of the time that makes things easier for everybody else. You know, I don't want to have the ability to accidentally screw things up myself, and so I kind of think everybody is a bit like that. The way at the moment that the paths that you get as a GitHub user where you're not the owner of the repo, they're really not bad. You know that you can't screw things up. You know that you can do anything to my repo, add as many issues, tickets as you like, and everything you do is undoable. You can't hurt anybody else's stuff. So I'm not, I think adding everybody to the repo, even though we could just do it for a weekend while we did an orgy of ticket adding, doesn't feel like a great solution. And so now that back to writing code, one of the things that we mentioned in passing is GitHub has a ridiculously easy API for reading stuff. So to get a JSON file of all of the tickets is that command, curl https ap get, and so just a simple URL, and then one gets a big fat JSON file back, there it is, of all of the issues. And I assume that if I search for the word, oh yeah, there's an array of labels is one of the things. So there we go.
Yeah, so, okay.
Okay, so each label gets a URI, a name, and a color. How interesting. So we could, no, let me say, before saying what we could do, the thing that strikes me is in terms of adoption, any problem that we have with GitHub is likely to be shared by other people. So any tools that we create that make life easier on GitHub have a potentially big audience and a very easy way to reach that audience. You know, the people who are interested in GitHub are far easier to reach than the people who are interested in, you know, any of our other collective interests.
How many of those people already produce such tools?
There are plenty of people. I mean, when you Google, I just Googled issues export tools and found a slew of tools that people have done for, you know, taking advantage of the same capability to export issues and do stuff with them. But we, of course, have this a quite specific thing that we could do with issues, which is to roll them all up into a wiki to make as much of the linking and so on work as we can. So they would be tiddlers with the title. Yeah, anyway, we can make the links work. We could make a lot of stuff work. The problem is the writing back, that then having, so say if we created a shared wiki, we've again got the problem that TiddlySpot doesn't make for a good shared wiki because we'd overwrite each other's changes. I don't yet run a server where I can leave the Node.js edition up and running. Maybe Mario does because he runs up container-based servers.
No, we could. Yeah, there was the C9 editor experiment that I did, and they are running. So if you access the stuff, every, I don't know, 5 or 10 hours, then they let the server running. So you could start an easy TiddlyWiki Node.js server, and everyone can have edit access. So we can post the password with private email, then everyone can access it. There is still one thing. So if two people are writing the same tiddler, and then you also have, and there is no automatic update, so we have the same problem.
Have to press refresh. I mean, it's annoying that if I was the easiest way to solve this problem that I can think of would be to take that issues JSON file, to turn it into a CSV file, to upload the CSV to Google Spreadsheets, which does have great multiple people editing at once facilities, and then have everybody do the edits there, export it as a CSV, and write some kind of script that then wrote the labels back to GitHub. I don't know. I mean, I think we're just now making up work, which isn't even the really exciting work that we want to do.
No, I think so creating all the stuff will take more time than actually changing it with the GitHub UI. But also the right access also comes down to the point that I wanted to discuss also, is that we should have different repositories, for example, for the languages.
Wow.
And
controversial point.
Yeah.
So I've been reading a lot about this,
okay.
and there's a school of thought that big monolithic repos are much easier to manage dependencies. And so the reason is that if you've got one big repo, then you know that that whole repo is at a particular version number. If you've got multiple related repos, it's a much more difficult problem to make sure that they're all at the same or known version. So although on Atom's GitHub the other day, they have separate repos for each plugin, which is a very common thing. But what I would think of as the core, the main bunch of things, are in the same repo. So the question is whether languages, whether that's a sort of sufficiently distinct thing to be its own. So I think of the additions. To me, the fact that when you download the TiddlyWiki repo, you get all the additions, everything in one go, is actually really great, because then you can take that zip file, you can explore it on the train, you know the boundary of the things that you need to care about in order to work with TiddlyWiki. And I really worry that as we start taking things out, then just the question of what is TiddlyWiki in software terms becomes a bit tougher to, because I've got lots of TiddlyWiki related repos, for instance, under Germany. So if we split TiddlyWiki 5 into a bunch more repos, how would people distinguish the repos that are the core ones versus Jeremy just happened to do TiddlyWiki?
Yeah, Germolin shouldn't be the main repo, it should be TiddlyWiki.
Yes.
And Germolin should be just a contributor to TiddlyWiki.
That would clarify that particular point. So, and just by the by, the reason why I haven't migrated Germolin straight TiddlyWiki 5 to the TiddlyWiki organization.
Because of TiddlyWiki Classic.
No, it's, well, yes, that's one reason. So one reason is GitHub pages, that we use a different set of GitHub pages. But that we could fix. Well, how we'd fix it is we'd build TiddlyWiki Classic to tiddlywiki.com/classic. Then I'd just do a redirect from classic.tiddlywiki.com to that. Then everything can be in the same GitHub pages repo. So I think that's solvable. The other issue is a really pathetic one, that GitHub then redirects Germolin/TiddlyWiki 5 to TiddlyWiki/TiddlyWiki 5, which is great until Jeremy has a fork of TiddlyWiki 5, which I would need under this scenario in order to be able to create pull requests. And I would have to, you can't call a fork something else, as far as I know.
Yes, you can. This is very simple. For example, I did TiddlyWiki languages. TiddlyWiki languages, my mother TiddlyWiki languages is a fork from TiddlyWiki languages.
Okay, so great. So I could do Jeremy's.
You just go and I use the language, the naming convention languages, and then TiddlyWiki from the organization where it comes from. This is the one which produces the
okay. So yeah, maybe that is something we can do. Then.
You are right. So this is a problem if there are, I don't know, if there are 25 different repositories. You don't know is this part of the core or not. But the other big projects, put the information.
No, you know what we should do? It's really easy. Is that we should create a new organization called TiddlyWiki 5.
Yeah, if you want to have TiddlyWiki 5.
Because then that gets, because the other problem we've got is that TiddlyWiki/languages, I believe, is a repo of TiddlyWiki Classic language.
No, it's a TiddlyWiki 5, but it was only for testing. This is the if you go to classic.tiddlywiki.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one.
Right.
The one with the test thing.
By editions German, for instance. Okay, that's.
This was just a test. This was just a test for me to testing the stuff. And
right, that was the one I meant. Translations. So the
this is the old one. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the TiddlyWiki Classic thing.
Yeah.
So I think the answer is. Oh, sorry. I think the answer is a TiddlyWiki 5 organization. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Then that just leaves this one for TiddlyWiki Classic.
Classic. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have a look at classic.tiddlywiki.com, the language is .static HTML. Languages /
Sorry.
Yeah. And this is the automatic Travis created landing page for different languages. Just a example, which can be created with everything automatically. And this would be the chance. So if you have an own repo for this one, then I can have write access. Xavier can have write access. Then there is Bramstein for the Chinese stuff and all the others. So we can give them write access to the German editions or to the language editions, and you don't have to take care. But also you have also write access. So this is not. This is the language editions.
Yeah. So okay. So we've got two issues going on here. One we've resolved by creating a new organization called TiddlyWiki 5. The second is the concern that splitting things out into separate repos makes things confusing. We make it less confusing by having a TiddlyWiki 5 organization.
And a good README. So the README should say, okay, organizers, let's say, write access in this repo has this guy, this guy, this guy. If you need help for the French language repository, create the issue here and mark it at Xavier. Or if you have a problem with German, mark it at Primario, and then we will deal with it.
Okay, but you're talking here. You're not talking about the language plugin for those languages. You're just talking about the
language editions.
Yeah.
So because then the language editions can be completely independent, the language plugins are part of the core. So I don't want to change this because this is okay. So everything has to have the same version number, but my German edition is completely different to Xavier's because he has a lot more information in it. So this is just editions. Probably the editions coming out, there is the code mirror edition and stuff. The plugins are in the core, but the editions may be outside.
Well, I think the editions, again, outside the language editions, we've got this clear requirement, an access control requirement, basically. But when I look at the other editions, I think they're part of TiddlyWiki's documentation, really, because they demonstrate some of the key core features.
So that's why I want to have all of them in one repository.
All of them except for the languages.
Yeah. I thought about like this because maybe we can attract different users because someone wants to have the highlights thing, but he doesn't want to create pull requests for the core. But maybe they are willing to create pull requests for addition, because the addition you can't damage anything. Also with Git, it's really complicated to damage anything because it's distributed. So if you download it, the stuff you have all of it, and if I damage the repository at GitHub, you just push it again, and then everything is there again. Yeah.
Well, look, here's my suggestion for how we move forward. That I think part and parcel of this is the automatic building stuff.
Yeah.
Because even if we had the separate repos for each language edition, we would still have the same problem that Xavier committing a new bit to the French translation should trigger a rebuild of the relevant bits of TiddlyWiki.com. And I would like to understand what flexibility, I know roughly what we can do, but I'd like to understand more about that. So I think I'm back to saying let's get the Travis CI stuff working here on the TiddlyWiki Meetup site. Let's get it working on TiddlyWiki.com. Because still, the main improvement I'm interested in making, and this is something that everybody can help with, is when people ask certain questions on the group, I want to be able to answer by modifying the TiddlyWiki.com content to answer that question and then posting to the groups pointing back to that documentation. Because if we adopted that habit of answering questions by updating the documentation, we would slowly and inevitably improve the documentation in a way that we're not at the moment. And too many of these useful explanations just get lost in the group. So maybe that would be my focus first, is getting the round trip time for publishing TiddlyWiki.com down. Then, armed with our experience that we've gained with Travis, and we can carry on with it now, and then we'll see where we go with the languages. But I think the new thing that for me is this idea of making a TiddlyWiki 5 organization. Kind of inclined to do that anyway, even if it only had the TiddlyWiki 5 repo in, because it would make things be a bit cleaner.
Yes.
And allow people to separate the stuff that's Jeremy's experimentation.
What's the next version of TiddlyWiki? Is it TiddlyWiki 6?
Well, that's the question. So
because I was thinking about the TiddlyWiki Classic organization and the TiddlyWiki 5 organization, and move the whole stuff of Classic out to Classic and get TiddlyWiki 5.
I think that replacing existing things with something else is too, what we've learned is that all these things that we're making have a ridiculously long life. Yeah, and so breaking TiddlyWiki Classic, I think, would be a great shame when there are still
how can we, because I think TiddlyWiki Classic is a cool name. I think I started the discussion about it.
I think so, it's misleading.
Yeah, no.
It is misleading because people think that, okay, yeah, I want the classic, like the standard thing, that's what I'm going at.
No, then it would be the TiddlyWiki standard.
No, I'm with you that a common, it wouldn't necessarily be universally right, but a common way to react to the classic edition is not that it's the obsolete edition. So there is a sense in which the signposting needs to say, here's the old thing that you'd only want to use if you knew that you wanted to use it. Here's the new thing that should be the default path. So yeah, restating that more clearly, Classic TiddlyWiki looks like a safe default given its name, when actually it's not quite. So yeah, that's the problem, because it's actually the thing we could do to change that is we could switch around quite easily to referring to it as TW2. And then that's more consistent with TiddlyWiki 5 and takes us into the conversation, the dreadful conversation that Mario just mentioned about the next version of TiddlyWiki. Because part of my deep frustration at the moment is the realization of all the things that are horribly wrong in TiddlyWiki 5. So dealing with software, and Jed, you know this, is dealing with imperfections, is dealing with nothing that you ever make by the time it's made is exactly what you envisaged at the beginning. It accrues sort of mess and knobbly bits that aren't how you expected them to be, and we have to live with that. I kind of, and I'm down with that. But there are some things in TiddlyWiki 5 that are so wrong. So one of them would be paragraph handling. So when you look at the HTML generated by TiddlyWiki, it does terrible things of nesting paragraphs inside other paragraphs, divs inside spans.
The paragraphs and paragraphs allowed. Divs inside paragraphs and then.
There's quite a bit and the nightmare by which, and I know exactly what's wrong here, that basically I try and resolve paragraph versus block mode at parse time, and actually I should be doing it at render time. So at parse time, we should just parse, there's a paragraph break. But it's only at rendering time if I know whether this block of text needs to be wrapped by a paragraph tag, or if it can just go straight into the stream as a block of text. So it's an example of something that there's many of those things that make TiddlyWiki harder to use than it needs to be. So every beginner needs to break through those things. I would be really interested in fixing them, but it's a it's a backwards compatibility issue. But it's one that we can address very neatly. That we could create a parallel parser and renderer, so that people could have wikis much more so even than with the TW2 parser that had both old TW5 tiddlers with their wiki text and new form wiki text. So I'm confident we can make, if we call this TiddlyWiki 6, we can make a completely clean upgrade path from TiddlyWiki 5 to TiddlyWiki 6, or an extremely clean, not completely clean.
What was it, Daniel? And I don't think this is what we refer to. Daniel said that, okay, so you can have backwards, there are backwards incompatibilities, sure, but you can make a converter for those that wanted to get the old thing. Because how far are you going to accept?
The trouble is, the difficult bits of backwards compatibility are the things that aren't amenable to conversion. So say if we, at the moment, the paragraph rules are kind of broken. If we fix them, we would have to somehow map people's intent in the wiki text they'd written before to what they actually meant, so that we could then map that to the new right bit of syntax. And in general, that's not possible. I mean, if there was a transliteration possible, it would be, that would be changing the set widget to be called let, which obviously would lend itself to a straightforward substitution. But any of these more subtle changes just aren't like that.
And I also think the UI, some styling of the UI is because of paragraphs.
Absolutely. That paragraph problem manifests itself very deeply, as does, there's a lot of inconsistency in the names of system tiddlers at the moment. So things like, there's things called snippet and template, and there's things we call UI in the core plugin, and there's very inconsistent. So lots of
this is because it needed some time to get it right, and then
absolutely. Yeah. There's good reasons for it, but it means that the craft has accumulated. So I think I'm drawing a distinction here between major bits of re-engineering, like how we do paragraphs, and kind of just clearing up stuff that's quite easy to visualize, renaming tiddlers to be consistent. And that would, the only people that those second things would impact is people who've got references to the old names of those tiddlers, which again would be a very small number of people. But I really want to get onto this. I really want to, and it's why I broached this whole thing about finishing TiddlyWiki 5, trying to get to the point where now the big embarrassing thing is not having a good multi-user service story, I think now. So originally I was very driven to do the editor, because that was something that should have been there right from the beginning, and was feedback that told us is clearly very important. So yeah, that's my motivation at the moment, is to get on with TiddlyWiki 6.
I'm using TiddlyWiki locally in my organization, my company, to maintain a knowledge base. Yeah. So it's multi-user, but we are just crossing our finger, and it would be even more powerful if tell everyone you can add, you can do what you want, you can retrieve versions.
How many users do you have?
It could go up to 7.
Yeah, so they still they know the gotchas, and everyone takes care. But this is the good thing, because they really want to use it. Because if they
TiddlyWiki as a knowledge base, it's great. It's really
I know.
After 1 year in a common room, when you with everything you know about your customers, the areas of things that you encounter, not too huge for TiddlyWiki.
But the good thing is that then you can search for it, and then the information is just there. That's the good thing.
Yes, that's a very good point.
So I'm just really happy that somebody has given us feedback using what we just did.
And pictures that aren't of cats.
So yeah, so you want to name this organization TiddlyWiki 5 and the next one probably TiddlyWiki 6.
That's my, well, I mean, there is a question as to whether we call it TiddlyWiki 6 or TiddlyWiki 10. Also quite like. But kind of maybe we should.
If you call it, I don't know.
TiddlyWiki 42 is a joke.
Not TiddlyWiki. The Tiddlers, I don't know, Tiddlers.
So I was saying at the pub on the Friday night that I should be careful what I say because now we're live, but that I'm quite interested to run a TiddlyWiki service as a commercial business. I think if I did that, I wouldn't call it TiddlyWiki. So this came up briefly yesterday about the name. That now, although I think TiddlyWiki is a fine name for an open source project, and it served us really well because when you Google it, everything is about TiddlyWiki, whereas certain names that wouldn't be, you don't get that same Google uniqueness. And for a long time, the obstacle was I wasn't sure what word would replace Tiddler. So the rationale of using the word Tiddler was when I started writing the code for TiddlyWiki, I needed to be able to respond to these things. I didn't want to call them objects or nodes or notes because those terms all seemed too generic and too overloaded with existing meanings. And I thought that what I was getting at here was something new, so I wanted to give them a new name. And neologizing seemed like the best way to do that. And so, for instance, Steve Schneider at SUNY Poly, he's regularly says that he likes the Tiddler word, that it identifies this unique new thing that TiddlyWiki, or not unique thing, but unique way of looking at things.
But he says TiddlyWiki.
Yes, he says it really sweetly.
But also, the kind of an English slang, which doesn't really go down well overseas.
Yeah, I think that's the main problem because I'm German and I didn't know it's just a Tiddler. So this is just a name for something I didn't even care that there was a second meaning or a third or whatever.
I found before that I mean, English people tend to laugh at the name, just think it's funny. People for whom English isn't their first language just don't even think there's anything unusual about it, it's just a word. But particularly people from the US are liable, something awful happens, that some of them think that it's a rude joke that they don't understand. So, and that's the worst thing that you can do to make people feel uncomfortable, is that you're making a joke at their expense. Ah, I got you to say tiddly. And so based on the feedback I've had, even though the discomfiture that I've witnessed has been very mild, I just don't see why, an open source project shouldn't get people reacting like that. But now I have at least come to the point where I am convinced of the word that I should use instead of Tiddler.
Don't say that
No, go on, what do you think?
Someone else will register.
Oh no, it's not it's only the name for the thing, and it's card. And it's intentional that HyperCard is part of. I'm sure I told you before that in the very early 90s I wrote a HyperCard clone, and that was the beginning of me being interested in this type of stuff. And card is the right word. It's got all the right qualities of a single, separate, individual thing. The things that people do with cards in real life are the kinds of things I'd like them to be able to do with Tiddlers. Yeah, and it's got people have a whole. If you see cards, and particularly if you actually see one, so you can see what it looks like, I think it just communicates very clearly to those people for whom English is their first language and they understand what card means. So I could imagine a future in which there's TiddlyWiki continuing as an open source project, but there's also, let's call it HyperCard, because it obviously can't be called HyperCard, but HyperCard.com as a commercial service that's built on TiddlyWiki that's part of it. I know, that's why I was using it as an example, because it can't actually be HyperCard, but something card.
And two
or cards.
Thoughts about that. One is that, in my opinion, a tiddler is not necessarily this piece of text. I mean, it should be any kind of object. It's been brought up before, and I think you brought it up also.
A card. Yeah. It's going to be a business.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be presented. I mean, now we do have this analogy of a card there, but why would it have to be that?
Well, I think the word card, it offers a concrete metaphor in the sense of a rectangular card, but it also offers a more abstract metaphor in the sense of a unit of information. And I think we would absolutely be using it in a way that spans both senses. So we have always presented tiddlers, and particularly in TiddlyWiki 5, as if they were cards. It's very intentional that they're the same kind of visual language as Google later adopted after the launch of TiddlyWiki 5. But behind the scenes, thinking of an SVG image template, it's not a card in that same concrete rectangular sense, but it is absolutely in the abstract sense of being an addressable item with a name.
So that was one of the things, but it does also perhaps there is an advantage that people get an immediate, even if it doesn't actually have to be this rectangular thing.
It's the starting point.
It's a fair starting point, yes. The other thing is, which you seem to have already perhaps considered, and is wiki. I think it's better to not use that word.
It's better to not use that word, yeah. And to be clear then, one of the hilarious anecdotes of my time at Osmosoft was one of the Osmosoft team were traveling to America, I think, to give a presentation or something. And so they were asked by the customs officer, what do you do? And they said something about TiddlyWiki, and the customs officer said, oh, isn't that illegal? Illegal. They were thinking of WikiLeaks. So the problem is that Wiki has, a bit like the word video, is being sort of taken, it used to be a very clearly defined term describing a category of things, and now it's almost exclusively used to describe specific instances of things that aren't even wikis. So yeah, I think that word has been spoiled. Plus, I mean, it's always been the case that the thing that I like about, or the attractive quality of wikis that TiddlyWiki tries to replicate, is this idea of linking being part of the punctuation of writing, which isn't even what most people think of as being a quality of a wiki. Most people's idea of a wiki is something anybody can edit.
They think of Wikipedia.
Yeah, exactly. If we're lucky, they think of Wikipedia. So that was a fun little journey into the future there. We should bring ourselves back down to earth. I'm reluctant to go back to the issues conversation, but I think the action that we've taken, or that you've very kindly taken,
I think
is a good starting point.
If we create something like this, and I can see, I don't know, hopefully the issue list will get shorter by half.
Well, I think the nuclear
it's good.
And the nuclear option is going to be for a weekend to get basically to run a special hangout for issue closing. which is something we talked about doing before. And for the duration of the Hangout, we give everybody the necessary permissions to be able to add and remove labels, and we just work through collaboratively, figuring out the collaborative part is we need to figure out the set of labels that we want to assign to things that are being closed, and then we want to make sure that we're all assigning those labels in a consistent way. And maybe we can think of a smarter way of doing it, but that will do for the moment.
There was a promise made yesterday at the dinner table. I clearly recall it.
Oh yes, so, okay, let's have a look at this.
Yes, I believe in.
Yeah, the matter was to make a thing so that you can
The train is
set up a Tiddly spot right away with.
I don't actually know how
Okay.
to extended line.
well,
I'll
the
send you
train
a pull request for the things, but
Yeah.
otherwise it changes. Okay,
take me 15 minutes to get
then
to
I have to.
the station.
So I should be leaving in attendance. And
Yeah.
maybe I will check that out. But sometimes this is a bit. That's a bit generous. Well, if I miss this train, then
Yeah,
yeah, getting back to Paris.
Okay, so what I have discovered here, Matt, is yeah. I'm maddening me. When we do the post, it does a page refresh, which means a redirect, which means that I can no longer access the original post. That's really annoying. But basically, so, okay. How can we deal with this? Yeah, do. Sorry, I thought I'd got this sussed out and I actually haven't, but I'm going to just continue to try to.
I seem to recall a little while back there was some issue about Tiddly Spot domain not getting renewed or something.
No.
That was a while back.
No, I don't think so. I think the guys have kept it up. I mean, there's all the Tiddly Space problems about Tiddly Space being dropped, which you might be thinking of that.
Quite possibly, yes.
And no, that is that. I mean, it was amazing that I created Tiddly Space when I was at BT. I left BT. They carried on running Tiddly Space for 5 years, which is amazing, really. I mean, the community has been so lucky that they've done that. They didn't have to. There was very little in it for BT, in fact, I think, by the time I'd left. And yeah, it's not surprising, but it does now. In fact, we were talking about it at dinner last night, the problems that it makes. No, that's what we need. Yeah, let's prepare to say goodbye to Jed. It's a shame that you're. I mean, I guess I should have been a bit clearer on timings and encouraged you to stay for the extra day. But,
yeah, I'm bad at these things. I hit
well, perhaps having got you here once, perhaps we'll manage to do so again.
Yes, now things are.
Now you know how easy it is to get to Oxford.
And I know what I need to watch out for.
Yes. And where are we on the federation stuff? You updated federation.tdspot.com.
Yes, I think that there's still a problem with creating new sites where the card that is created might not have the proper, it might have role TW cards that role TW server on was there, but I have not updated the OopTech.com one that is pointing to the empty edition that has a nice setup with it. I'll probably do that when I get home tonight, so tomorrow or tomorrow morning it'll be.
Well, I think certainly it'd be really great over the next few days if we can do the remaining bits of clearing up. So they would, I think, I'm very happy for the site. We just freeze that at the end of the day, and we get to where we've got to. So the focus then shifts to, I need the server-side stuff. I'll create a pull request for to add. So those commands that I've added, they're not even federation specific. They're generic import commands. So I can add those to the core. I think is reasonable. And and then we need to do. I mean, that's the server side going forward. The server side of federation needs to live somewhere. We need to. Thank you. What with the stuff that Mario was working on here with updating the static page each time somebody adds a thread to one of the federated wikis. We need to do that for federation so that people can view the conversation without having to run all the plugins and everything. I think is the next step. That again probably feeds into the work that I want to do with Mario on making the TiddlyWiki.com update automatically as well.
I'm going to end up. Hey, so it was nice meeting you in person.
Yes.
We'll have to do this again.
Yes.
Nice meeting you.
So we just do a photo of all of us. So
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry. So we need to find somewhere to prop the camera and then put it into timer mode.
Trace over.
Yeah. Great.
So what's the best background?
And not the table.
Yellow wall. So if we use your laptop as a phone stand.
I think this wall will make the whole like the corpses.
We need to. Okay, this will do it. That would be sorry. So we can use the watch to line things up and make sure that we're all in shot. So we're good. Right. We'll look like we're in prison.
I hope that's not the picture.
That will be the picture.
This will be a lovely picture.
You should obviously hold this.
Okay, so if everybody can see the camera, you're all in.
Yeah.
Cheese. And we'll do one more for that.
You should do the international Tiddler symbol.
And one more since we've got everybody standing here.
Since I
And before you all go away, we've got to make sure it works.
See you, goodbye, nice to meet you.
Are you heading like back
Yeah.
to Paris?
Yes, actually, the reason I need to go now is because I need to catch a train in London to Paris. So. Cool. Next time, I will make you get longer. So
Yeah. Yeah. How long are you two guys here for?
Until I go home.
Sorry?
Until I go home. The last train's about 10:30 at night. So
Okay, okay.
I mean, I live in London, so
Yeah, so,
My train leaves London tomorrow 10. So
okay.
if I want to be cautious, I should be here at 6:30. Yeah. My hotel is 6:30, so that I can take the coach.
Oh, you mean tomorrow morning? Yes, it's exactly. I thought it was a bit.
Take the coach by 7, so that I know that I will be on time. Because I have to be there half an hour. But this is very practical anyway.
Yeah.
That's one thing that the Brexit won't break. The train, that will be.
Yeah. For that.
The policies we could put together, but then we do a little bit more hacking, and we could put the policies, especially the issue stuff that we could discuss a little bit and directly write it down and then to the progress.
Yeah.
Would be cool, because then I also have someone to discuss.
Yeah.
It's sometimes you sit there and you think, okay, what's a good decision? Then you have to discuss it with your own. Yeah. So it's your own decision, but it's far away probably from a good decision.
So I'm just going to do a tiny bit more research on, so I can give you a better answer, Matt, on what the hell's going on here. And when Xavier is back, we should talk briefly about what's going to happen next. Gosh, Scriptaculous, do you remember that? Those were the days. JavaScript libraries were simple. So it is really easy, it's just doing a form submit. So what I'm wondering is how they pass that information. So bunch of radio buttons.
Who's running the site?
Daniel and yeah, so we end up passing the flavor is constants like plain latest, MPTW, monkey GTV3. So what that tells us is that we can do a post to create a TiddlyWiki classic wiki. Oh, and then we know we can do a post to overwrite it in the TW5. Okay. So I think from my investigation so far, I can report that this is possible.
That's good. That's good.
So what we would need to do, but not easy, because it's 2 steps. So we need to submit that form. We need to detect the response to that form so that we can then do the second
They
page.
didn't have the intention to just create a new button.
Well, the thing is, even if they did, that wouldn't quite solve what Matt's after, because Matt wants to be able to have a one-button creation of a specific base TiddlyWiki. So I could imagine persuading Simon and Daniel to have a radio button for the latest empty TiddlyWiki 5, and that would be really useful.
But you want to say edition this one, and then create what is this edition?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
from externally. Ideally, also from
Okay. So they have no problem running the master TiddlyWiki, running that many TiddlyWikis, so it's okay for them.
Yes.
Well, it would be, so no, I mean, the trouble is that at the moment, those flavors, as they call them, of TiddlyWiki, they've pulled them in from somewhere and they've done some manual work to make them available. And we don't want to burden Simon and Daniel with a job every time we update the Federation-based wiki. We want to. So the problem we then get is with, so there's 2 steps to this. There's first creating the new entry on TiddlySpot, and that's the bit that I'm saying, yep, that seems to, the way that they've done it, it seems fairly clear that we could do that from other code. Then we want to be able to post up the text of the TiddlyWiki that they actually chose, and that means getting that from somewhere. And the problem with that is liable to again be the same origin problem, because if the creation, let's say we write this code as newwiki.tiddlyspot.com. I'm not clear whether newwiki.tiddlyspot.com can post to the new wiki that I've created. So we do need to do a little bit more experimentation on TiddlySpot. So step 1, I've created a new blank wiki.
That's the way that it works today. So you go to tiddlywiki.com, give it the password, the username, and the space name, and the TiddlySpot name, and then say save.
Yes, of course, so it does work.
Yeah.
No, it's not that part that I'm worried about. It's retrieving the text of the original wiki. So the post works, but before we do the post, we need to do an HTTP GET to get the text of the wiki that we want them to create. So that's problem. It's also, that's kind of a performance problem, because it means that we're sucking down to the browser this 5 megabyte TiddlyWiki just then in order to post it back up again. What we'd really want is so they've got a form that you post to with a flavor parameter that contains a keyword that then they look up in the database or something. But we really want it to be able to specify a URL for that. So I just wonder whether the
But you also need to replicate the service information. So if you create a new TiddlyWiki, you get getting started with the server, so that you have the possibility to remove it, change the password. So there is some service information on the wiki which you lose. So
you're saying that we need to get the template wiki, then make some modifications to it, and then post it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so, because the TiddlyWiki that they create as a getting started with the information, how you can delete the space, and how you can change the password, and I don't know, some stuff. In normal cases, you overwrite getting started, and then this information is lost. So if you want to have
that's what I just said.
yeah, and in normal cases, what you do then is your own getting started, and then you get the old one back. Or you create a new space at TiddlySpot, and then go back to your old one and change the stuff. Yeah. But some information like this needs to be done also with our TiddlyWiki, because otherwise the users don't know how to delete it.
Yeah. So in the wiki name field here should ideally be filled in with the name of their wiki.
Mm-hmm.
So because otherwise they won't be able to save straight away.
I am assuming that one is already in the wiki that one wants to upload to the Tiddly spot. So it's from this wiki that you.
Yeah,
for instance, on TiddlyWiki.com.
Yeah, but they also have to check if their name is available. I don't know. Is it a Wikipedia check or is it
If you're on, for instance, I hope that one can use this directly on, for instance, TiddlyWiki.com. Basically, to save directly to create a new Tiddly spot there. If you.
So you're saying you're imagining a thing that can be dropped onto any TiddlyWiki website that will say replicate me on Tiddly spot. When you click it, it asks for some more information. Then you get a copy of the wiki that you were on Tiddly spot.
Yes.
And you are right, if you meant this, that one of the things that simplifies is the job of preloading this wiki name field, because we've got the wiki name at the time they do the save. The problem is that I think it would be rather useful to be able to clone wikis that weren't expecting to be cloned. In other words, it would be really nice. It'd be absolutely nice to have a button that says clone me, but it would also be nice to be able to have a list of important wikis with a clone this wiki button, where that clone this wiki button doesn't appear on the wiki in question. It's only over here, and that takes us back to the problems that we were just talking through.
I mean, that's doable. That's more than I.
Well, I think that we're seeing multiple issues here that don't necessarily have an easy solution. You see, I mean, in fact, the clone. Let's talk about practicalities for a second, because that was on my mind. We need to be out of here for, well, we can stay beyond 7, but if we're out before they turn the alarm on at 7, so getting out and everything is slightly easier if we leave by 7.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually hoping to get home for about 8 o'clock to see my family. Tomorrow, I'll be free from about 11 until about 4, so we could meet for lunch. At the moment, we don't have this room. It occurred to me this morning that it might be useful to have this room, and it is possible that I could text the lady at the venue and ask her, what do you think?
I think that would be fantastic. Yes.
Okay, so let me deal with that little bit first then. I'm sure it's fine. I think they just need to be told.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid I won't be around tomorrow, so.
You won't be around. That's understandable. I mean, it's if these guys were Oxford-based, I'd be spending the day resting. But it is partly taking advantage of the fact that we come from so far afield. Okay, so let me try doing this to Rosie.
So, Brian, is there anything that you feel like we or even I could do to, if you're interested in how to get into it or something like that?
Well, I've been looking through it the way it's laid out. I mean, I have very specific needs. My biggest thing is everything is handled by tag. Even my other wikis that I've got, everything's handled via the tags.
But this is basically a good thing, because TiddlyWiki 5 works well with tags. But I think what's missing is that the special UI is tagging.
that I feel is really one of the most powerful features.
Yes, yes, absolutely right. I would really want that in Vibe, serious. But it's not easy to do. Yeah, I also wanted to create a little bit like this with my info tab. Yeah, so the tab list. So I also get information about all the other tabs. Yeah. So which is a little bit similar, but there is no tree. Yeah. So because I say, okay, if I want, I can open the info, and then I can click the tiller. It opens the other one. I open the info. There is a lot more clicking involved, but the UI is simpler. Or let's say, the templates are simpler. So I like this quite a lot.
Do you use which views in tagging do you use? I mean, is it valuable for you to use this switching? You know, there's this cycle of how to present them, like in a tree or in a, you know, these things.
This one is.
This is the view that you want.
Well, I'm using two different ones. This one is my main entry, which basically lists everything hierarchically. So that's completely. But when I go down into a sub-entry, it's listing all of the tags which are on the same tab. So it's the same technically, but it's using a different layout, different structure.
But so these are basically just two layouts, structures, and that can be replicated for sure with a list.
And also you only have one level, I think, right? But on this generate the FAQ is another level.
On this view, this one, but the top one I had. This one actually goes down multiple levels.
Oh, okay.
And also on these, it just keeps going down and down. So this is a full tree.
Do you yourself ensure that there's no recursion, or is
that is sure because otherwise it gets a tree like this.
It will. If I actually cross-link that with one of those, it goes off.
You know, there was a memory.
But so what you would do in TiddlyWiki is you would use the list widget, and you would add a template section to the tiller display.
Well, I've tried working about it. It was only a very short attempt at doing it. But if you go up a little bit, was it?
Someone made it.
Okay, I mean, but you don't need the modified 280 stuff.
No, because I've already set this how I want it.
Yeah. Okay.
So these actual values are stored within the tools. When it actually loads this bit, it pre-sorts everything ready to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of information.
There's a hell of a lot. But I've just had a request just it was about just over an hour ago, for people wanting the documents associated with this. And I said, no. Because some of these are my personal copies of my personal documents. I've got the paper version. So I've actually bought the book, but I've got the digital version so that it's in copyright, so I can't give it.
You can't give it away.
I think some of these things, like some of the old.
I posted a link now with the tagging version.
Yeah, but it's not really the same thing.
Trying to think where did you put that shot?
In the EU.
You found it. You go down a little bit. Customization, no, not much. Is there examples? No. No. This is a different plugin. There are a lot of plugins.
The biggest thing that, for me, really, is the fact that actually take that into multiple columns.
Yeah, but there is a big difference because I think those are made with float left. Can you go back to it? Those are made with float left, and float left is really a piece.
I posted a new link also, maybe where he's demoing it. Did you see this?
One moment. Yeah. Private margin. I can't remember it. Because I played around a little bit with TiddlyWiki. No, it's a table. Ah, then it's easier. That's a table. Ah, but it's not responsive. Huh? If you
No, it's not. It doesn't suit mobile.
yeah, okay.
I mean, I can do it on my mobile, but it displays as.
The good thing with Flexbox is that it could be made. It could be made mobile friendly. Because Flexbox is new CSS.
And here, you know, it's just a matter of styling it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the same. It's the same structure, just as a table of contents. So it's still got all the tags. You can go down until levels and these sort of things.
Yeah, but you want it open everything. Yeah.
Well, not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, I do have it open as everything on these.
Yeah, but
because it gives, because the people that look at this, they see that because they're so used to seeing very small indexes and just your documents, and they suddenly see this and it goes, wow, because it is totally different to what people guys are looking for. And they see that.
Can you go back again
to
if you to this one? Yeah, probably if you close the dealer and open it again. Close the dealer and open it again. Probably just reload or something.
Just keep.
Yeah, but okay, so now when he said, well, he saved, he probably saved it. Yeah.
That's how I said.
Yeah, then you just need a little bit of CSS. Then you have to.
Yeah. But to actually, I'm not sure about how actually make it into bottom close and it's responsive.
It's automatically responsive in this case, probably. You post the link? Yeah.
Working, Jeremy? I mean, looking at the.
I've sent her a message to see. And it's the weekend, she might not reply.
So that's basically just list documents.
Yeah, I will have a look. Because I can't remember the. I did send you a pull request.
Yeah, I was just looking at it, made a couple of.
Yeah, and the README has to be improved because it's the README from yesterday.
Sorry, I'm tweeting.
I have no idea how this works. It's a tweet.
I gave up like 20 years ago.
It's not I don't understand it because 140 characters. Yeah, but there is this hash and add and there is it makes no sense. And for me, I can't follow any conversation. There is no conversation in my point of view.
There's too much noise to signal.
Yeah. Then they use how's it called? A popper. A modal popper.
I gave up on Twitter, I think about 3 years. Something like that. I just please.
And I think Facebook the UI is too complicated.
But you choose it to follow.
Yes, but you can't choose what they say.
No, don't follow anyone.
The people I initially started following were people who are developers for loads of notes. But then they started going off about doing their pets and what they're having for dinner, and I'm thinking, I don't want this kind of crap.
Yeah. And the point is I don't follow anyone. So sometimes I have a look at the TiddlyWiki stuff and Jeremy, but also I can't follow these conversations. I don't understand how it works. So I can't understand how someone can create a help request with Twitter with 140 characters. Yeah, so if you have help with you need help with something with Twitter. It's 140 characters.
Can't explain the issue.
No.
If we just close two of them.
Yeah, so you say a problem was.
Okay, continue. And then,
I use Google Plus a lot, but I don't follow individual people. I follow communities. So I've applied to certain communities, and those, you know, the people are posting in those communities are involved with that kind of information. So it brings things together. I mean, again, with Facebook, which I don't use as well, it's based around people, not around interests.
exactly. Exactly.
You're right that it's a problem, but if you follow communities because you prefer to target interests, then you will get anyone that feels part of this community saying anything.
Fine, I don't mind that, but
So it will be much information aside what you.
I mean,
aside your sector of
if
interest.
you go on to like the TiddlyWiki European house or anything like that, I'm interested in what you have to say. But if you start going on about what you had for dinner last night and how long it took you to walk from A to B, I don't care about that. Even though it's you doing the same thing, there's only certain parts of you that coincide with my interests.
My family, they've been nagging me for maybe 2 years to join. Yeah, what's up? And okay, I gave in last week. And one of the first things I had to post to them was that
Shut up.
basically, and this is like family. Okay, I had to tell them that, okay, guys, don't count on me seeing, don't post everything that you're expecting me to see, because I will just check this when I actually want to check it out. So that, it's really important.
Yeah, that's why I say because my mobile doesn't know WhatsApp, but it knows Telegram.
So it doesn't know, you mean?
But there is no app. There is no WhatsApp app for Ubuntu phones. No.
Oh, there's no compatible version.
No, there is no app. Nobody created it. I think also I wouldn't want to use WhatsApp. Because Telegram has the same functionality and is open source.
I've added a group photo to the site via Federation, if you want to have a look. I realised that I didn't quite finish thinking about practicalities. That I wondered whether we should finish a bit early here and go and have a drink in the sun somewhere. I mean, there's.
Do we have a chance to pass by?
I thought we should do that tomorrow. So if Zoom's at work tomorrow, and if so we may not get access to this room because I didn't book it. I'm asking her a bit late. She may say it's too late. In which case we'll be milling around for the day anyway, which I think is fine because You know, we sat here with laptops.
Okay, so that's why there is a lot of,
that means that we need all focused a bit on what's been happening in our laptops, so it can be quite fun to spend the day chatting and not be on laptops. Rather than have my phone.
As long as we chat about TiddlyWiki, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think we can keep, I mean, and also what the fun stuff that we talked about today, we could talk about sitting on a field by the river,
Taste that in a
having a glass of wine.
okay.
That will give us a TiddlyWiki. My import of.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking Tobias had a big list, and I didn't find it. Yeah, the good thing is that if you use tagging, you can be sure that you have no recursions. And that's good.
As I say, I specifically created my tags to make sure there's no looping.
Yeah. I think it's a good thing. But with TiddlyWiki, with the top table of content macro, it is possible to have some tags which have two tags, so you can have it here and here, but still you're not allowed to create recursion somewhere. And I like the behavior that I can have one topic which is part of several current topics.
Yes, that's really interesting, Greg, and I like that it's a sort of mini Wikipedia in the sense of being everything. It's kind of rather complete within its the constraint of what it's trying to do.
Yeah, I mean that is a very specific version of one of the entries, but I've got other wikis which like I've got my video content, so I can actually go in and find a specific video entry. But I've got other things for like the Green Living Forum, where it's basically all about green environmental issues, which is very very specific. But I mean, there is some kind of overlap, so you can actually use the shared particulars plugin to actually bring in the other wikis one single page.
Now I've got distracted by your content because I just saw a reference to a bush fungus stove.
Yes.
And I thought, I'm not even sure what that is. And that now I've Googled for the PDF exactly.
Okay, right, there you find it. Yes, there you go.
And I must say, I'm none the wiser. There's some photographs of funguses that look like asteroids.
Yes, there you go. That's the one for those of you who are not seeing it.
So the stove is that you set fire to the
fungus itself.
You find a fungus and then you set fire to it and you cook on it.
Yes.
Amazing. Stirring up the fungus will also help to make it burn deeper as a whole. Unbelievable. So it has to be a dry fungus, or do they stay dry?
They grow up to a certain size and then they basically die.
Yeah.
And you catch them when they just died, so they're dried. But if you leave them too long, they end up going soggy. So you need to get them at the right time. So you.
And these are common. These, I mean, yes, obviously these.
In some woods, yes, they prefer a different kind of woods to others. But all these sort of things together make the whole system work. I mean, one of the things I really wanted to do was find some way of actually having a text indexing system for the PDFs.
Yeah.
That could be used offline.
Yeah.
But it's not anything I've actually been into. I mean, some of the entries I've got here are basic copies of internet articles. Others I've actually brought in as full TiddlyWiki entries with the whole text. So if you look at, I think thermos bottle cooking is a full TiddlyWiki entry on its own right. It has no external links.
Okay, interesting. Okay, yeah. And so when you did that, did you feel that it would be more useful to do that to more of the content?
Yes, I mean, some of the entries I've got are The ones that are tagged, if you look for the tag of internet article, or another one is microfiche. Microfiche are basically scans of old documents, so photos that have been digitized. So all you've got is PDF of images. Some of them have been OCR'd, so you've got text and you search it. But others are just photographs, or just pictures, and you can't search it very well. So those are things that require additional work. But
well,
it was created for a specific need because nobody in the world really has got such a big index like this. And for the survivors, prepper, environmental sort of groups that I deal with, it's ideal for them.
And I think there's the problems that you've got parsing PDFs to extract the text so that we can index them and search them. Very doable.
But it's not specifically TiddlyWiki based.
Well, no, it'd be useful to be, well, I mean, there's off-the-shelf libraries that can extract the text from PDFs, because I'm sure you know that PDFs, they say letter at XY positions. So actually parsing the text structurally into paragraphs is difficult, but parsing it into words for indexing is the easy thing. OCR is also, you know, to our discussion yesterday, Matt, about artificial intelligence, one of the unintelligent things that has got quite good recently is OCR, and again, there's open source OCR engines that we could use. I kind of feel like a lot of that stuff is the stuff that is outside of the single file variant of TiddlyWiki, and it starts to crack PDF files in adjacent directories and index them and so on. And I don't know, sort of, I'd really hoped originally that Tiddly Desktop would allow us to make that kind of functionality that you can't do in the single standalone HTML file to be more accessible to people, because I've been really taken aback by how virulently people don't want to use the Node.js edition. Even, you know, when you, and I can really understand why. Very sympathetic.
I had an issue with the fact that it tried to install 2,500 files because of when you actually install all the plugins. So like, what's it doing to my files?
So if you do a npm install,
yeah, it does. It installs all sorts of stuff.
But it's all TiddlyWiki. I mean, there are just a lot of files in TiddlyWiki 5 because we thought.
Well, I think it's not. So yeah, it's TiddlyWiki. Yeah, but also if you have other stuff, and if you install libraries, then you install one library and this has a dependency, and the other one has two dependencies, and they have another dependency.
I've got the Tiddly Desktop installs here, or I've got the latest version, and I've got version 0.3, which is quite old, but it works because it's small and it works.
Yeah.
And that is the one I prefer to use, especially with Classic. And I use the Tiddly Saver plugin for Firefox. But if I'm not using it, or if other people are not using Firefox, then I give them the Tiddly Desktop 0.3.
I got a bit disheartened by working on Tiddly Desktop, and the reason was that a lot of the feedback was to add features to make it be a better browser. So people who wanted spell checking, wanted videos to work, all this stuff, very understandable, but a kind of race, an unwinnable race, because browsers get loads of attention and they'll always be better than I can do.
Treat it basically as just an editor.
Yes, I think that's, and you get something worthwhile, and I think you're taking into account in quite an informed way the trade-offs behind the scenes, which most end users wouldn't be that well informed about what's actually going on. But for what it's worth, what I've got to is that the belief that Oh, second issue about TiddlyWiki. So first issue is people wanting it to be a better browser, very understandably, how hard that was to deal with. The second thing was it being a separate thing outside of TiddlyWiki 5. So where I've ended up now is thinking that Tiddly Desktop should allow you to open any wiki, a TiddlyWiki folder or a standalone TiddlyWiki file, and then serve it over HTTP so that you can do your editing in any browser. And that's the best solution to the problem of not wanting to have to make a better browser. And still, it would still have its own user interface, but that user interface would be things like choosing wikis to open, click a button to open it in the default browser. And the second thing was to make it be an integral part of TiddlyWiki 5 itself, so that the TiddlyWiki Node.js edition has an optional user interface that you can enable, so that and that's very possible. I'm sure you've seen how things like Atom work, where you could write a Node.js application that just functions as a Node.js application. Sorry, I haven't explained that well. You could write an application that could either run itself via doing an npm install of Atom, or could be run under your existing Node.js installation for people who want to do that. And then I'd prefer that, because by keeping, it's much easier for me to be working on one thing and for it to be an integrated, coherent product. But I don't think it's going to be on my agenda for ages, because I still think the next big issue to fix is the multi-user story, which is orthogonal to those Tiddly Desktop concerns. There's a guy, Matt Lauber, who's been doing a lot of interesting work on Tiddly Desktop. So if he carries on, he can do all the interesting work on Tiddly Desktop.
And the fact that you can use the browser that is the most used application, it's really a plus. And then also having a specific application that is really
yes, and they also put a lot of effort into security and also into speed. So there is new technology which is coming up. This is WebAssembler, so that you have almost native speed with code. And the next rendering engine, it should be really cool. Yeah, but no. The first parts are in the next browser version. So we should see a little bit. They said, okay, most of it will be security. But this is really looking very, very promising. So the next several editions of Firefox, there should be good stuff. And also the cool thing with WebAssembler is that it's everyone works with it. So it's all the major companies. It's Google, it's Microsoft, it's Mozilla. They're really defining the new standard all together. So you should be sure that it works in a nice way for all of them.
and it was really many people saying, finally I will be able to write a program for the client side, but not in JavaScript.
Yeah, but okay, but
no, for a lot of good programmers that will be.
Yeah, but C++ is.
They will be able finally to contribute.
Yeah.
Client side.
The good thing is there is a lot of libraries, there is a lot of existing code that you can transform and then for database stuff, or I don't know, physics engines or stuff like this. That's a good thing. But the problem is they're all huge. So yeah, we will see and how this works out. But yeah, the cross compiling is a big advantage. So you have for example, C++ libraries. There are a lot of them, and if this stuff comes to the browser, why not?
No? I'm going to have online.
You have France. Yes. Yeah, and it was very funny when I was in Rust, then we were out at lunch. Yeah. There was a table. There was a table wine. Yes, if you drink one glass.
I'm just looking at it again now.
And if you drink the whole bottle, also takes that.
I remain pessimistic about the problem that
we
I
said,
mentioned.
okay, we have to drink it all. And it was a French sales guy and two Austrian application guys. Yeah, he knew that he was a little bit, and we took the whole bottle.
A second?
Also, there's a similar version that only
Well, the simpler version is save this wiki to a new Tiddly spot. And I think, I mean, most of that we've got, of course, because with any wiki, you just go and fill in the Tiddly spot username and password.
Yeah.
We've got that part.
So the registering or creation of a new Tiddly spot is that?
That's the bit that's missing, and I'm just thinking best way to okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are the top elements. Oh, and they are flex. So yeah, so I didn't assign classes to them, but they get 30% of width, and they are flex. So and these are top items selected. This is table of content. Oh no, this is yeah. It's top. Yeah, so this is table. Yeah, this is called talk selective example. So I tried to create a CSS with this one, and the talk selected. And then they should line up 30%, and always 30%. Yeah. Or you could use them with, I don't know, I have 33% or minus 2 pixels, and so you can say 25, then it's 4 of them. Yeah.
But you're assigning that to each individual.
No, at the moment, yes, it's the debug mode. Just for testing how it works out. Yeah, they stay below because creating that it makes no sense to have them multi row. But I think it should be relatively straightforward. So we have the TC top and the top item selected, and if I assign them a little bit of CSS. So because now they're really they're adjusting. It's cool. So
there are other people in the building.
Okay, that's what you posted it. That's such a minute for it to find where it was posted.
Oops. Okay, it's into green.
first child.
content, is there a chance that we get the level somehow into a class?
No.
Not really, yeah.
No. Because it doesn't really know the level numerically while it's doing it. It's just recursing away.
Mm-hmm. Selective expanded.
Duh. Just, you know, just like when you're staring at something, then you realise that you didn't do some vital thing.
Did you check the pull request?
Oh no, sorry. Let me just very quickly try this again.